There's been a growing number of instances of commentary creators being put under fire for doing some of the things that they've criticized others for doing. And one of the most recent examples of this is a creator known as iilluminaughtii, also known as Blair, which is her real name. Recently, she's been accused of being egotistical, having anger problems and not treating her friends well as not really understanding what plagiarism is. And multiple of her former friends have come out to attest to this. And all of it started because of one simple Twitter interaction. On April 20th, iilluminaughtii tweeted out saying, "Not LegalEagle editors broaching my editors to take my video style, and when they didn't give up the info, they literally copied it. And by the way, I have the messages from my editors, and found an email from them too. Just change the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting." Anne says that she went through her emails and found one that outright states, "Yeah, I'm gonna do this, but if you could just make it easier for me, I'd appreciate it." And in the email, Danny is asking for the plugin that iilluminauttii's editing team used to do a specific effect. Now, I'm not quite sure how this is proof of any kind of plagiarism or copying. It's just somebody asking for a plugin, and if a plugin exists, then it's pretty safe to say that a lot of people have used the same effect. But the thing is, iilluminaughtii states that LegalEagle has been copying her videos and her editing style, and even goes so far as to show examples of how this has been done, showing that allegedly LegalEagle has been copying her use of highlighting text in video at an angle with vignette, and also copying a ripped paper effect at the top of a screen. Now, this is quite clearly something that is used in a lot of videos, and not only in videos, in documentaries too. If you watch YouTube or if you watch TV, I'm sure you've seen both of these effects, or variations of, multiple times. It's a really common effect, and again, if you're using a plugin to do this, then it's pretty safe to say that other people are using the same plugin and are doing the same thing. From my perspective, using the same effect or using the same editing technique is in no way copying somebody. iilluminaughtii did go so far as to tag LegalEagle. Now, whether you think that this was to instigate a fight, or just, because it made sense to do that, that's up to you. But since she went so far as to tag LegalEagle, he responded, saying, "Hey iilluminaughtii, I think this is a big misunderstanding. Perhaps great minds think alike. No one on my team is trying to copy you. Without an exhaustive review of your channel, I believe we've used those two styles before your channel did. We've used them for 3 to 4 years. And elaborates a bit more about the editor Danny, who was just looking for the plugin to use for his own personal project and not even for the LegalEagle channel. YouTube is great because it's collaborative, and the rising tides raises all ships. My team and I always try to provide original, high-quality, informative content. We try to help others when they ask for it. There aren't really any trade secrets around here." Personally, I feel that this is a very important thing to point out because there is a lot of competition on YouTube, and it's a very weird phenomenon. I'm not quite sure why content creators feel that they need to compete with each other and they need to be the best and the only one doing a certain thing, or the only one using a certain editing style or a way of expressing themselves. YouTube was always meant to be a collaborative space. It was a place for people to share videos and have fun, and of course it's people's jobs now. Of course people make money off it, and that's important to respect. But it's still important to look at this like a kind of community where we can all raise each other up instead of trying to compete with each other nonsensically. After this all happened though, it does look like iilluminaughtii noticed that she had done something wrong and publicly apologized to LegalEagle as well as privately, and she does share the DMs of her apologizing. And LegalEagle seems to have accepted this apology, so that should be where it ends, right? Well, no, because ironically, it seems like iilluminaughtii has a history of alleged plagiarism herself. hbomberguy on Twitter pointed out that iilluminaughtii had posted a video where she, word for word, pretty much copied something that was said in a documentary on the same topic.
Professor Hugh Freudenberg.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
A man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
This looks really damning, and it is obviously, the same thing being said in the video. But it is important to point out that iilluminaughtii uses writers and has a research team. So one could assume that perhaps the writers wrote this in script, and iilluminaughtii didn't even realize that it came from a documentary. However, we don't need to guess what kind of excuse that iilluminaughtii is going to use, because after all of the criticism, not just about the plagiarism, but from former friends of hers, which we will get into, iilluminaughtii posted an entire video talking about all of the allegations against her. And one of the first allegations that she speaks about is this video from hbomberguy on Twitter. She starts off by defining plagiarism, which is always kind of a weird thing to do in videos and can make you come across as a little bit condescending and also can be kind of manipulative sometimes. However, maybe it was okay to do this in the context of this video, but let's get to her definition of plagiarism. She says that it's using someone's work as your own or not giving credit. And in future videos, she says that she's done much better at trying to use quotes and be very clear about when she is quoting somebody and when it is her own words. And to be honest, this seems fair enough. The video is 3 years old at the moment, and content creators are always going to make mistakes and learn from them and get better as time goes on. I mean, if you look at any of my old videos, and please do not do that, but if you look at any of my old videos, I'm sure I've done things and said things that I wouldn't do or say now. Being a creator means constantly growing, so in this case, I believe her. But still, this isn't the only instance where iilluminaughtii got in trouble for alleged plagiarism. A couple of years ago, there was a bit of a feud between iilluminaughtii and another creator who goes by Cruel World's Happy Minds. And for context, I've had to redo saying that several times because I keep saying Cruel Minds Happy World, which is not correct at all. Now, Cruel World Happy Minds is a very big channel at the moment, but at the time that this was all occurring, they were relatively small. So let's get into what happened here. For context, iilluminaughtii posts a lot of video essays and commentary style videos, and a lot of them center around MLMs. At the time that this happened, Madison, who runs the channel Cruel World Happy Mind, posted a video about an MLM. And later on, iilluminaughtii posted a video on the same MLM, which Madison felt was very similar and perhaps copying her own video. And so she reached out to iilluminaughtii or Blair to say that this video may be copied, but the message that she sent was very nice and not aggressive at all, and just wanted to speak to iilluminaughtii about the situation and clear it up. But iilluminaughtii seemed to react quite badly. There was a lot of tweets, and also she spoke quite negatively about Madison, not naming her, but still speaking badly about her in a podcast.
Something I recently learned, apparently, is there is this whole anti-MLM community, right? I kind of thought I was on my own little island doing my own thing. Maybe that's my own ego. I don't watch other anti-MLM videos because I don't want to know what other people are saying, or I don't want it influencing what I do. So I purposely have terms like that blocked from my YouTube search, and that kind of stuff can't influence me. What I did have happen though recently, which this is, I'm gonna try and keep it vague so I don't mention this person's channel, but it's a very small YouTuber claiming that I copied her. And okay, she claimed that I copied her video that she had done maybe a couple weeks ago, right? And the video that I had done the topic on was suggested to me multiple times from my comment section. So I just listened to my comments and I made a video because that's what people were interested in my opinion on. So she messages me and she goes, "I'm just really disappointed because you're someone I look up to and you copied my video and I want credit." Right? So I didn't know who this person was. So I went to my moderators in my Discord server and I was like, hey, I screenshotted the message. I sent it to them. And I said, do you know, is this a YouTuber? Can you guys tell me who this is or what they're...
And I've heard from other people that iilluminaughtii accused Madison of using sub-bots later on, but I can't actually find any evidence of this. So I can't say for 100% fact that that is true. But what we can say happened is that eventually it looks like the two of them came to an understanding and this situation ended. But it still left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, and it made them feel that perhaps iilluminaughtii doesn't take criticism that well. And for others, they believe that this shows that iilluminaughtii copies people's work, but again, we can't say that for sure. Plagiarism, though, is not one of the biggest issues that people are focusing on in this situation. After the controversy with LegalEagle, some of Blair's former friends came out to talk about the negative interactions that they had had with her. The majority of these friends used to be in a collaborative channel together called Sad Milk, where they would do Reddit videos and things like that. The channel isn't active anymore, but for a while they were doing pretty okay, getting alright views. There were a couple of Twitter threads that were made by these former friends and former members of Sad Milk. For example, OzMedia or Wonderstruck. Wonderstruck's thread is particularly interesting because he accuses Blair of being aggressive and just all around not a nice person. Now, for context, he used to edit some of the videos on the Sad Milk channel. And he also talks about the Sad Milk channel, saying that Blair took over a managerial role, and Wonderstruck himself used to do some of the editing for the channel. And he says at one point he had to miss Christmas with his brother and father because he had to fix a mistake made by one of the other editors. However, in iilluminaughtie's video, she says that she doesn't understand how this could be the case, because Wonderstruck volunteered to fix this edit himself. Nobody asked him to do it. And the video itself went live on the 24th of December at 1 PM. So the editing would have been finalized in the morning of the 24th, and therefore Wonderstruck would have been free on Christmas. Now you need to take into account that we don't know this person's personal situation. Perhaps they had to travel very far to get to their father and brother on Christmas. Wonderstruck also complained in this thread about only getting paid every 2 weeks. And now, admittedly, when I saw this, I thought it was a weird thing to complain about, because getting paid every 2 weeks is standard for a lot of jobs, and for a lot of other jobs, getting paid monthly is the standard. I can tell you now, I've never had a job where I got paid more frequently than monthly. But according to iilluminaughtii, in her own video, it was stated outright that people would only get paid every 2 weeks, so that was known by everybody. There are of course a lot of other accusations made in this thread about iilluminaughtie's behaviour in general and her attitude towards things and people, alleging that she would start fights with people or would backstab former friends or even villainize them. And that's something that's a lot harder to refute. And also something that was backed up by The Click, another former friend of iilluminaughtii. Just like some of the other former members, The Click says that iilluminaughtii had poor anger management and that she would frequently lash out at her friends. Even saying once that in a meeting with her, she screamed at him for over an hour and called him lazy and a bad friend. So let's bring it back to iilluminaughtie's own video where she talks about this, and she says that The Click left out the context of this meeting. She said it was around the time that she was thinking about leaving Sad Milk because she was doing a lot of the administration and was feeling burnt out. She didn't want to have a meeting yet, she wasn't ready to talk about it, but the other members insisted. And during the meeting she was being spoken over, so she shouted, "Shut up and let me finish talking," or something along those lines. And that's all well and good, but that's not the quote that The Click gave. So why is she not addressing the quote that The Click gave? And just shouting, "Shut up and let me talk for a second," is not the same as screaming for an hour. So there seems to be a bit of a discrepancy here. Click also says that after he left Sad Milk along with some of the other members, iilluminaughtii would spread lies about him and them, and would also vague post about them online. And he alludes to a situation with his Discord server where it looked like iilluminaughtii was trying to pull power from him because his Discord was doing better than hers. There isn't too much detail given in his thread about what this is referring to, but iilluminaughtii does expand on it in her video, and it's a pretty big situation. Content warning for this, by the way, this might not be suitable for all listeners, so you can skip ahead a little bit if you don't want to listen to this part. It was brought to iilluminaughtie's attention that there was a moderator in the Click's Discord who was 19 years old and bragging about being in love with a 12-year-old. And she tried to reach out to the Click to get this resolved, but he wasn't taking action, he wasn't doing anything about it. And according to her, he did not take any action until she discussed it with another creator called One Topic. So as such, she felt that this was a really bad situation and that the Click was not taking action and not doing what he needs to do to safeguard the members and the underage members in his Discord. And that really does sound terrible. If that's true and he's just not taking action and ignoring these things, that's awful. But the clique posted his own video in response to this, saying that he hopes that this is going to be the last thing he needs to say on the matter. This time, he says that iilluminaughtii left out a very important detail in her retelling of this story, and that is that this all happened at 2 AM his time, when he was asleep. And most importantly, that this user who was saying this was banned at 2:14 AM, again while he was asleep. It was handled pretty quickly by his team, and he was in bed at the time. But iilluminaughtii has been spinning this as if he knew about this for ages and was doing nothing to stop it. In fact, when she tells the story, she doesn't really give timelines, and it makes it sound like he knew about this for a huge amount of time, perhaps days or weeks, and just simply chose to do nothing, whereas the reality is that it was handled in one night while he was asleep. How could he know about this and be doing nothing about it if he was asleep? And iilluminaughtii, as we said, had claimed to reach out to the clique herself to try and get this sorted, but she showed no evidence of this, and that is because according to the clique, this evidence doesn't exist. She never reached out to him. There was another situation in this Discord as well, where somebody was sharing inappropriate pictures to a minor, and iilluminaughtii was talking about this in her video, making it sound like another situation where it wasn't being taken seriously, and the clique and his team were just okay with it and just leaving it there. But the person who shared these pictures was removed and banned immediately. And although iilluminaughtii shares pieces of their conversation in her own video, she didn't share the full conversations, and it just makes it all look very suspicious. Brings us back to the clique's main issue, which is that he claims in his video that she has been running a smear campaign against him since he left. And it seemed to have started as soon as he left Sad Milk. The Sad Milk account on Twitter posted about his leaving as well as some of the other members. And then a few hours later, iilluminaughtii tweeted a casual reminder that maps are never okay and it's never a grey area, which the Sad Milk account retweeted a few hours after posting that these members were leaving. And of course, this is a very important statement. The statement by iilluminaughtii by itself is fine and okay and definitely the truth. But the timing of this started a lot of rumours about the members themselves. And one could assume that she knew that this was going to happen if she tweeted this and retweeted it on the Sad Milk account just after saying that some members were leaving. You would not be faulted for thinking that she could have done this on purpose to spread these rumours. We can't say that for a fact, but it does look like that. And the clique even shows evidence of more times that she seemed to have shaded him or deleted comments to make it look like more people hated him than they did. He goes into a lot of detail about this, so it's definitely worth watching his video. I won't regurgitate everything for you, but there is a lot. And again, you can't say for sure that somebody is running a smear campaign, but it does look like that. It really does look like she's just trying to smear her former friends because she feels that she's been wronged. Of course, there is the possibility that she thought she was doing the right thing in this situation. She thought that there was something major going on and she wanted to put a stop to it. But then we have to remember the context of what we're talking about. Again, the situation with the 19-year-old happened in the middle of the night when the clique was asleep, and it was taken care of very quickly. The person was banned very quickly, but she makes it sound like that's not the case. Why? Of course, there is so much more detail that we could go into here, and so many more little petty things that have happened, but at the end of the day, the first thing that started this all was the situation with LegalEagle. And both LegalEagle and iilluminaughtii seem to be okay with where they are right now and have moved on. So I think with that one, I think it's okay for us to just move on from it. But then we move on to the rest of the stuff, with her seemingly shading friends and just not being the nicest person to them. And it seems to me like a situation where some people are in the right sometimes and others are in the right sometimes. I don't see anything wrong with paying somebody bi-weekly, but she was paying him and he did have benefits and all of that sounds fine. But perhaps there was other situations where she was aggressive or was mean or wasn't the best friend. And a common thread between all of these people's accounts is that she seems to villainize others when she feels wronged, and perhaps that is the truth. But this is all stuff that happened offline, between friends, so we can never really know. But if she is going the extra mile to try and smear her former friends, That's really not okay. And I think we've seen situations like this before. Some people are even saying that she's the new Creepshow Art. Though we do need to remember that the Creepshow Art situation was a lot bigger than this and does involve alleged real-life stalking. So I think it's important to distinguish between the two, although there can be parallels seen between them. It seems like only the people who were actually involved with this situation are the ones who really know what happened, and that's the way it's probably going to stay. All we can really say for sure is that it looks like this is somebody who just can't take criticism and doesn't like to feel wronged. And although she's responded to all of these allegations and tried to paint herself in a pretty good light, things seem to just get worse for her. So we're going to be looking at iilluminauttii's entire history of controversy, which of course will include Wonderstruck's response video, which we didn't cover in the last video because it wasn't out yet. As we already know, this whole story started when iilluminauttii accused LegalEagle of plagiarizing her, but it does paint a picture of somebody who's very reactionary and very hot-headed, and of somebody who isn't afraid to accuse others with little evidence. And former friends of hers seem to feel the same way, because after this all took place, former members of a group called Sad Milk, which included iilluminauttii, came forward to say that she has always acted this way. The Clique, Wonderstruck, One Topic, and OzMedia all came forward with their own stories about her, and all of them seemed pretty bad. These were all in the form of Twitter threads, but the main threads that people seem to be focusing on were the ones by the Clique and Wonderstruck. In the Clique's thread, he said that iilluminauttii would often lash out at people and turn on friends on a dime. He said that she had poor anger management skills, and overall that she just treated people badly, which became the reason why he and other members left Sad Milk, pointing to the catalyst of it all being a call that they all had to discuss the future of the channel, during which time she apparently screamed at him for half an hour and called him a bunch of names. And after this, he says that she would commit petty acts of revenge, like deleting comments from the Sad Milk channel that talked positively about him, while leaving comments that said they were glad he left, making it look like people had more hatred for him than they did. Also vague posting about him, potentially trying to dig up dirt on him, and trying to take control of his Discord server. In iilluminauttii's response video though, she paints a terrible picture of the Clique, saying that there was a 19-year-old in his Discord server who was bragging about being with a 12-year-old, and that the Clique did nothing to stop this despite the fact that she had tried to reach out to him multiple times. This makes him look really terrible and really, really negligent, and potentially even complicit. But in the Clique's video, he says that this wasn't the case. He was asleep when this message from the 19-year-old was sent, and it was deleted and the user banned while he was asleep at 2:14 AM. And according to him, iilluminauttii didn't even reach out to him to try and sort this out, and that was a lie. So why did she try to make him look so terrible? Well, according to the Clique, this is a pattern of behaviour for her, and that this is not the first time that she tried to make him look bad. He believes that she has been running a smear campaign against him since he left Sad Milk, showing receipts that seem to point to Blair paying people to dig up dirt on him, and trying to dig up videos of him saying the R word when he was a teenager, something which as an adult he has owned up to and has apologised for, and potentially trying to make it seem like he's still saying these things to this day. Worst of all, he shows receipts of Blair's alleged alt account, and although this is alleged, it does seem pretty damning. This was an account that she allegedly used to harass and smear former members of Sad Milk. I don't know what kind of person would go to such lengths to do this to former friends and colleagues. It's horrible, immature, and vindictive behaviour, especially when you look at the fact that if this was the case, iilluminauttii was trying to associate the Clique with horrible accusations involving minors just to smear him. It is truly horrific. And one thing that Wonderstruck pointed out in his response video is that if Blair did have documented evidence of something terrible going on, which she claims to have, why did she wait 3 years to come forward? Is that not negligent, especially when you have such a huge audience and could make a difference if something terrible like this was going on? And why only share it on an alt account, unless you know that it's not true? And he also points out a time that iilluminauttii contradicted herself by first saying that she didn't know about the Clique saying the R word, and that she would have ended their friendship sooner if she had known, but then later says it didn't come as a shock to her because her and OzMedia had discussed how he'd say it when they played games together.
a very convenient series of videos resurfaced with him saying some not-so-savory things after he left Sad Milk. I was actually unaware of those videos at the time of our friendship, but had I been aware of them, that friendship would have likely ended sooner. When those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me, as OzMedia and I had actually talked about how Click had been using the R slur while we played games together.
So which one is it? So let's get to Wonderstruck's statements and the things that Blair said about him. Firstly, about this call that the Click was talking about where he said that Blair had screamed at him for half an hour. iilluminaughtie's version of events was that all she had said was, "Can you let me speak for a minute?" because everybody was talking over her. And both the Click and Wonderstruck say that this isn't the case, with Wonderstruck saying that she was really irritable during this call and raising tensions when she didn't need to. And speaking of this call, the whole reason iilluminaughtii said that this was happening was because she wasn't happy with the channel. She felt like she wasn't getting any help with it, and that she was doing everything and paying for everything. In her video, she says that they were all responsible for paying the editors. They all had to pay an equal share. But a lot of the time, people would not pay, and that it was just simply left to her. But Wonder shares receipts, at least from his side, showing that this was not the case. Moving on from that, there was a very important part of Wonder's thread which people seem to be focusing on, and that is the Christmas video for Sad Milk. In his thread, Wonder says that he had to miss Christmas with his father and his brother to work on editing a video for the Sad Milk channel, which was supposed to go out on Christmas Eve. In iilluminaughtie's video, she says that she never asked him to do this, and she doesn't understand how he possibly could have missed Christmas when the video went out a day before Christmas. But Wonder does give us more insight into this. If you don't know, ad revenue on YouTube is generally higher in December because more advertisers are paying more money because they want people to buy Christmas presents. And I'm just a little bit salty because this is the case for everybody that I've ever talked to or seen talk about this, but it is not the case for me. In fact, December seems to always be my absolute worst month for ad revenue. So I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe they've decided that I'm not very Christmas friendly. Regardless though, this is not about me, and this ad revenue was the case for Wonder. He was a small creator and was working full-time on YouTube, so he was pumping out videos and trying to get as much ad revenue as possible while still creating good content. He had pulled an all-nighter to get a video out on his channel on the 19th of December. And after all this was going on, Sad Milk were waiting to see what was happening with their Christmas Eve video. It had been sent to a new editor, and iilluminaughtii had apparently never checked in with the editor to see how things were going. When this editor sent the video over, it was just bad. There's no other way to say it, it was just bad. Wonder didn't want the video to be scrapped because a lot of money had been spent on it, and they'd even all flown to Colorado together to film it in person. And he also just didn't want to post a bad video because the audience wouldn't like it. And he points out very importantly that although Blair did not ask him to do this, she had made it very clear that she felt like she didn't have any help from any of the other members. So he did an all-nighter again to get this video ready for Christmas Eve. And after this he was so tired and his sleep schedule was so screwed that he slept through until the afternoon of Christmas. So you could argue that no, this was not iilluminaughtie's fault. She didn't say that he had to do this. However, she didn't check in with the editor that she hired. And she had made a work environment where she had made it clear that she felt like she was the only one doing anything to make the channel work. And after this portion, he does show receipts to show that he was often paid late. But this is where we get into the deeper aspects of the story and where things start to get quite sad. Wonder apparently wasn't too happy with his life in Austin. Although iilluminaughtii did try to paint this as him saying that he hated everybody and his roommates were awful and everything was terrible. Wonder says that this isn't the case. He only had one roommate who is still to this day his best friend, but he just wasn't the happiest with his life there. iilluminaughtii had already wanted to get into real estate. She wanted to be a landlord. And she may have seen this as an opportunity because she discussed with Wonder that he should move to Colorado. She was planning to build homes for 3 other members of Sad Milk and rent it to them. This is something that iilluminaughtii completely left out of her video, and all that she says is that Wonder had lived with her and OzMedia in Colorado rent-free. And this is the case, he did technically live in their home in Colorado rent-free. But that is because he was supposed to move into this new home that she was building to rent to him to be his landlord in August. And when he had a month left before moving and he had already finalized the ending of the lease, she informed him that it was delayed and going to be pushed back to December. and that he could stay with them for the time being. This is something he expressed that he was deeply uncomfortable with, because he did not want to feel like a burden. So the entire time he was there, he tried to help them in any way he could, and tried to find work to do. iilluminaughtii had also become his employer at this time. And this is something that she talks about in her video. She says that she gave him a salary of $50,000 a year, plus some very generous benefits, which she points out that he never used. And then she also said that he had never met deadlines, but she decided to keep him on the payroll anyway. However, he had continuously not met deadlines, and had said inappropriate things in a work chat, and this was grounds for termination, so she terminated his employment. Again though, this is another case of this not seeming to be the truth. Because with receipts, he says that he was fired before the deadline even came up. He was fired at the end of July, his deadline was August 2nd. According to him, the reason that he was delayed was because his editing software corrupted, and so he flew himself from Colorado to Austin to get his old computer from his dad so that he could edit on that and get the work done. But once he got to editing this video, he found he'd been locked out of the files and fired. And what about that inappropriate comment? Well, he'd never heard about it. Nobody had said anything to him about it. And he found out from OzMedia what it may have been.
As for the inappropriate comment I made on a forum, I have never heard of this. Blair claims to have a strict policy on discipline, yet why didn't she or her staff ever reach out to me about this problem? Why does she not provide evidence on this comment, and what forum? So I reached out to Oz and I found the answer, and the comment I made was supposed to be grounds for termination. I'd like to reiterate that means a total loss of income to a person. This was along the lines of the comment that I made. If I could be an animal for a day, I would be a furry, and my favorite food would be ass. You can't make this up, man. Total loss of income because I said as a joke, I said I was a furry.
And personally, I don't think it's an appropriate comment to be making in a work chat, but it's not a fireable offense, and nobody ever said anything to him about it. In situations like this, I think the best course of action is to talk to the person, tell them that they can't say things like that in work chats, and then they won't do it again. It's not something you fire somebody over. Not to mention the fact that he was fired before his deadline was due, but we were all told that he never met the deadlines. How could he? He didn't work there anymore. And he'd never even used the benefits that iilluminaughtii was talking about because he only worked there for 60 days. What benefits is he gonna use in 60 days? Before all this had happened though, and before he was fired, iilluminaughtii decided to help him to buy a new car, and a very expensive car at that, a BMW. He didn't want that expensive of a car, but eventually she convinced him that it was a good idea. They were taking out a loan for the car together, but he never saw the paperwork and he had no idea of the process of this. But let's jump ahead to later on, after everything went wrong. Eventually he spoke to iilluminaughtii because he felt like he was a burden in that home with her and OzMedia at all times. And she told him that he needed to leave immediately. Before he left, she had him sign the BMW contract. And not knowing where to go, he went to visit his father for a while. Very soon after this, on the 28th of July, OzMedia and Wonderstruck had a conversation. In it, Wonderstruck said that he wanted to move out of Colorado. He wasn't feeling like it was the best thing for him at the time. OzMedia also informed him that iilluminaughtii wanted Wonderstruck to pay the depreciation value of the car. So, the agreement that they came to was that Wonderstruck would go to Colorado, sign the depreciation contract, and sign over the lease. And of course, leave the car. And because Wonder wanted to know what he was paying for and ensure that the depreciation value that he was agreeing to pay was correct, he asked to see everything that his name was tied to on the car, but this was never provided to him. Then, hours later, when Wonder was asleep, iilluminaughtii texted him at 3 AM saying that she was in Texas and was repossessing the car, because apparently he had numerous contract violations. She took the car without speaking to him first, with all of his possessions inside of it. This included things like computer monitors, a drone, camera equipment, his PlayStation, and his YouTube play button. There was a lot of stuff in there. And apparently there wasn't even contract violations because the contract that he signed wasn't legally binding. She said that she would make arrangements to get this stuff to him, but he never heard about it again despite reaching out to her to try and make this happen, and even sending a legal demand for his items. And allegedly, according to OzMedia, she threw them in the bin. She threw his stuff, his very expensive stuff, in the bin. That is vindictive and inexcusable, and I'm pretty sure illegal? So yeah, he still hasn't gotten his stuff back. What makes this situation really scary is that Wonder's employment, housing, and car were all in the hands of Illuminati. And seemingly overnight, she just snatched them all from him and set his life back a lot. He gets very emotional about this when he talks about it, very understandably, and watching it, I felt really bad for him. I had to pause the video and walk away for a while just because it was just such a terrible situation, and I can't understand why one human being would want to do that to another human being. This is definitely the biggest part of all the allegations that Wonder has made against Illuminati, but there is other stuff too. Illuminati had painted him as being negligent towards his dog, which doesn't seem to be the case at all. And in his Twitter thread, he had posted a picture of one room in Illuminati's house, showing how messy the entire house is. In her video, she said that this room was completely off limits because it was for boxing, and that it showed how disrespectful that Wonder was towards her and Oz. But once again, this just seems to be a time where she's allegedly just okay with lying and twisting the truth and trying to make people look really bad. Because that photo was taken when Wonder didn't even live there. It was a new mattress that hadn't been in the home until 2022, and this was corroborated by OzMedia, who in fact did take the picture. And while we're at it, let's talk about OzMedia for a bit. At the end of Illuminati's response video to all of this, she cries for a while talking about her relationship with OzMedia and how she's so sad that it's had to end this way. But OzMedia made an appearance in Wonderstruck's video, and he doesn't seem to be buying it. He says that he's seen her work up these tears on multiple occasions. These were times when she's had to have tough conversations with employees or with him, or even when she's had to have conversations with other creators that she's had problems with. Essentially, this is just manipulative behavior to try and garner sympathy. He also says that this was a completely different tone than what she had had with him in private. But he didn't go into details about this because he wanted to keep it private. There is one more thing that we need to discuss about Wonder's video before we move on, and that is the stuff that Illuminati shared about his mental health. Now, in my original video, I didn't talk about this, and that was just for the reason that Illuminati had clearly shared very private details that weren't meant to be publicized, and I didn't feel that it was right for me to continue to publicize that to potentially more people when it might not be something that Wonderstruck would want out there. And he does speak about these events in his video. But again, I don't feel like it's appropriate for me to share this when it was originally shared without his consent, which is the only reason he's talking about it. So if you want the information on that, you can watch Wonder's video. Of course, it is shared in the description. The whole thing is timestamped, so you can find that section really easily, but you can also watch the whole video too if you want, just to get a full picture of the entire situation. It is his story to share, and I'm just not comfortable sharing it for him. If everything said by these creators is true, then it looks like Illuminati just treats former friends really badly and falls out with people very easily. But this behavior is not limited to former members of Sad Milk. Illuminati has had really controversial encounters with other creators, like Nicholas Diario, Thomas C., r/, and Cruel World Happy Minds. It's just Happy Mind, it's just one mind. I've said her username 10 times in a row now. I can't say it again. That was the best take I got. I'm sorry. Let's look first at Cruel World Happy Minds because this is what I talked about in my previous video. But we have just a little bit of extra information that I didn't give in that video. Cruel World Happy Mind, whose name is Madison, which I'm going to say because I have such trouble saying her username, had made a video about Tyra Banks's failed MLM, which did really well at the time, especially considering that she had about 20,000 subscribers at the time. A little while after she made her video, Illuminati made a very similar video, and people had been reaching out to her saying that this may have been copied. So Madison reached out to Illuminati in a very nice and very kind message, saying that she just wasn't sure if this may have been copied and she'd like to talk about it. Illuminati never responded, but she did talk about this whole situation in a podcast, where she didn't name Madison, but belittled her and twisted the situation, saying that someone had come at her aggressively, saying that she had copied their video. iilluminaughtii also allegedly shared false information and lied about Madison in her Instagram stories, saying something along the lines of, "I can't believe a creator messaged me accusing me of copying them," even though Madison had already made a video talking about this situation where she rectified things and said that you don't have ownership over a topic, and that just because iilluminaughtii posted a similar video doesn't mean that it was copied. But she was new to this whole thing, and a lot of people were saying that this was the case, and all she wanted to do was reach out and talk to her. And she made another Instagram story saying that Madison was untrustworthy, that you shouldn't subscribe to her, and here are other people you should subscribe to, and also accused her of using sub-bots. They did have a very lengthy phone conversation after this to clear things up, and they came to an agreement, which was that Madison would have to cut out bits of her video that made iilluminaughtii look bad, and iilluminaughtii would not do a live stream about the situation, which she was planning to do. Essentially saying, "I won't destroy you in front of my much bigger sub count as long as you don't say anything negative about me." But this is not the only situation where iilluminaughtii had accused somebody of using sub-bots. This also happened with a creator called r/. However, the thing is that he did jump from 2k to 350k subs really quickly, and that does kind of look suspicious. It's not necessarily the case that he was using sub-bots, but there is no way for me to take a stance on this when I have absolutely no idea. But people in my comments were flagging it, so it is worth mentioning. But there are some situations which we can get a fuller picture of, such as the falling out with Tommy C. This all happened in 2021, when iilluminaughtii used to work on a news parody show on Tommy C's channel. But because she had such a big part in this show, she had admin control over Tommy C's channel, which essentially means that she can do anything on his channel that he can do. Upload videos, change details, even delete videos. Which is what ended up happening.
iilluminaughtii deleted my videos over a fat joke. I didn't even tell the fat joke. Like, I have literally nothing to do with this. She had met up with Real Talk and some fans of mine and fans of hers too. I'm not going to sit there and, you know, obviously she got 100,000 subs for a reason. And they met in Las Vegas. One of my news team guys, Rico at the time, and they wanted to put me in a room. Real Talk was there and thank me. And so how they did it is we all went into the news chat room where all the other members were, and you know, we kind of said hello, and I guess Rico said it, and for reasons that I'm not quite sure to this day, the vault kept repeating over and over again, "God, Rico, you're fat." And then that was kind of uncomfortable and funny, and Real Talk cackled as loud as he could. And then like 5 minutes would pass, he would go, "Jesus, Rico, you're really, really fat." And it was, I gotta be honest with you, it was kind of uncomfortable.
Despite the fact that she had previously made fun of Tipster's mental health next to a picture of him with a hamburger for his face, she took offense to this. She messaged Tommy C saying they had moved separate ways and wished him all the best. But she sent this video after she had already gone into his channel and deleted any video which had her in it, without consulting him or even warning him, or even mentioning it in her goodbye message. And Tommy C had no way to recover these videos. It's a very reactionary response from iilluminaughtii. Even though you could say that it was fair enough that she got offended by a fat joke, she should have at least talked to the owner of the channel before deleting videos from his channel. If she had admin control, that was because he trusted her, and she broke that trust. If she wanted videos with her deleted, she should have said it to him. And this is not the only situation where she has tried to take down content on other people's channels. Nicholas Diorio had posted a video which was criticizing iilluminaughtii. And in that video there was a fan art somebody had made of her used in the thumbnail. So iilluminaughtii took it upon herself to message the artist and fan of hers, saying that a hate channel was using their art in the thumbnail and that they should probably copyright strike it. They did, and the video was taken down. Instead of false claiming a video herself, which could get her and her channel in trouble, she went with a middleman and got somebody else to do her dirty work for her because she didn't want to deal with the criticism. These are not the behaviors of a mature, level-headed person. And if it was just one scenario or one situation or one bad falling out, you could maybe brush it off as just somebody doing something wrong and hopefully they learn from their mistakes. But this all seems to be a pattern of behavior. She seems to keep doing the same things over and over again. She seems to keep being petty and vindictive and all around just not the nicest person, and generally not being able to deal with any kind of criticism towards her. Maybe she wasn't wrong in every single situation, but there are far too many situations to just brush them off as just a coincidence. As it stands right now, her channel has lost 160,000 subscribers in the last 30 days alone. That is twice as many subscribers as I have on this channel. But you know, if you'd all like to subscribe to this channel, so maybe we can hit 160,000 within the next hour. Sure, why not? And her views are down by 69.4%. Do not make a joke about that, we're all mature people here. Her comments are also filled with people asking her to take accountability and to apologize for the things that she's allegedly done to her former friends. Not just her former friends, this also includes people that she's had pretty negative interactions with in the past, like Cruel World Happy Minds. The backlash, though, is not just limited to her fans and her former fans. Due to all of this, she's even started to lose sponsors. HelloFresh recently came out and said that they would no longer be working with her due to the backlash. And from a business point of view, you can absolutely see why they wouldn't want to do that. In general, not for all brands, but a lot of brands don't want to be associated with controversial people. And at the height of controversies, sponsors will drop people because they don't need that bad press. And also, if there's contracts involved, she's probably getting paid a specific amount per month. Potentially, I don't know for sure, I have never seen her contracts, but since she is getting much lower views than before, probably they can't justify the amount that they were going to be paying her for future videos. This is the only sponsor that we know about for sure that she's lost. There could be more, there could not be. She could even gain some, who knows. But clearly we can see that all of this controversy is having a negative effect on her channel. So what did iilluminaughtii decide to do in her response to all of this? Her second response, because she did post a video that was not well received. Did she decide to apologize and try and move on and learn from all of this? Did she maybe provide evidence that perhaps she didn't do the things that she was accused of? Or did she just give one of the typical terrible YouTuber responses that pretty much say nothing while threatening legal action against people? Which one do you think it is? I think you already know, it's the third one.
When something as horrible as this happens, people always come out and admit fault and tell the horrifying truth of their continued negligence and malpractice, right? Yeah, you're right, that never happens. What am I thinking? Instead, they usually do their best to hide everything and blame anyone but themselves, and wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happened here too.
Hello everyone, I am fully aware of the recent false allegations that have surfaced. I want to take a moment to publicly state that I am taking these allegations seriously and am committed to rectifying this situation promptly and appropriately. I understand the concerns and potential impact that these false allegations have caused. My team and I are actively working behind the scenes to gather all relevant facts. I'm committed to transparency and accountability throughout this process. I want to comment now, but we're gonna get back to that. Rest assured that I am taking decisive action to address this situation. I will provide updates and communicate any necessary actions as soon as possible. Thank you to those who are standing by me during this challenging time. I will not allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice. We are also gonna get back to that. Just give it a minute. I appreciate your patience and understanding during this challenging time. I am dedicated to upholding my channel's values and delivering on our commitments. I am confident that the truth will prevail. Sincerely, Blair Zon. Blair Zon sounds like a sci-fi character, and honestly I kind of love that. So it may sound that in these few tweets she said absolutely nothing, but that is not the case. We actually have a lot to unpack within these. Firstly, she didn't give any information. She didn't say which allegations she was talking about. She didn't say which actions she was taking. She didn't say which things were false and which things weren't. And I want to give her the benefit of the doubt in this case, because if legal action is being taken, then probably her lawyers would advise that she shouldn't be speaking about this stuff. That is generally the case when any kind of legal action is involved. You're not supposed to speak about the things publicly unless directed otherwise. And we do already know, at least from Wonderstruck's side, that there is some kind of legal proceedings going on between himself and Blair. But of course, we don't have full details of that. The second thing that I want to point out is the language used in this statement. Now, I do not know if Blair herself wrote this statement. It is quite possible that somebody else on her team or on her legal team potentially wrote this, or she might have written it herself. But along with the overall vagueness of it, there are certain things in this that seem a little bit off, such as repeating the term false allegations. Of course, if they are false, and unfortunately we don't have any evidence to lead us to believe that that is the case, but we don't know for sure. But if they are false, fair enough. The thing is, repeating something like this over and over seems like an attempt to drive in that point and make people think that this is the case, in a way like, if I scream this loud enough, everybody will believe me, which seems to be how the internet works these days. Anyway, but that's a topic for another time. But she keeps repeating it, and it just feels like she's just trying to say it enough that people believe it. However, if they are false allegations, then fine. She also says that this is a challenging time for her and other things along those lines, and I have no doubt that this is a challenging time for her. She's losing subscribers, she's getting less views, she's getting less sponsors, and she's getting comments from people telling her that she needs to own up to the things that she's done. It is definitely not an easy time. But with that being said, if everything that is being said about her is true, or if even a fraction of the things being said about her are true, then it's kind of her own doing. Because the way that it appears in a lot of these situations is that she's the bad guy, which again is an opinion. But if she is the bad guy in these situations and is finally facing the consequences of her own actions, then it's deserved, even if those consequences don't feel good. I also want to point out that she said she won't let these false allegations be used against her to silence her voice. And the thing is, I don't think anybody wants to silence her, at least not from what I've seen. If she has concrete evidence that the things being said against her are lies, I'm sure people would love to hear that. People would love to see that. And we've seen how quickly the internet will change their minds if they are given irrefutable evidence that they were wrong. I mean, there were a billion Dramageddons for a reason. People don't want her to be silenced. They either want her to provide evidence that the things being said about her are lies, or they want her to own up and apologize sincerely, not try and turn everything around on the other people. Neither of those options are silencing her. They both involve her speaking, but it's either show proof or apologize. But there's also something a little bit ironic about her saying that she is being silenced. Blair, aka iilluminaughtii, just sent me a cease and desist for speaking out against her abuse. I will not be silenced. She is claiming that she is the one who is being silenced in all of this, and you know what? Maybe there is cease and desist being sent her way. If there is, we don't know about it. But to say that and then to send somebody a cease and desist, which is a legal request stating, stop saying these things or I will have to take legal action. It's just a little bit ironic. And I know that some people have a little bit of confusion about what a cease and desist is. They think that in general it's an order that you must stop speaking about this person or this situation. Generally, what people are referring to though is a cease and desist letter, which is a cautionary letter sent to an alleged wrongdoer describing the alleged misconduct and demanding that the alleged misconduct be stopped. It's not a legal order, it's a request to stop. It's sort of like a warning before legal action is taken. Still though, it's often used to scare people into silence, especially in cases where one party might have access to better lawyers, or where one party has a better legal understanding or things like that. In this case though, Wonderstruck says that he will not be silenced. This does not necessarily mean that Blair will definitely take legal action against him, but it does mean that she potentially could. It doesn't mean she'll win. She just might try. And OzMedia also posted about this situation on Twitter. Blair, a leftist, is basically threatening Wonderstruck with a slap suit. Now, the slap suit is different from a cease and desist. This stands for a strategic lawsuit against public participation, which according to Wikipedia, and I know Wikipedia isn't a proper source, but I think it works in this case, they are lawsuits intended to censor, intimidate, and silence critics by burdening them with the cost of a legal defense until they abandon their criticism or opposition. The most common form of these is a civil suit for defamation, which is quite likely what this one is. But again, we don't know that for sure because we haven't seen the letter. It's very important to point out here that OzMedia is saying that Blair is threatening Wonderstruck with a slap suit, not that she started proceedings. So presumably what is happening is that in the cease and desist letter, she said, "Stop saying these things about me or I will sue you for defamation." It's quite unfortunate how often on YouTube we have to talk about defamation. And also how often I end up talking about legal stuff on this channel. I am not a lawyer. Of course, like I said before, if Blair comes out with proper evidence that everybody is lying about her, about everything they've said, that somehow refutes all of the evidence that people like Wonderstruck and the Clique have already showed, then I'm sure we will all be willing to listen. For now though, with the evidence that we've already seen, it just seems like she's in the wrong and she's just trying to silence people who are saying things about her that she doesn't like because they hurt her image. Or because we have another case of a YouTuber who can't accept that they could possibly do something wrong, which seems to happen quite a lot. In fairness, you do need to have a little bit of an ego to do YouTube, and I say that as somebody who does YouTube, but it can go too far for some people. And it especially seems weird with all of the clips that are going around on YouTube at the moment of moments from iilluminaughtii that have aged poorly or have aged like milk. Some of them are nitpicky, obviously, but there are others, like this one, that just make you do a bit of a double take.
As kind of an offset tangent, I remember there was someone I used to be friends with who ran a Discord server, and my friends and I found out that there was someone in that server who was above the age of 18, like explicitly talking about how they were in love or like in a relationship of some gross fucking variety with a 14-year-old. And then I stopped being friends with that person because that person wouldn't do anything about it. And they go, well, that's their personal life. Like, they can deal with it. And I was like, what the fuck?
Because after seeing a lot of the evidence from both iilluminaughtii and the Clique, it doesn't seem like anywhere he said that. That anywhere he said that's that person's choice and, you know, that it's their life. So quite honestly, it seems like a blatant lie, as do a lot of the things that she's been saying. The deeper you look into the iilluminaughtii story, the worse it gets. As for now though, we have some very important updates. We have some updates about legal stuff, as well as a new response video which was made, and we also have new information from iilluminauttii's ex. And I'm going to tell you now, I found the stuff about her ex quite difficult and quite upsetting. But we're going to get to that in a bit. Firstly, I want to talk to you about the legal updates, which is that, as we mentioned, Wonderstruck was sent a cease and desist order from iilluminaughtii. We've already talked about this in length, we don't need to go more into it, but what we do need to know is that now Wonderstruck is not the only one to have received one of these. So iilluminaughtii has officially sent me a cease and desist. Best part is she cites parts of videos which I had no part in, and demands I make a public apology. I haven't even made a video yet. So OzMedia, who has not made a video yet about iilluminaughtii, who has only made a Twitter thread and appeared briefly in Wonderstruck's video, has now been sent a cease and desist, presumably for something along the lines of defamation, even though he hasn't really said much yet. And keep in mind that OzMedia was the person that iilluminaughtii claimed to be heartbroken about in her video.
I just want to say thank you for always being my support through all of my ups and downs. I know that a lot of these personal situations in my life left me very thin and sometimes irritable, and I want to say thank you for supporting me through it and talking me through some really hard times. Your support and your friendship meant more to me than I think you'll probably ever know.
I guess she went from sadness to anger really quickly. Since we're talking about defamation, just need to clear all my bases and let you guys know that this video is an opinion beast. This video is an opinion piece based on speculation and opinion. Everything said is alleged. Somebody responded to this tweet and said, "That said, look into anti-slap laws / protection in your state with a lawyer. If you're lucky, you may be able to dismiss her case rather quickly if you can prove it to be a slap." If you're wondering, a slap suit is a strategic lawsuit against public participation. They are lawsuits intended to censor, intimidate, and silence critics by burdening them with the cost of legal defense until they abandon their criticism or opposition. These are most commonly civil suits for defamation, which is likely what iilluminaughtii was threatening if OzMedia didn't follow the cease and desist order. Luckily though, OzMedia responds to this, saying Colorado has high slap protection. The thing is though, we still don't know if iilluminaughtii is planning to sue these creators, or if she is just sending cease and desists in order to intimidate people into silence. But we do know from her ex that she can be quite lawyer happy, which again, we'll get into in a bit. Firstly though, we need to talk about One Topic. One Topic is another former member of Sad Milk who had written his own Twitter thread when all of the height of drama was going down, discussing some of Blair's negative behaviours and things that she did that he deemed wrong. And a lot of it was backing up the claims made by other creators. Now he has made his own response video to all of this as well. Unlike Wonderstruck and the Clicks videos, One Topic's video wasn't full with receipts and screenshots. And he says right off the bat that this isn't what he's going to be doing, he just wants to chat about his opinions and his experience, and some of the misconceptions that are being thrown around. And for the most part, this is just him backing up things that he said in his Twitter thread, or corroborating the stories of other Sad Milk members. But there were some very, very interesting points that I think are important to discuss. Firstly, he brings up iilluminaughtie's response video, and some of the ways that she misrepresented Sad Milk and the former members of it. And actually, he says that he thinks the video should be taken down because of the false narrative being painted in it. This false narrative mainly revolves around her not properly outlining the accomplishments that were made by the members in terms of work. And also, according to him, fake accusations that payments weren't being made for editor fees. This seemed to be a big point of iilluminaughtii's response, where she was talking about how she didn't have any help, she did everything herself, and the burden of fees often fell on her because people just weren't paying. And according to him, this is just simply not the case, and to be honest, I think at this point it's hard to trust iilluminaughtii over somebody else, anybody else, just because of the history that we've seen of things that seem to be like lies. And according to him, she even misrepresented the way things ended with Sad Milk, which again is something that other members have said too. It's very important to note that he points out that he did not call for this meeting, and neither did the clique. The two of them had brought up things that needed to be discussed by the members, but they did not call for the meeting. And if you're not sure what I'm talking about, this is to do with the meeting that was had by the members of Sad Milk, where things seem to have escalated. iilluminaughtii said she didn't want to have this meeting, but she was forced to, and others claim that during this she was screaming at people and telling people to shut the fuck up. Very professional. But it was during this call that he decided that he would need to leave Sad Milk because it was just unhealthy for him. Because his participation in the project was being seen as antagonistic. iilluminaughtii seemed to be taking things badly from everybody, even when they were trying to help. So he announced that he would be stepping away. And interestingly as well, One Topic is also joined by the clique in his response video, where the clique reads out his leaving message, his parting message to the group.
I have taken this last week to think things through thoroughly, and realized during the past time, and especially during the Monday meeting, that a lot of priorities and ideas for Sad Milk have shifted. It is always fun to see a project move forward and see your friends be invested and creative. However, I also feel like I was in the minority in the meeting, and that is perfectly okay. Everyone doesn't have to agree on everything or do the same things. With all these changes, Sad Milk Milk is heading in a direction that I simply cannot follow at this time. You may have noticed on my other platforms that I have decreased my width and activity in many places, such as the podcast, my ASMR channel, I stream less, etc. I realized that my life was getting incredibly isolated, where I sometimes didn't see another human for 3 days in a row and didn't leave the house. Being the extrovert I am, this has started to affect my mental health negatively, and I need to drop some things to make life work. Hence, I can't ride with you on the current path Sad Milk is on. I wish the best for the channel, and it has been a blast to do something like this with like-minded people. I do still consider everyone here close friends, and I look forward to talking with you guys in DMs or other servers. I don't plan on having a public announcement made, just let it fade out smoothly. With a new style of content that might actually happen naturally. Love you all deeply, and thank you for letting me partake in this project.
So this kind of clears up anything that may have suggested that they were kicked out. Apparently when this was going down, they talked to some of the mods to try and figure out how to leave Sad Milk without causing a stir among the viewers, or causing any kind of upset. And as well as this, iilluminaughtii hasn't spoken to him since this. But despite the way that things ended with a pretty nice message and trying to do things smoothly, rumors were beginning to spread about them. And some of these rumors were even furthered by iilluminaughtii herself, who said things like all they did was just show up to recordings and that she did absolutely everything else, even said that they were cruel. And I understand being upset if friends leave a project that you're all a part of, but I think part of being a mature adult is learning to just accept these things and move on and not take them personally. People might not always be able to make the same commitments that you can make. Other people have different things going on in their lives. And if people are finding that something is negative for them and they want to step away, then that's fine, and you should accept that. And in fact, people don't even need a reason. People are allowed to just step away. And that's okay. Of course, there are going to be times where there's exceptions to this when things are handled badly, but as long as things are handled well, then you should allow your friends to do that without trying to hurt them for that. And it seems to me like a lot of this is just her feeling like the victim in this situation. In a situation that didn't need to have a victim. It was just a situation. But speaking of her potentially wanting to hurt the others for this, he does discuss the alt accounts as well. If you've forgotten, this is iilluminaughtie's alleged alt account where she was spreading rumors about former members of Sad Milk, specifically about the clique, saying things like he was saying the N-word or the or slur all the time, even though these were things that he had said as a young teenager and had later as an adult addressed, among other things. One topic says that a lot of these tweets from this alleged alt account seem to be driving a wedge between his and the clique's friendship. One of these posts was even baiting people to leave his Patreon, saying, "I'm so glad that I left his Patreon, I would never support somebody like this." Which at this point is targeting somebody's income. And if everything said by the former members of Sad Milk is to be believed, then one topic was being targeted just because he dared to leave the project because he couldn't do it anymore. His income was being targeted because he left a project. It's just absolutely unacceptable. And it is quite sad listening to him talking about this because he says that at first he didn't want to believe that it possibly could be her, but that it was just such specific behavior and just sounded so familiar. I can imagine it is hard to believe something like this, that a former friend of yours would do something like that. I think anybody in that situation would have a hard time with it. But to make matters even worse, a few months after he left Sad Milk, he found out that private information about the group members was being shared around maliciously online. He said some of it were things that were shared offline, that were only shared in private work groups or in one-on-one conversations, which I think is very interesting because although he doesn't say it outright, it could mean that these were one-on-one conversations with iilluminaughtii, allegedly. And some of this information wasn't even shared at all, which is extremely concerning. And according to him, all of this was mixed in with fabrications. So some private, personal information was being shared, some of it true, and some of it completely made up. So you wouldn't know what to believe. And OzMedia even confirms that he witnessed some of this. There are just a lot of boundaries being broken here. But unfortunately, along with a lot of the things that we've been saying about her recently, this seems to be a pattern of behavior. Swoop recently did a video on iilluminaughtii and all of the controversy that is going down at the moment. And in this video, she had dug up 4-year-old videos from iilluminauttii's ex. Videos that everybody completely missed. And in it, she also spoke directly to iilluminauttii's ex, Azathan. And through both Azathan's own videos and this interview with Swoop, we found out a lot of information about their relationship and about iilluminauttii's alleged terrible behavior.
I have seen your fucking Twitter and the bullshit you've been spewing on there, you fucking asshat, because God knows why, because you're bitter about a fucking breakup because your cash cow fucking left you. Like, fuck off.
The two of them had apparently been dating for 2.5 years. And during that time, they had broken up a few times. But since he was with her for so long, he saw a lot of her behavior around YouTube and how she acted with other creators. She was still doing Reddit content when they were together, but she was unhappy doing it. But she wanted to dominate the space. She wanted to be a huge YouTuber. And when r/, another creator, started to grow rapidly, she was very unhappy about it. If you don't remember this situation, I did cover it in another video, but this was a creator who was also doing Reddit content who was growing very, very quickly. And as a result, iilluminauttii made a video accusing him of using subbots. But according to Azathan, she planned to keep going against him. She wanted to ruin him, and she was completely obsessed. She even had a plan to create a new channel and put subbots on it to compare the growth patterns, which was going to cost her about $4,000. She was prepared to pay $4,000 in order to ruin somebody. And sure, if somebody is using subbots, that's not great, but you don't need to go that hard on it. Like, at the end of the day, what does it concern you? Unless you're obsessed with being the top creator in a certain space, unless you're extremely jealous of anybody else's success. And if that's the way you are, you have no business being a YouTuber. The thing is, though, the insights that he gives us into iilluminauttii doesn't just have to do with the way that she reacted to YouTube or to other creators. He also gives a bit of context around how she behaved towards him, and it's honestly really upsetting. There's just a huge list of things that she did to him which are extremely questionable, if not abusive. And just to list some of them, she had hacked into his ex's Tumblr account and found evidence that she had cheated on him. Fully hacked into his ex's account. Why would you be hacking into anybody's account? And why did you need to find this evidence? Is it to make him more loyal to you? Is it to make him feel insecure? Is it to hurt him? Or is it because you had some kind of vendetta against the other person? What is the reason for doing this? It was not your relationship. Stay out of it. And also, don't hack into people's accounts. She also planned to take him to Vegas to confess her love to him, but she had a backup ticket in case he didn't say I love you back. She was planning to send him home again from a trip that she had planned if he didn't immediately say I love you back to her. And it is quite normal at the beginning of relationships when somebody says I love you that the other person might not say it immediately. You might be at two different places, and sometimes people need more time than you need to figure out their feelings. And that's normal, and that's natural. And we should allow people the space to figure that out. Not decide, if you don't say this thing back to me right now, I am sending you on a plane home and I already have the ticket. It's just a bit controlling. During one of their breakups in 2017, she made a video discussing the breakup and gave a lot of information about it. This is an extremely invasive thing to do, and it really just puts the other person on blast. And apparently she wouldn't let him spend time away from her doing things on his own or with other people, which is just straight up emotional abuse. He said that she would punish him if he did these things, if he spent time with other people or alone or doing something else that wasn't with her. That is disgusting. If you're in a relationship and your partner does not let you spend time alone, does not let you spend time with other people, or demands that all your attention be on them, that is not okay. Even if they don't outright say it, if they just do subtle things like maybe they ignore you for a while, or they punish you in some way, like what was allegedly happening to Azathan, then you need to start thinking of if it's time for you to leave that relationship because you are being mistreated. And I understand that that is not safe for everybody to do just at a whim's notice. There might be planning and time and preparation that's put in place for that, but you need to do that for yourself. And I also understand that there are varying levels of that, and sometimes there might be a slightly less serious version of this, where something like having an open conversation might help, or potentially couples therapy. And those are routes you can look at too. But from what I'm hearing about this specific situation between Azathan and Illuminaughtii, if this did happen, that is emotional abuse, and it's not okay. And it only gets worse after they break up. There was somebody who had been threatening to dox Azathan, and this all happened while he and Illuminaughtii were still together. Sorry for the weird flick, my hair was in my eye. It still is, Jesus Christ. And he had spoken to her about this, she was fully aware of it, and she condemned this person. But after they broke up, she decided to collab with them. What else is that if it's not malicious? And she was also going around claiming that he was planning to release intimate photos of her, which he said absolutely was not the case, and she had no reason to think that. But she had already called a lawyer about it, according to her. There seems to be a lot of lawyers going on when you discuss Illuminaughtii. And this, to me, is the absolute worst part, because there was a call between him and Illuminaughtii. A lot of things were said, and it was quite a difficult call, but in it, she said that he was beneath her, and said that he was mediocre and a burden. And what makes this so terrible is that these were the words that he had used just a few months before that to describe himself when he attempted to take his own life. She threw that back in his face. And we can see that in her own response video to all of this controversy, she openly shared somebody's suicide note as some sort of gotcha. So even though everything discussed about the Azathan situation is alleged, legally speaking at least, we already have evidence of her on her own channel throwing stuff like this back in people's faces. So it's not that hard to believe that she could have done this. And there is so much more. These are only the main points of what he said about her in both his own videos and in the Swoop video. And this is what I mean when I say that the more you look into this, the worse it gets. And the worse of a person it looks like she is. She went from seeming to be petty, to seeming to be outright malicious and full-on evil, to being an abusive person. So truly, I'm sorry that I and many of the other content creators on here missed this situation when discussing Illuminaughtii. These videos are 4 years old, and most of us had no idea that it happened. And I really, truly hope this is as deep as it goes. It has been a while since the Illuminaughtii controversy first began, and throughout the entire situation, more and more has been unearthed, which we have talked about here on this channel and other people have talked about too. There seemed to be a constant flow of new information coming to light, but just when we thought that everything had completely died down and there was no more to be unearthed, there still is more. Now though, it seems like Illuminaughtii is going full mask off, and she's even threatening legal action. And I'm not just talking about a cease and desist. OzMedia made a post on Twitter talking about the video that he said he was going to make and is still planning to make about Illuminaughtii and the whole situation. I'm still working on my video. However, Blair is taking legal action against me to take my home. I need help with the legal costs and will be providing a full and detailed explanation on how I'm even in this position within my video. Putting link below to avoid throttling. The link he's talking about is to his GoFundMe for his legal fees. And the description of this says, I'm still working on my video, the cover photo being from the said video, the photo is of me. However, redacted is taking legal action against me, trying to take my home. I need full help with the legal costs and will be providing a full and detailed explanation of what this is, how it's happening, and why I'm in this position within my video. If you have hesitations on donating because of the lack of information, the video will be provided as an update with a timestamp once available, as I don't want to divulge too much information while the video is still in the works. Anything helps. I need to secure a retainer fee to allow me to pursue my defense. Anything over the legal fees will be used to secure my home or future housing if it comes down to it. So, Blair is pursuing legal action against one of her former friends who has spoken out against her. I am actually shocked beyond words, because if you remember, Illuminaughtii did post a response video to all of the allegations that the former members of Sad Milk had made about her, as well as the situation with LegalEagle. And in that, towards the end, she talked about OzMedia, and she spent that portion crying, saying how much she valued their friendship, trying to make it look like she still really cared about OzMedia.
I just want to say thank you for always being my support through all of my ups and downs. I know that a lot of these personal situations in my life left me very thin and sometimes irritable, and I want to say thank you for supporting me through it and talking me through some really hard times. Your support and your friendship meant more to me than I think you'll probably ever know.
But apparently, that was just one of her many lies, allegedly, because, once again, allegedly, because of course everything in this video is alleged based on speculation and opinion, she is trying to sue him for his home. Now, a little bit of context in this situation, if you've forgotten, is that iilluminaughtii and OzMedia did share a home at one point. Now, this is all just speculation on my part because we don't know the full details. Presumably, OzMedia is going to talk more about this as he said he would, but it's possible that there is some sort of legal issues that she was able to exploit in order to pursue legal action against him because she didn't like the things that he was saying, but she couldn't exactly sue him for defamation. That's potentially what I think is going on. It could be something completely different. It could be defamation. Perhaps by saying she's suing me for my home, he means that if she's successful, he will have to sell his house in order to pay her or pay the legal fees or something like that, because this stuff is not cheap. But he did say the words, suing me for my home, so that makes me believe that the home is actually the focus of the legal issues here. I don't understand how you can sit there in a video, put on these tears, act like this is your dear friend and you're so hurt and upset that they're not in your life, but you still care about them, you treasure all the memories you had and you treasure the friendship that you had, and then you go, yeah, I'm gonna sue you. I don't understand how you could possibly do that, and it's so bizarre to me that throughout all of this, iilluminauttii's not even making a comment about it. She's just going on like nothing's happening. And I think that's because she knows at this point that her actions speak for themselves. There's nothing that she can say unless it's like actual undeniable evidence to disprove everything everybody said, which I don't think that exists. And if it doesn't exist, there's nothing she can say to make us side with her for suing her former friends because she doesn't like what they're saying about her, allegedly. Like I said, she's gone completely mask off in this situation. She's not even hiding her horrible behaviors at this point. And look, to be fair to her, I'll say it again, I've said it in previous videos, if she has evidence that everybody's lying and she's in the right, then I'll change my opinion. But there doesn't seem to be any evidence, and I personally believe, if there was any, that she would have posted it by now, because she made a long video, and all that video did was try and put allegations onto former friends like The Click, and share very personal information of others like Wonderstruck, and now all she's doing is sending cease and desists, and taking legal actions, and just continuing to make videos. So I'll be on the lookout for OzMedia's video. Hopefully everything goes okay with that. These things are a long process, they're slow and expensive, so do check out the fundraiser. It's linked in the description. Donate if you can. I'm completely just shocked by this whole situation. I'm disgusted. But now let's move on to talk a little bit about the allegations that were made more recently and the video that was made more recently by Cruel World Happy Mind. Now, I've spoken about this situation in other videos, again, check it out if you want to. But let's go over quickly the main situations that happened there. Blair is a creator in the anti-MLM space. This is a space which she claimed to not know existed, but at the same time made it very obvious that she did know existed. Cruel World Happy Mind, whose name is Madison, was also a creator in this space. She currently has a pretty big following, but at the time that she had a run-in with Blair, she had about 20,000 subscribers. A lot of Madison's viewers had reached out to her to say that a video she had just done on Tyra Banks' MLM seemed very similar to a video that iilluminaughtii had done afterwards on the same situation, with a lot of the same information put into it. And people thought it seemed a little bit weird and felt like it might be copied. Madison, being new to YouTube and scared about this situation, reached out to Illuminaughtii in the nicest message I've ever seen anybody deal with anything like this. And I say this every time I bring up this message because it's just ridiculously nice. Throughout this whole story, I feel so bad for Madison, and with some of the new details that we have about it, I feel even worse, and I think you're going to too. Illuminaughtii did not respond. However, she did shade her in a podcast, which we've listened to a few times in this channel before, so I won't play it again. But essentially, she doesn't name Madison. She just says, there's a channel who's claiming that I copied her and saying all this stuff, and like she's just a small channel, and completely twisting the narrative. She later ended up allegedly subtweeting Madison on Twitter, because that is where you would subtweet, and also allegedly saying things about her on Instagram stories, telling people not to subscribe to her, all while they still hadn't had a conversation, and Illuminaughtii hadn't even responded. Eventually they did have a conversation about this. They had a phone call, they sorted things out, and that was seemingly the end of it. Now, pretty recently, Cruel World Happy Mind uploaded a video on this situation, and to my knowledge, this is her first time speaking out about it since it all happened. And she gave us some very interesting insights into more of the details about what happened. Like the fact that when all of this was going on, when this situation was at its height and Blair was talking badly about her and people were pretty much against Madison for all of this, she was pregnant at the time. Now, if you are a longtime viewer of Madison and you had been watching her channel at the time that all of this was going on, I'm sure that you knew, but I, and I'm sure a lot of you watching, were not viewers of her channel at the time. And because of the fact that the video that she had made talking about the situation at the time has now been deleted, it's hard to put exact timestamps on things and correlate when things are going on in relation to her personal life. It's also, admittedly, not something I was looking for, because when I researched the situation I didn't think, what was going on in her own personal life at the time, which maybe I should have done that. Because not only was she pregnant, but she was having a very difficult pregnancy. According to her, she was the sickest that she had ever been in her entire life. And she had been warned by doctors that she needed to avoid stress at all costs because of the difficulty she was having with her pregnancy. What makes this even worse is the fact that Madison points out that Blair knew that she was pregnant and knew that she was having a hard time with it. But from her actions, it doesn't seem like she cared at all, because she just kept going after her.
You knew I was pregnant, and you still attacked me online. You said mean and hurtful things about me. You did not care if your followers attacked me, what stress that would cause me. Never really apologized to me publicly. Just said we were both stupid. You didn't really care about my health at all. The entire time you only cared about protecting yourself. Yet I was so stupid and believed you could grow as a person. Like we were going to have this awesome woman growth moment that wasn't about drama and clicks and views and was just about two people moving on from it all and growing and caring about a broader message of exposing scams and MLMs and harmful people and practices. But you don't even care about that. You didn't care about hurting me. You don't care about any broader message. You just care about you.
And they did end up talking. They had a 2-hour phone conversation. But the agreement that was made doesn't seem to be one that would cause any kind of calm, to be perfectly honest with you. Because what they decided upon was that Madison, with her 20,000 subscribers, would delete her video talking about this situation with Illuminaughtii, talking about how she may have been shading her on a podcast on an Instagram stories and how she felt about it. And in return, Illuminaughtii would not do the live stream and video that she was planning to do to defend herself against Madison to her much, much bigger audience. At this point, it feels more like coercion than it does a true agreement. The backlash that Madison was going to get from Illuminauttii's audience is definitely much higher if this video and live stream had been made than anything that would have happened to Illuminaughtii. And there's no way that Blair couldn't have known that. Not to mention the fact that, as we discussed, Madison was pregnant, was sick, and was told that she needed to avoid stress by all means from her doctor. Of course she's going to agree to that. She cannot risk for her own health and the health of her unborn child to have an audience of however many people coming after her like that. It's just really sickening. And in some situations I could see how the other person, being Blair in this situation, may not have understood the gravity of what they were doing or what that might inflict on the other person in some situations. However, given everything that we know about Illuminaughtii up until this point, I personally find it very hard to believe that she did not understand the power that she held in this situation against Madison and how to best leverage that to get the outcome that she wanted. And make no mistake, she got the outcome that she wanted. Madison shut up. Madison deleted the video. And Blair even pretended that they were going to be friends after this. They lived in the same area and they had said that they were going to get coffee and all of that, but eventually Blair just sort of ghosted her. And to speak to the point of them living in the same area, the area in which Madison lived was something that she wanted to keep private. Understandably, I think most people online should do that for their own safety. Even if you don't have a big following, and this is something I wanted to talk about actually more in depth, I won't do it now, but even if you don't have a big following, or even a following at all it takes is one crazy person, one obsessed weirdo to find out where you live and do something terrible. Or even just like the fact that they might want to break in, or they might want to wait outside your house or your apartment or your home in general. I see people posting their locations all the time and like posting TikToks with the view of their window clearly visible. And I just want to say to these people, please stop doing that. You're actually putting yourself in danger. Yes, the chances of something happening are slim, but do you really want to chance it? Even if somebody doesn't come to your apartment or your house, somebody could find your address, I don't know, swat you, send you something really weird in the post. There's a million variations of what could happen, so please keep your location private. Anyway, back to this situation. Madison wanted to keep the location which she lived private, the area in which she lived private. At the time, she had lived in a pretty bad area, and their home had actually been broken into before when she was home, which is absolutely terrifying. So it's understandable that she didn't feel very safe. Illuminaughtii, however, made no secret in just saying in live streams and on Twitter the area that they both lived in, without consulting her at all, just saying, this is the area we both live in. There's her location. Obviously, it's not as bad as saying, like, she lives on this street, but it's still an invasion of privacy that she didn't want invaded. And throughout all of this, Madison has stayed silent until she posted her video. And from everything we can see, from everything that we had seen before, I can tell you, every time I saw the interactions between them, I'm screaming at my laptop saying, you are being too nice. You are being too kind and too understanding to Illuminaughtii. And I think, actually I know because she said it in her video, Madison has finally understood that she was being too nice in this situation. And for that, I am so thankful.
So I send her another message saying, last time reaching out to you, sorry if my DMs have been annoying. I just feel like there's been a misunderstanding and didn't realize how offended you were by my message until someone sent me the podcast where you mentioned me. I understand how you'd be frustrated by my DM, but I didn't intend for it to come across in a harsh way. Why was I being nice and understanding to someone who never treated me nice at all? I don't understand. I think I just wanted this to end. So I just said, there's never been any beef on my end. I don't want beef or anyone thinking I hate them. This is so cringy. Blair was so clearly not in any way hurt by what I said. She didn't think I hated her. She just saw it as an opportunity to like squash an ant in her eyes. And here I was like thinking I had hurt her feelings genuinely and like wanting to work things out with her when she had done nothing but be so rude and disrespectful to me.
I know it's not the biggest part of this whole thing, but throughout this whole situation, at least from my view, it seems like iilluminaughtii was completely manipulating her. Firstly, she went on this podcast and said that this person was threatening me and saying I copied her video and all of this, which we can clearly see didn't happen. So first thing is, she's outwardly lying about Madison. She then goes on her Instagram stories and on Twitter, allegedly, to tell people not to subscribe to her, to this smaller creator who's trying to grow their channel, based on her own lies that she's telling, that she's subbotting and copying people and all of that, which wasn't true. Then she's saying, hey, I'm going to be doing a live stream and a video about you to my following unless we can come to some sort of agreement. Is that not some sort of... I can't think of the word. I lose my mind every time I talk about this. It angers me so much. It just seems, in my opinion personally, that she's just manipulating this person. And throughout all of it, Madison was just saying, like, just being so kind and passive, and I understand it's probably her personality. I think sometimes I tend to do the same thing, and then other times I really don't tend to do the same thing, so it just depends. But also at the time, again, she was pregnant and sick and stressed and trying not to be stressed. Of course, she's gonna just try and patch things over as smoothly as possible. But luckily, she's okay now. Her pregnancy went fine. Her baby is healthy. And she can now look back at the situation and say, yes, I was being too kind. And I think that's a lesson for a lot of people out there, that sometimes people don't deserve your kindness. Yeah, be cordial, don't be a dick, but you don't always have to be kind to the other person, especially when they're not being kind to you. At least I think so anyway. And to be honest, let's bring it back to what started this. The Tyra Banks video. Personally, and I'm gonna say it, I believe that iilluminaughtii saw this video doing well on this smaller creator's channel and decided to do it herself. To be honest, there's no doubt in my mind that this is what happened, because it seems to be, allegedly, according to some of the stories, a pattern of behavior for her. She would look for videos that smaller channels had done and just do them herself, because she knew it was going to do well and she wanted the views, and she wanted to be the top person in the space. It's not like she wanted to miss a story. And look, to a degree, that is okay. I mean, like, take the space that I'm in on YouTube. We're all making the same videos to each other. Like, we're not copying each other in doing that. But there's a mixture of the way that she did it and her attitude towards it. Because she would, again, this whole situation is alleged. Everything I'm about to say is alleged, right? Don't sue me. But from what I can see, she would allegedly go and copy people's videos, would take all of the information and research that they had done, which in videos like this is a lot of in-depth research. She wouldn't credit them, wouldn't acknowledge their existence, despite the fact that she had a much bigger audience and she really could have raised these people up. And she did all of this to boost herself as the top person in this space, in this anti-MLM space, all while pretending to not know that it existed, saying, I didn't know there was an anti-MLM community, whereas before she had said that she followed anti-MLM stuff. So it's a lie. Everything that comes out of this woman's mouth is a lie, and it's so irritating. Now, one situation where there's a much clearer example of this happening is something that, again, Madison brought up in her video. This is to do with a creator called Savannah Marie, who also makes anti-MLM content. She actually did an entire sit-down video with Madison together on her own channel to discuss this and to discuss everything that had happened. Essentially what happened is Savannah Marie uploaded a video about Black Oxygen Organics, which was an MLM that, according to her, was essentially selling dirt for $100 a bag, claiming it was going to have some kind of health benefits. And I can tell you right now, if you feel like eating dirt, I'm not going to stop you from doing that. I think it's maybe a little bit odd, but I'm not going to stop you. But you can go get it for free. Like, you can just go to the park, because I'm sure you don't need that much to eat it, right? So just go to the park, dig it up, put it in your water, or like make a mud pie like a child. I don't know. But go just with a little shovel, a trowel, is that what it's called? For free. Please don't pay people $100 for dirt. Thank you very much. Actually, you know what you can pay for instead? Because I forgot to bring this up at the beginning of the video. This is a weird time to bring it in, but I'm going to do it anyway, shamelessly. I have new merch, and I'm very excited for this. I designed it all myself. Everything that you see on it was done by moi, and I love it. So do check it out. I've been working on this for a little while, and I think you guys will really like it too. I really wanted to make stuff that didn't seem too merchy. I know that I have done that kind of merch in the past, and I probably will in the future. I do like that kind of merch, but I wanted something that kind of stood alone as its own thing and was very wearable beyond just being a piece of YouTuber merch. I know I haven't had merch in a while, and a lot of you guys have been asking for it, and you're like, where is the merch? What happened to the merch? I was working on some new stuff. Again, like I said, I wanted it to be really, really wearable, so do check it out. It's really good quality stuff. I think the designs are cool, and I think you guys will like them. I made them with you in mind, so hopefully you do. Check it out. Let me know what you think about it. And if you do buy something and you decide to post it on social media, do tag me. Firstly, I like to see when people buy my stuff. It just makes me really happy. If you post it and tag me and I can see it, I might even send you a cheeky follow. Again, really excited about this, so do check it out. Even if you can't get something right now, just have a look. Just have a look, let me know what you think of it. Thank you so much. Anyway, back to this. So to make the Black Oxygen Organics video, this was something that was kind of new and cropping up in the anti-MLM space, and a lot of creators had created a Facebook page together where they were sharing resources. They were all doing research and sharing it in this group. Now, iilluminaughtii, as we know, doesn't really do anything herself besides show up and read the script. To be honest, like, I know that sounds mean, but it is just like, it is what she does. As far as I'm aware. She has a team of researchers, writers, and editors. And what happened was that her writers had gone into this group to try and get information. The group had originally decided not to let these people in because of the fact that they believed that iilluminaughtii had already been stealing work from these smaller creators and not giving them any credit for it. So understandably, they kind of didn't want her in there. But they had requested to join when one of the mods, who wasn't aware not to let them in, was the one who was online at the time and let them in. They got all the information that they needed and they were out of there. They were gone. That was it. And iilluminaughtii made her video. And did anybody get credited? Nope. These creators had put a ton of research into this, and it was a lot to go through. And this person came in on iilluminauttii's behalf, took the research, didn't contribute anything, left, and then none of them got credited for it. How sickening is that? And I want to point out again that these people didn't want to let her into the group because it was a known thing to them that allegedly she would steal content and not credit. So like I said, this appears to have been a pattern of behavior. And who knows how long it's been going on for, who knows how much it's still continuing to this day, but like I said, isn't it very ironic that all of iilluminauttii's downfall occurred because she accused somebody of plagiarizing her for wanting to use the same effects as her, when they were well-known effects that a lot of people used. I don't know if you believe in karma, I don't know if I believe in karma. But if anything would prove that to me, it's this. But let's take a quick look, once again, because we've been doing that in every video, at iilluminauttii's channel. We know she had been getting hundreds of thousands of views on her video, which may or may not have had some research that was taken from other creators without any credit. Who knows? And after this, she was losing subscribers and she was losing views as well as losing sponsors. She currently has 1.37 million subscribers, which is a huge amount, but it is much lower than what she had before. In the last 30 days alone, even while the situation has died down and people aren't talking about it as much, she has lost 20,000 subscribers, which again is much smaller than the number she had lost when this was ongoing. Her views are down. She's getting 13,000 views, 22,000, 23,000, 30,000, 25,000. It is much lower than what she was getting before. And I say this not to rejoice in her getting less views, but to point out that if you build a channel on lies and deceit and manipulation, and you spend your entire career manipulating and essentially being an asshole to everybody around you, including your own friends, turning on people on a dime and just trying to climb that ladder and be the best, you have built your channel on glass legs. That is going to crumble. To this day, she has not taken accountability. She has played the victim, she has stayed silent in some situations, and she sent cease and desists that are, in my opinion, completely baseless. I still hope that at some point, she is going to take accountability for the things that she has done. She is going to genuinely grow as a person, and I think if she can do that, then her channel may grow again with her, because people can see honesty. People can see when others are being genuine, and we want to support people who are being genuine. But I don't know how anybody who used to watch her channel could watch her now, knowing what she's done, and knowing that she simply does not care beyond being angry about it, and beyond trying to hurt the people that she's hurt even more to try and rise herself up again. I don't know how anybody could still watch that, and I don't think they can. So like I said, I hope that she grows as a person, and then I truly believe if she does that, people will want to watch her again. But until that happens, this has been one of the most dramatic falls I have ever seen. The Illuminati story has somehow gotten even worse. I feel like I've said that at the start of multiple videos about Illuminati, but I'm not joking when I tell you every new piece of information that comes out about this woman has me completely floored. A huge piece in this story has just come out, which has given us more context into who Blair is as a person, as well as her business practices and her relationships with people like OzMedia. And upon hearing this new information, I was completely perplexed as to how this has gone under the radar for so long. And not only that, how somebody could act this way. It's honestly just the most shocking things I've heard in regards to this story yet, and I do not think you're ready for it, so brace yourselves. Now, where we stand today is that OzMedia has uploaded a video about Illuminati. Now, we have been waiting for his video for a long time. He says that it's in the works. He's going to be exposing a lot of the shady things that she did, allegedly, because, like I have to say, for legal reasons, everything in this video is based on opinion and speculation, not on fact, and it is not meant to defame or harass any company, group, or individual. Going forward, everything is based on opinion. In the meantime, while we were all waiting for this video, he had posted a GoFundMe because Blair was threatening legal action to take his home, which is something that we have discussed in previous videos. Now, when we were discussing this, though, it was a little bit confusing because we didn't really know what it meant that she was suing him for his home, because presumably it's his home, she can't do that. And we do have some answers on this, and it is far worse than I expected. Now, in this video that OzMedia posted, this is a short video. The video that he's working on is hours long. But he made this shorter video in order to give some extra information to people who are waiting for his video, and because he says he now has to continue posting regular videos in the meantime to be able to live, essentially, because YouTube is his full-time job, which I completely get. Like, I don't know how you can have YouTube as your full-time job and just take a break to work on one single video. You will go broke very quickly, unless you have like millions of subscribers, but that's a whole different scenario.
I'm making this because I'm giving an update to both my regular viewers and those who are here for something a bit more specific.
What I find very concerning about this short video is not the short video in itself, but it's the fact that this is just a taster, for lack of a better word, of the information that he is going to be giving about his relationship to Illuminati and the things that he experienced and witnessed during his time being with her. And even in this short video, the amount of information that we are given and the severity of it is absolutely shocking. So I can't even at this point imagine what is going to come out in his longer video. But what did he actually say? Let's get into that, because that's the important bit. Firstly, very importantly, and something that none of us knew, as far as I'm aware, if everybody else knew, nobody told me, OzMedia and Illuminati were in a relationship for 3 years. They were both adults, but there was an age gap there. They started seeing each other when he was 20 and she was 28. Now, I know age gaps are quite a contentious thing. People have very differing opinions, so I'm going to leave it to you as to what you think about this. Now, personally, I feel in general that that's fine. But as we get into more of the relationship between them, you can see that it absolutely was not fine, because there was a power imbalance in every aspect going on there, not just the age gap. She was 8 years older than him, but also she made much more money than him. At one point he said 30 times his monthly salary, and I don't know if that was hyperbole or if that was actually the number, but regardless, we know that she was making a lot more money than him. And this power dynamic also came about in other ways. According to OzMedia, Blair had put a lot of financial obligations onto him at this young age. All purchases and all loans went through him, despite her high earning, and that was all done because apparently she had bad credit at the time and he had good credit. This means that any loans, any debts was under his name, or he was a co-signer of that, even if it was all entirely her idea, which is absolutely a misuse of power, and given the way that you'll see that she treated him, is completely gross. He was even a co-signer on the car that she bought for Wonderstruck, which we all know how that ended. If you don't, she stole it back in the night with all of his belongings in it.
Later in the early hours of July 29th, 2021, Blair flew down to obtain the BMW, hours after I agreed to pay for the car's appreciation value under the condition that I was paying what was accurate and visible to me. At roughly 3 a.m., Blair sent me a text stating that I had breached numerous contract violations and that she was in Texas to repossess the vehicle. It goes without saying I was asleep at this time, so obviously I did not see a message that was sent to me at 3 a.m. in the morning. Once I woke up and I saw the messages, I asked Blair for an explanation as to how I breached my contract, to which I was ignored. However, Blair stated she would make arrangements for me to obtain my items. This never took place. I took to Twitter, where I made a tweet regarding what had just happened, and I was immediately reminded by one of Blair's managers that I could not speak out on the matter, and I was threatened with NDA. If I had to explain the feeling, I felt helpless. Again, I just wanted to do the right thing and do it the way I was asked. And now I wake up and all my belongings are gone. I cannot explain how weak that makes a person feel. It feels like just a massive, a massive fuck you for no reason.
According to Oz, she also was pushing him to make a lot of financial decisions, which she was saying were good decisions. And he was 20 years old and did not have good financial literacy. Now, I'm just going to say here, at this point in time, we have already established that Blair had bad credit. So clearly, she's not the best decision maker when it comes to money. And I just want to be clear, that's not me saying that, like, OzMedia should have known. That's me saying Blair should have known better than to think that she can give somebody financial advice. Now, clearly, her financial guidance was terrible. So OzMedia ended up struggling financially, and he had to ask iilluminaughtii for help. Every relationship is different, obviously, but I think in most cases there's absolutely no problem with asking your partner for financial help if you need it. And in most cases there's no problem expecting that to be paid back. Again, it depends on the individual situation. Some couples will share all their money generally, though they'll be married by then, others won't, and it just depends. But what iilluminaughtii did was create a ledger of debt to keep track of every single thing that he owed to her so that he could pay it back. But I just want to keep in mind as well that she's doing this despite the fact that she makes exceedingly much more money than him. And again, there are going to be people who will argue, well, like, that's her money, she's owed that money. And yeah, fair enough. But to create a ledger of debt against your partner, to hold that over their head, which is what she was doing, because according to him, she would make him feel terrible about this. And not only that, but she would go around telling everybody, telling all of her friends, all of his friends, all of her employees and her Reddit staff about his financial situation. And in no situation is that okay. If somebody owes you money that is between the two of you, you do not get to go around spreading that. And to make this even worse, the ledger of debt crept into the range of $180,000.
And I want to clarify again, Blair wasn't my bank. She wasn't my landlord. She was my partner at this time. I honestly can't account for, nor even come close to this number when digging through my own finances. This ledger would creep into the range of $180,000, an insurmountable amount where I don't even understand how she got there. That number ballooned higher and higher, the number ever increasing, and I never questioned it out of guilt for needing help.
Now, the problem with this is that OzMedia states that he doesn't know how it got that high. And he didn't go into detail here, but in my opinion, it felt like he was alluding to her just adding money to it. Because he also states he didn't want to ask too many questions about this. Now, I can't see a scenario where it could have possibly gotten to $180,000 unless he was being ridiculous and buying just mountains of shite that he didn't need. Or Illuminaughtii was completely misleading him to make terrible decisions that she could add to this debt, or she was just finding sneaky ways to add on extra money into that. One of the things that got added into this was and in fact, one of the things that got added to this, or two of the things should I say, was a land deposit and a design fee for what is, according to OzMedia, a multi-million-dollar home that he did not want to go in with her on, but she threatened to break up with him if he didn't agree to it. At this point, that is coercion. Now, with all of this going on, with the ledger of debt that she was hanging over his head, with all the people that she was telling about his financial situation, and all the ways that she was misleading him, allegedly, into making terrible financial decisions, he felt like a parasite, in his own words, and was trying to find any way that he could to pay her back, even took on a role working for her. Now, there seems to be a pattern of people in Blair's life feeling indebted to her and having to work for her. It happened with Wonderstruck, where she offered him to live with her and OzMedia, which we now know was OzMedia's home, it was in his name. But she was so horrible about the whole thing. She convinced Wonderstruck to work for her, and also was planning to move into a home that she was going to build for him and create a company town, but didn't give him enough work and made him feel terrible about it, so that he felt indebted to her and was trying to help even around the house in any way that he could. Now we're seeing here that OzMedia, who was her partner at the time, owed her so much in debt and had this held over him so much that he felt like he needed to work for her so that he could help pay it back. Also offered to work on her crypto farm for free for his labor going towards paying off this debt. I guess we're just going to brush over the fact that Illuminaughtii had a crypto farm. Fuck the environment, I guess. And according to him, also helped her to push her channel to be making far much more money than it was before that. For free. Helped her with that, just, it wasn't a service that he provided. She made him feel indebted to her. And again, it seems to be, in my humble opinion, a pattern. But here's where we get to the real strange part of all of this, which is that in December of 2022, Illuminaughtii pulled OzMedia, her then partner, into a room with a lawyer, had him sign some papers. This was all to make the debt that he owed her official, and that he would set up a payment plan. The point of it was to transfer the money over to being a loan with her company. It said that he would be paying back the debt at $2,500 a month for almost a decade, which she, being the person that paid him, knew that that was almost as much as he was making working for her. She's fully aware of how much money he makes, and she is still trying to say, yes, almost the entirety, almost 100% of that income is going to go to me to pay back this loan. I don't know how she could reasonably think that that's okay, how she could think that he can afford that, because she knows he can't. In his own words, everything that he earned working for her went straight back to her. Now, I'm sorry, this is actually completely random. This has nothing to do with the video. It's just, for some reason, completely unrelated to this, the word indentured servitude just came into my mind, just out of nowhere. Nothing to do with the video anyway, so let's move on. So she already knows that he can't afford to pay this back. She knows that. There's no way that she doesn't know that, in my opinion. She also knows that he cannot afford legal representation to help him to go over this legal document before he signs it. So she's going into this with a lawyer. He's going into it on his own. And this is his partner. She's also in his ear telling him, you know, signing this is going to help fix our relationship because they were having problems at the time. Essentially saying, you know, you sign this and we're going to stay together and everything will be fine. And also, sickeningly, manipulating him by telling him that by giving him money, she took that out of company funds and she committed embezzlement. So essentially saying she could go to prison because of him. What makes this worse is the fact that he points out that his mother went to prison for embezzlement, which was clearly a traumatic event for him as a child. And Blair knew about that. He doesn't go into detail, but I'd assume if she knew about that, he talked about it. He must have talked about his feelings regarding it. So she knows, by saying this, he's going to think, oh God, another person I love in my life is going to go to prison for embezzlement. And not only that, but this time that it's because of him, which it wouldn't have been because it was her own choice to embezzle money. It is absolutely not his fault if she chose to do that. And if that was the only way that she could do that to give him financial help, then she should have told him that when he asked for help. Here is where we get to the point about the home. The document that he signed was a deed of trust, and if he could not afford to pay back the $2,500 a month for almost a decade, which again, as we established, was almost the entirety of his income, he needs to pay bills, he needs to buy food, everything like that. He won't be able to afford that. If he can't pay that back, then iilluminaughtii would have the power to foreclose on his home. And here's where we're going to get fully into my opinion, and I do not want any lawyer or non-lawyer to look at this and go, this is me saying this is what's happening. This is purely speculation on my part. But I fully believe that Blair knew what she was doing. She knew that he was not going to be able to afford this, that he was going to slip up at some point, and then she would have the power at any given time to take his home from him. She wanted that power. She wanted him to mess up, and that's why she made it impossible for him. And you could argue, oh, but like he should have known that he wouldn't be able to pay that back, and I understand that side of things, but at the same time, this was his partner who was getting him to sign this, and surely you're with somebody because there's a level of trust there. You hope that the person that you're in a relationship with and have been for 3 years has your best interests at heart. In this case, I don't think she did. I think she in fact had his worst interests at heart, because he even reveals that he didn't find out till a few weeks after he had signed that iilluminaughtii had already moved on. She had already decided they were breaking up, but she was telling him that this was going to help their relationship. So here again is what I think. I think she knew she was ready to break up with him. She also knew that she had mistreated him, because it was not only the financial stuff. She also knew that he had seen a lot of her shady behavior. He had seen the way that she had treated former friends, treated other people. He has also alluded to there being alleged white-collar crimes that she committed that he's aware of. Essentially, she knew that OzMedia had dirt on her, and she wanted to make sure that at any given time she could blackmail him into staying silent. What further backs this up in my own mind and my own personal opinion is the fact that he has been behind on payments for a while, but she did not set the foreclosure until all of this came out, until people made their Twitter threads, and until he said that he was going to be making a video exposing a lot of the shadier things about her. That was when she set the home to foreclose. She waited for her opportunity, potentially because she wanted to scare him into silence and scare him into not making the video, into coming to some kind of agreement. She wanted to have full power and full control over him, even when they weren't in a relationship. And she shouldn't have had full power and full control when they were in a relationship. She was in control of his finances. She pushed him into making financial decisions. She was even his employer at some point. He didn't have any friends in Colorado. All of his friends had to be approved by her, which I find very sickening and very disgusting, that he could not be friends with anybody that she didn't like. She had full control then, which was disgusting, and she wanted to keep full control now. But the thing is, he's still making his video. So it didn't work. I know you may be saying that I look very angry about this, and that is because I am. I'm absolutely 100% sickened by her actions, and I truly think she's a horrific, horrible person. Normally, when I make videos, I'm able to kind of keep that down a little bit and not show it as much. But I'm gonna level with you, I am really sick. I am ill. So I just have absolutely no patience for this today, and I have no ability to sit here and try and control my own emotions when I honestly think this is one of the most terrible, disgusting people I have ever heard of in my entire life. I don't know why she feels the need to have control over everybody in her life. And I'm gonna say it, in my opinion, this is abuse. She is an abuser. In my opinion, what she did to OzMedia, and not just to OzMedia, but to other people as well, was coercive control and emotional manipulation and psychological abuse. For a while now, this has gone far beyond YouTube drama. But like I said, he's still making his full video. This is just a brief glimpse into everything, and it's already terrible. And at this point, every new thing that comes out, I'm just blown away. Like, I just don't expect it every single time, even though by now I should expect it because the patterns are there. The pattern is there of her manipulating people in her life, of her taking control over people in her life, trying to make sure that they solely rely on her, and then holding that power over them for as long as possible. So I'm waiting to see what he says in his full video. But for now, it's very important that if you can, that you donate to his GoFundMe for his legal fees. Now, last time I checked this, he had raised $29,000, which is a huge sum. That's fantastic. But legal fees are expensive. They cost a lot of money. As far as I'm aware, he was just trying to raise money for a retainer. But legal proceedings go on for a very long time. If you watched my coverage of the stuff between Dissociated and Sergio Costa, you'll know how expensive it is and how long it goes on for. So take a look at his fundraiser if you can. He's also said that he's going to be posting updates there where relevant until his video comes out. So if you want to keep an eye on it yourself, do donate if you can. I've just checked, it is actually $33,000 now. Because as it stands right now, this is going to go to court. And she has set his home to foreclose just before Christmas, which is very soon. But as horrific as iilluminauttii's actions are, I'm glad the people in this story have found support, and that they have enough support around them that they are able to finally stand up for themselves and stand against her. iilluminauttii's DMs have just been exposed, and they show all of the ways that she has been talking about the current controversy behind the scenes. And not only that, but we also get a look into all of the ways in which iilluminauttii has been trying to paint herself like the victim and a martyr while all of this situation has been going on. Now, where has this all come from? Well, a creator called FPS Diesel has recently exposed iilluminauttii's Discord DMs. If you were not aware, iilluminauttii has a Discord server for her patrons. This is not unusual, this is something that a lot of creators do. Now, if you know how Patreon works, you know that there are different tiers that you can join, and each of those tiers comes with different benefits. By the way, join my Patreon. Sorry, I kind of had to. Now, the top tier patrons, so the people who are paying the most, get access to a private channel within the Discord server. So as you could probably assume, the people who are willing to pay the most amount of money to get into a private Discord channel are going to be the biggest fans and most likely defenders of iilluminauttii. And FPS Diesel joined the highest tier of her Patreon in order to be able to access this private channel. So he was paying a whopping $30 a month to access this channel, and he has been doing this for 5 months, the entire time that this controversy has been going on, from the time that she had her little beef with LegalEagle over false plagiarism claims, through the Twitter threads that were made about her from former Sad Milk members about how she is seemingly a terrible person, all through her response video where she cried about OzMedia and also threw people under the bus and shared sensitive information about them, and former members of Sad Milk coming out with their own videos. The most recent of which was OzMedia's video, in which he revealed that he and Blair had been dating for 3 years. I have made a video on that. In fact, I've made a video on everything to do with this situation. Link is in the description. Now, the dedication that you have to pay $30 a month to join this channel, and not only that, but to keep up with the messages, to join the voice calls that they had, and there are voice calls, just to keep up with what Illuminaughtii was saying behind the scenes, is astounding. I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't have done it myself, just because that seems like a lot of effort and a lot of money to go to. But you know, somebody did it and the information is there, and now we have a lot of information, really. Because like I said, this has been ongoing for months, and this whole time it seemed that Illuminaughtii was being pretty quiet about it. Now, she did make her video. That was not quiet. That was quite a loud video. And she really did attempt to assassinate everybody's characters in that video. She also did make a post about the situation on her community tab and on Twitter. And in that, she kind of really did make it sound like it was an advertisement. Like she was trying to reiterate, these are false allegations. They're false allegations. I'm going to hypnotize you into thinking that they're false allegations. Ooh. But beyond that, she hasn't really said much. She has been staying silent. She's not addressed any new stuff that's come out. She's just been making videos as normal, doing her things, slapping lawsuits against people and cease and desists and all of that, but not really saying anything about it. Or so we thought. Because as it turns out, while she has been staying silent publicly, she has been talking in this private Discord channel for her top tier patrons about this situation and about other things as well. So let's get on with the messages, shall we? Because first off, let's start with some of the things that she had to say about OzMedia, somebody who has now been revealed to be her ex-boyfriend. And again, if you need all the details or a reminder, link in the description for a video about that. I'm not going to reiterate it all here. But the gist of it was that OzMedia has alleged certain things about Illuminaughtii that make it seem as if she was abused in the relationship. At least financially, emotionally, and spiritually. I don't know why I said that like there was a list of 3 things. It was financially and emotionally. To her band of loyal Discord members and Patreon members, she has been painting it as if OzMedia is the one who has been abusive. However, she does not go into detail about this, and she does not give any evidence to this. And very importantly, the claim that OzMedia is the one who is abusive does not in and of itself refute the claims that Illuminaughtii was abusive. So if we say, worst case scenario, that what she's saying about OzMedia is true, that does not inherently clear her of any wrongdoing. Unfortunately, both things can be true at once, and even more unfortunately, Illuminaughtii has proven herself to be somebody that is untrustworthy. So although she is making these claims, she gives us no reason to believe them other than she is trying to paint an ex as the one who is in the wrong, in the same way that she seems to try and paint every person who has left her life as being the one who is in the wrong, despite evidence to the contrary. But in her words, he's just a bitter ex who is masterminding this whole thing. Saying as he even went as far as to tell her employees that she cheated on him and that the channel would be going down soon so that they need to look for new jobs. Essentially saying that he plotted this whole thing, he knew he was going to take down her channel, and so he told them to get new jobs. Which firstly, if you are going to be doing a massive mastermind plot of taking down somebody's channel, you'd probably keep it to yourself and not tell the employees who could then relay that, or for the messages to be there in a court of law. Just saying. You might say that if you're just concerned about the trajectory of the channel and warning these people, hey, this doesn't look good, maybe you should go. You would say that, and you would have that paper trail, because you wouldn't be plotting some kind of mastermind scheme to take down the oh so great Illuminaughtii. Now, to continue on with the character assassination of OzMedia by Illuminaughtii, she also had claimed that he had sent a video of dyeing hamsters to a Discord member, and did this with the sole intent of upsetting them because he thought it was funny, and he knew that this Discord member loved hamsters. This really did paint him as a bit of a psycho, and then when I was hearing that, I was kind of thinking to myself, wait, well, did he actually do that? That's kind of gross. But as it turns out, he has provided FPS Diesel with the actual clip that he sent, and it's just of a bird. I'm sure you've seen the clip before. It's a bird spinning a hamster wheel with a hamster in it quite fast. But the hamster's not dead or dying, and the hamster is fine. I personally don't like that clip because I don't like any clips where animals might be upset. But I know not everybody sees it that way, and if there's no actual harm being done, then it's kind of okay. I just don't like it. Important to remember though, just to be fair on all sides, we are just taking OzMedia's word for this. And in fact, we're taking FPS Diesel's word that he had OzMedia's word on this. We don't actually know if this was the clip that was sent. We don't have any screenshots or proof of this, so it may or it may not be true. If true, not cool at all on his part, but again, and I feel like I'm gonna be repeating this a lot, I don't trust iilluminaughtii, and I don't think she's a very trustworthy person. She does have a tendency to twist the truth and to exaggerate things, to make everybody else look terrible and make herself look great. And she does this a lot, by the way. You can see in these messages a lot of the ways where she tries to let everybody know how great she is and how much she does for other people. One example is there are a lot of conversations of her talking about her sister in quite a lot of detail, which I honestly think is inappropriate. And to be fully honest, if I found out my sister was talking about me and my personal life in Discord with a bunch of people she doesn't know, I would be furious. However, I do not think my sister even knows what Discord is, so I'm safe. But she goes on and tells the story about how her candle company lost a ton of money in damages because of something her sister did wrong, and then claims that her sister committed insurance fraud by lying to the police or the insurance company about how this fire took place. This, firstly, is really sketchy to me because iilluminaughtii points out that her mum had told her she should fire her sister. So if iilluminaughtii, right, follow me here, follow me on this one. If iilluminaughtii has the power to fire her sister, that means iilluminaughtii is in charge, right? You follow? And in fact, iilluminaughtii says that this business was something that she wanted to do because she's so great and she wanted to help her sister and her friend who are going through a hard time because she's so wonderful and so generous and so great. So if she is in charge, why would it be the sister who's committing insurance fraud? Surely if it's your business, it's your responsibility. Just food for thought. But she doesn't fire the sister because she's so wonderful. And then she continues talking about the sister in other situations about her relationship and how she's trying to help her sister out and she's so glad to see her happy because iilluminaughtii is such a great person. And beyond the sister thing, there are other ways that she talks about how fantastic she is all the time. It's like she constantly needs to be reminding people, look how good I am. She talks about, you know, wanting to be able to have extra money to donate to charity again, but she doesn't at the moment. More time to volunteer because she volunteers because she's fantastic. And she also talks about how her channel is struggling financially after all the controversies, and that she is only getting $600 a month. She's only paying herself $600 a month so she can continue to pay people because she is what? So great. Now, I do think that's a good thing to do if your business is struggling financially and you can afford to do that because you have multiple streams of income like she apparently does, to pay yourself less so that you can pay most of your employees, although some of them had to be or will have to be made redundant. But it's just the way that she goes on and brags about these things. She just has some weird kind of complex about being a good person. I feel, however, that potentially a really good thing to do if you have a complex and you feel the need to be a good person is, you know what, this is groundbreaking, right? You be a good person. I know, I should give TED Talks. You don't do terrible things to people and lie about people and throw them under the bus and financially and emotionally abuse them. You don't do those things, and then you're a good person. That's all. But let's bring it back to OzMedia, shall we? Because if you thought I was done talking about all the ways that she tries to shit talk OzMedia, I am not done. She also claims that he was given a budget by her editors to build them a computer for editing. But something was wrong with it, something to do with the motherboard. It wasn't compatible. You don't need the technical details. All you need to know is that it didn't work. And he, in her words, gaslit the editors into thinking it was normal. She does not show any concrete proof of this, by the way, so it really is just her word. And again, I would like proof of this. And if there is proof, concrete, undeniable proof, I will believe her. But according to OzMedia, or as so we are told by FPS Diesel, this is just not true. It's just not a true story. It's not even a story that's based in truth. It's just completely made up. So I don't know. There seems to be a lot of this, of stories that are just made up. There are other messages of her calling OzMedia the bad person in their relationship and calls him a narcissist and says he doesn't care about other people's feelings, which, by the way that these people speak in this chat, it's so strange to me. Like, everything is so dramatic. Actually, it's not even the way that all of the people speak in this chat. It's just the way that Blair speaks in these chats. Everything's a big quote. Everything's a big moment. Everything's like... Just like, look at some of the ways that she phrases things. It's not how people speak naturally, and it just feels like everything in her head is some kind of like Marvel movie, and she's just trying to have her superhero moment. But here is the biggest claim that's being made, which is that she's spoken to her lawyers and they say that she has a case for financial and emotional abuse against OzMedia through the courts. So not only is she trying to foreclose on his home, as we discussed in the last video, based on the almost $200,000 that he apparently owes her because of an agreement that he signed, which, according to people in my comments, in a way which was under duress, just an opinion, not even my opinion. Maybe. She's now adding to the mix a case for abuse, which now we don't know if this was taken to court. We don't know if this has started in the motions or if it's just a blanket statement or a bland threat. If she is telling the truth, and I have to say if she is telling the truth because I wasn't there, I don't know what happened in this relationship. Nobody knows what happened except for them and maybe lawyers. If that is true, then I am very sorry for her because not even she deserves that. However, and I'm gonna say it again, she's not a trustworthy person, and she has been shown time and time again in ways that seem almost undeniable in my own humble opinion that she just twists the truth and lies about people in any given opportunity. And given the fact that OzMedia has made claims, he's not used those direct words, but made claims that she had done those things to him, could this not be projection on her part? Could this not be her trying to twist the narrative and say, no, actually, he did that, not me. He did it. She gives me no reason to believe her, and I've said it so many times and I feel like I'm repeating myself, and I probably am, and you're probably sick of me repeating myself, but if there is evidence and if she shows it, then I will believe her. I will change my mind and believe her, but currently I have absolutely no reason to believe anything that this woman says, unless she provides evidence of any kind, of some kind. And on the financial aspect, I kind of find it difficult to at least understand how he could have been financially abusing her when she had the higher income. She was lending him money and even made it official, so I don't understand how that actually makes sense. If somebody can enlighten me, go ahead, because I've been trying to figure out a way that that makes sense and it just doesn't to me. Now, the situation with OzMedia was not the only thing that Blair was discussing in these Discord chats, because she's kind of been talking about everything behind the scenes, and wow, my voice just kind of broke in a really weird way that because she just kind of been talking about everything behind the scenes this whole time. They know everything before everybody else does. They knew that she was planning legal action. And remember that statement that we talked about that she made on Twitter and on her YouTube community tab? She even ran that by them before she posted it to get their feedback. They knew everything first. And she said a lot more in those chats too, like the fact that she apparently has a Google Drive full of blackmail of people who have wronged her. Now, whether that means a whole Google Drive of stuff about these Sad Milk members, or of literally anybody who has crossed her path in the wrong way, including myself, I don't know. I will say, I don't think I have anything to hide, but I hope there's nothing about me in that Google Drive. Because remember when the whole Creepshow art thing came out, and then she released her own Google Doc which said that she had given me money, so how dare I criticize her, which she never gave me money. This is so, like, to this day I'm so annoyed about this. Like, that just did not happen. So God knows, now I'm worried there's going to be something about me and it's going to be like, yeah, I gave VangelinaSkov 50 quid once. So for the record, Illuminaughtii has, in fact, no YouTuber has given me money. Can we get that out of the way? Thanks. I'm not going through that again. I think some people still believe that happened. And of course there are other fun little tidbits in these group chats as well, like the fact that she used to be a conservative, that she has a conceal carry license for a gun, concerning that she's not a landlord, despite the fact that she wanted to start her own company down. We'll ignore that, I guess. And that she might go into teaching business ethics at a university, which is the funniest thing you could possibly tell me. Miss fired an employee for not meeting a deadline before the day of the deadline is gonna be teaching business ethics. I can't. Oh yeah, and she might be writing a book about getting cancelled, which is just, there is another part to all of this as well, and it's not just that there are messages. There are also video chats that these groups had, and FBS Diesel does show one of these, or at least part of one of it. He showed a little snippet in his video and then a longer segment in his live stream, and I will say the majority of it is not worth listening to. It's really boring. It's genuinely so boring. They mostly just talk about like BMWs and OceanGate and baking. Although the OceanGate thing was interesting because she says that she doesn't feel bad for the billionaires who died because you can't become a billionaire without exploiting people, which I just thought was ironic coming from her.
That I take a look at OceanGate or whatever. And while I agree with them that episode like would be corporate casket worthy, I don't know, I have mixed feelings about covering it, I guess. The only person I feel bad for in that expedition is the 19-year-old kid, because the 19-year-old on that, apparently like the aunt is like speaking and already has like talked to people or something, but the 19-year-old has the fear of the ocean. He's been terrified of the ocean. He hates the ocean. He never wanted to go near the Titanic, and his dad is obsessed with the Titanic and essentially pressured him as well as Father's Day. Like the rest of them, you know, I kind of stand by the fact that you can't become a billionaire without exploiting people in the process. So for all like the billionaires, I don't really feel much sympathy because they probably lived a life far greater than any of us will ever experience.
But a very interesting point about the drama and the controversy itself is the part in the voice call where she says this.
We were discussing up there about doing like kind of things to do when the channel comes back, the lawsuits are over, you know, all that kind of fun jazz, and how to like really help make like a separation between like me and then like the brand, you know, air quotes, the brand.
I'm going to reiterate this for you. When the court cases are over and the channel is back. Now, this is referring to the fact that since all of her wrongdoings were exposed, her views have gone down and people have been unsubscribing because, understandably, people don't want to watch somebody like that. So she is saying that when she goes to court and is vindicated by the court, which she believes will happen, which again, you know, if she's right, if she is telling the truth and she has the evidence, then I hope she is vindicated. I haven't seen any evidence to that yet. But she believes that when this happens, her channel's just gonna pick back up, the views are gonna go up, and the subscribers are gonna come back. Does she realize that viewers are real people who choose where to invest their time? Like, they're not just mindless drones that are like, this person good, watch this video. They're actually real people who go, oh, I like this creator, I'm gonna watch this creator. Oh, or I'm interested in that topic. If you have been exposed for doing terrible things, A court case is not suddenly going to bounce your numbers back up. That's not how this works. These are real people who are choosing where to invest their time. Just does not make any sense. But I think she's prepared for that as well, because apparently she is planning to rebrand as Prism of the Past or something like that. But you know what? Probably the real reason that her views aren't going to go up is not because, you know, she won't be vindicated by the court. It's actually because we're all stupid and brain dead and can't see the facts and the evidence, and I'm not gonna tell you the facts and the evidence. But there it is, this whole time that we thought she was just staying silent, she has just been doing the same stuff she always does, which is talking crap about people and trying to make herself look like the victim. So I don't know, Blair. Maybe court will vindicate you, maybe we are stupid, or maybe you're just not a good person. One of iilluminauttii's employees has spoken out about her, and they have given us some big insights into how she was behaving behind the scenes. This, however, is the first time that an employee of the Illuminaughtii channel who is not Wonderstruck or OzMedia or somebody involved in Sad Milk has spoken out about her. And I am here today to provide you with an exclusive interview with this employee. Now, for very obvious reasons, this employee has requested to remain anonymous. So for the purposes of this video, we are going to be referring to them as Sam throughout. Now, Sam had quite a bit to say about what it's like working for Illuminaughtii, as well as the way that she reacted to things while all of the controversy was going on. But let's start and get the good things out of the way first. Because of course I had to ask them what it was actually like working for Illuminaughtii. Was she an okay boss? Were payments okay and on time and everything like that? Now, I did assume that at a minimum this was going to be the one thing that was okay, but you know, you gotta do your due diligence and ask. But thankfully I was right. For sure, there wasn't anything abnormal about payment timing for me. It was all pretty standard. Unfortunately though, that seems to be where the positives end. Working for her seemed relatively normal for a while, though this would change over time. She didn't have a lot of communication with much of the team, from the weekly meetings we attended that she wasn't involved in, to the discussions about each video that she very rarely, if ever, posted in. I've talked with her for not much longer than I've talked with you already. Which, to be clear, at this stage, we had barely talked at all at this point. So this kind of positions her as a very distant boss who was just sort of head of a company rather than the content creator, which a lot of people assumed to a degree was what was happening with Illuminauttii's channel, but I just personally find it kind of strange, because I think YouTube is a space where you're not just getting entertainment. It's not just like watching a TV show, because part of what you're signing up for is the creator. In most cases, at least in the entertainment genre of YouTube, you don't subscribe to somebody unless you like them. You like their personality, you like the way that they convey things, or at least at the very minimum, you don't dislike them. There's a bit of a stronger connection there than with traditional media, but this seems to be a case where the connection just isn't there, or it's just faked. And we're going to come back to that because we do get more information later on about how involved she actually is in the process. But during this conversation where Sam is talking about their experience with working for Illuminaughtii, they said something that I was really perplexed by. One memory that stuck out to me was a terrible comment made by a team member during a call that did include Blair. Blair didn't make this comment, but months later when she made the Illuminaughtii Exposed video, I found it hypocritical for her to claim comments Wonderstruck made were grounds for termination, yet let this comment slide. Now, just to recap, remember in Illuminauttii's video when she was throwing all of the former Sad Milk members under the bus, one of the people that she discussed in that was Wonderstruck. Wonderstruck had worked for Illuminaughtii for a time as an editor, and one of the things that Blair said was that Wonderstruck had made an inappropriate comment in a work setting, and that this comment was grounds for termination. However, we later found that allegedly this comment wasn't all that serious, and that for some reason this was grounds for termination, but Wonderstruck never received any kind of warning about it. The hypocrisy aside, it was an absurd comment to go unchecked by any decent workplace standards. The call was initiated as a sort of morale boost type of thing. We thought it was a meeting going into it, but we played Jackbox. So essentially this just sounds like a type of team building. There's a game where you write captions for images. There was an image of a monkey and the caption written for it was "Entering Detroit." This is the comment that was made by that other employee while Blair was in the call, yet she did nothing about it and it went completely unchecked. Now, if you're like me, and you were confused by this, I did have to actually ask for clarification, and before anybody calls me stupid in the comments, I'm European, I don't know anything about Detroit, I had absolutely no idea what this was referencing when I spoke to Sam. So if you're in the same boat as me, here's your clarification. Detroit is a city with a majority black population, the intended punchline being just racism. So let me reiterate what happened. They went into a call, a work call, with Illuminaughtii present. They ended up playing Jackbox with a game where you can add captions to images. One employee, while Blair is in the call, puts a caption on a picture of a monkey that said "Entering Detroit, a city with a majority black population," and Blair said nothing. Now, I know that Sam said this is an absolutely inappropriate comment to go completely unchecked in a workplace setting, and I absolutely 100% agree, but I would like to add to that that is a completely inappropriate comment to go unchecked in any setting. I don't care if you're in a call with your best friends and somebody that you love and adore says that. That is something that needs to be picked up on immediately. But personally, I cannot imagine a scenario where that comment would even have come into my head. And I think if somebody made that comment in front of me, workplace setting or not, actually it wouldn't be a workplace setting, I don't have any employees, but any setting, I'm at the very least going to say, why in God's name would you think that that's an okay thing to say? So yes, like Sam said, hypocrisy aside, this is awful. And then you just add the hypocrisy layer to it, where Illuminaughtii said that a comment made by Wonderstruck was grounds for termination, which was, by the way, nothing like this comment. But the Detroit comment by another employee, who presumably Blair just wasn't pissed off with at the time so didn't really care, goes unchecked. Now, of course, I did ask were any other comments made like this after this or before this? Was this a common occurrence? Did Blair herself make any comments like this? And to Sam's knowledge, no. For one, it was very rare that Blair was in calls at all to be able to hear her making any negative comments. And for two, they said they had never heard any other comments like that in meetings that they were present in. But let's move on then, because Sam continued to talk about their experience and how things began to escalate. Things escalated, as may be predictable, when Illuminauttii's LegalEagle tweet was made. Before this point, working for the channel was often standard for me personally. And of course, I had to ask, well, how did they escalate? The LegalEagle tweets were made, and it's a complete surprise to most of us. A weekly call comes round, and everyone's discussing the tweets that came out. The situation's downplayed by most, people just saying the LegalEagle stuff was handled the wrong way, but not that they didn't copy us, which they obviously did not. People were defending Blair. I do find it very strange that LegalEagle's team weren't saying that LegalEagle hadn't copied Illuminaughtii and the Illuminaughtii channel, because it was very, very clear, despite what Blair tried to say, that LegalEagle did not copy Illuminaughtii. Again, I just need to remind you, because it's so absurd, the things that she said were plagiarized were a ripped paper effect and a highlighting text effect. Two very, very common effects which are used all over YouTube and all over traditional media, mostly in documentaries. But I'm just going to say maybe it's just that that wasn't the purpose of the call, that isn't what they were discussing, but at least they said that it wasn't handled the right way. Now this call where they're talking about LegalEagle and the tweets that were made ends, but there's another call soon after. Another call happens a bit later, and this time Blair's in the call as well, because she wasn't in the previous call talking about LegalEagle or clarifying anything to do with the fact that she just decided to go on this rampage on Twitter and not inform her team. At least she's in this one though. She rants against the Sad Milk members, including Oz. I knew she was awful in doing what she was accused of by those sad milk members, but this call was absurd to me as it consisted of people piling onto and antagonizing those who posted against her. The tone was nothing like that of the Illuminati exposed video that was made. There was hardly, if any, accountability, but rather listing issues with some of the people making accusations against her. Though I would like to add, that is a lot of what happened in the Illuminati exposed video. I mean, the whole thing was just her throwing everybody under the bus, talking about their mental health and trying to make them look as terrible as possible. I mean, take the click, for example, where she said that he was using slurs constantly, that he allowed really horrible people into his Discord server and just didn't care. And don't worry, there will be some things said about the clique. But still, somehow in the Illuminati exposed video, it did feel like she was trying to put this air of her being the better person in this situation, of her being the bigger person, but at the same time, she's sharing people's very intimate private details. So, not really great. I'm not endorsing anyone by any means, but it was off-putting that not only did these accusations come out against her, but most of this call was spent defending her or antagonizing others. When speaking with Sam, I really wanted to know what exactly she had said about the other people involved. And before I show you what they said, just for context, at this point, threads had been made about her from the Sad Milk members, but this was before Wonderstruck had made his video. Which of course means it was before OzMedia made his video as well. She said she heard from a source that Click underpaid an editor. She mocked Oz for various things such as the PC they built for her blue screening. Something which again we discussed in our previous video about Illuminaughtii, where her Discord DMs were leaked and she had been discussing this blue screening PC and using it to frame OzMedia as sort of just a terrible person who didn't care and was gaslighting her staff. And I believe she brought up the contract they signed that'd have them owe her an absurd amount of money. She boasted this point and seemed happy about it. I think this contract is mentioned in Oz's latest video about Blair. And yes, this was mentioned in Oz's video, and I have talked about this in previous videos. Again, links are in the description for everything. It is so much to go into in depth in this video, especially since a lot of people will already know what I'm talking about and I'll just be repeating myself. But Illuminaughtii had OzMedia sign a contract stating that he owed her a lot of money and that he would have to pay back quite a lot monthly. And this was all done under very shady looking circumstances, because not only was the number that he owed her much higher than is seemingly possible, she also went into this with a lawyer knowing that he couldn't afford legal representation, so he didn't have a lawyer. And the fact that she's bragging about this and seems boastful about this kind of makes me wonder if maybe my own little theory about this was correct. Fully personal opinion, and I don't even know if I said this in the previous video, but it always felt to me since this whole situation came out that she was hanging this over OzMedia's head to silence him. Or even worse still, because she wanted to take legal action against him. Allegedly, potentially, in my opinion. Because if you don't remember, she is threatening to foreclose on his home before Christmas. But she only threatened this after he came out against her. And she could have done this at any time prior. So I don't know, it's just the fact that she seems gleeful about having this power over somebody, about, you have acted wrongly, now I can lash out at you, I can take action against you. And to lend even more credence to the theory that she just wanted to take legal action against these people, she was absolutely going over some people she could threaten legal action with and describing ways she could do so. So she's bragging about the amount of money that OzMedia owes her, boasting about being able to take legal action against people, and describing the ways that she could do that. These to me do not seem like the actions or the words of a reasonable, level-headed person. She seems to immediately go on the offense, which, if you are truly innocent in a situation, would your instinct not be to say, I'm innocent, and here's why, rather than trying to manipulate situations to make people look worse than they are, to spread allegations about people to your employees, and to brag about being able to take legal action against these people. I'd also like to add that I can't think of a single person on the planet who would be happy about having to go through the legal system. It's a slow and painful and expensive process to sue somebody. And in this call, she still had more to say about these people as well. For the click, along with saying that he had underpaid an editor without any actual evidence, I believe she also mentioned that he said slurs multiple times. She would know, of course, given what we know about her alt account. This is in reference to the Doobie Schmerz account, which, as we saw, seemed to go on a bit of a smear campaign against the former Sad Milk members, particularly the Click. Obviously, no justification for what Click said in my opinion. It seemed weird to me that she'd antagonize someone for the same thing a member of her staff did, though. And once again, we have the hypocrisy of iilluminaughtii. And in this call as well, she had a lot to say about OzMedia. As we already discussed, she was making fun of the computer that blue screened and was bragging about the amount of money that he owed her. But it did not end there. She said she broke up with Oz long before Oz claimed. It was a lot of deflecting and shifting focus onto others.
Blair used this debt as a promise that this would specifically help mend our relationship, not our friendship, and put us on a better foot. It wouldn't be until a few weeks after signing that document that I would learn that she had already moved on, and had almost everyone in my daily life keep this fact a secret from me.
And this is not the only thing that she said. She had a lot to say about their relationship and things that went on in it, and saying things that to me seem like she's trying to put down OzMedia, and as well saying some really inappropriate, intimate sort of stuff that you shouldn't really be saying in front of your employees in a work call. And again, remember, she said that there was an inappropriate comment made by Wonderstruck, which was grounds for termination. But she's Blair, and she can say whatever she wants. However, although Sam did give me a lot of information about what she said in this call about OzMedia and their relationship, we both agreed that it would be best to keep this portion of the interview out of the video, out of respect for OzMedia. It's bad enough that she said this in a work call, we don't need to reiterate it here, but it might potentially be something that he already knows about, and maybe he'll choose to speak about this in his own video. But it wouldn't really be right for me to sit here and tell you all of that, and the only reason that Sam told me was to give context to the situation. They fully also believed that this information should stay private. One comment that does not need to be kept private, though, is the absolutely bizarre comment that she made that she wanted them all to be driving BMWs, and giving a sort of rallying speech that the channel was going to get through this, although most were laid off when the channel plummeted, so they didn't really get through this. I do feel terrible for those people who were laid off, and I truly hope that they were able to find employment pretty soon after that. But the reason that this sticks out to me is because what is with Blair and the BMWs? Why the obsession with the BMWs? I don't know if you remember, but she has a thing with BMWs. She just loves them. And of course, I did have to clarify if this was a similar situation to the whole Wonderstruck thing, where she wanted to be the one signing the papers in regards to them all getting BMWs. This, however, does not seem to be the case. It was just a comment of, wouldn't it be so great if we could all drive BMWs? What is with the BMWs? Why the If I ever get to speak to iilluminaughtii, which to be honest I hope I don't, but if I ever do, this is the question I'm going to ask her. Why the BMWs? But let's get back to talking about iilluminaughtie's way of working, the way the channel was run, how many employees and things like that, because I needed to ask, how many employees does she actually have? Because we know that iilluminaughtii has a team that write her scripts, that edit for her, probably that make thumbnails as well, which again brings into question how involved Blair actually is in iilluminaughtii. From my recollection, there were 2 writers and 6 editors or so, some of which were contractors. There was also someone handling the financial stuff, and Oz was a sort of manager, I believe. Also, for more context, I remember Oz being there up until the LegalEagle tweets happened. I don't remember there being tension between them. It was all pretty abrupt as far as Oz leaving. Also, I don't remember Oz leaving being mentioned at all. They just weren't there anymore, and I imagine it's around when Oz came out with those tweets following the LegalEagle situation. So it's a fairly large team, although the channel does upload quite frequently, but you'd hope that she would still be quite involved in the process. Although based on what Sam has told me, that doesn't really seem to be the case. There were some other things that bothered me, as there are with most any job. Others, not Blair, would write revision notes for videos after the first draft was exported. When she did write revision notes, which only happened once every few months, there would be hundreds of notes. I'm not exaggerating the number. The notes were written in a manner that made it seem like she was surprised at how the videos looked. She even had a note saying something along the lines of, "What happened to the old channel outro?" I'm paraphrasing. She had the same outro, referring to the new outro, not the old outro, for a long time up to this point. So it just conveyed to me that she was likely not very active in reviewing the videos that were being released. This, to be honest, is even worse than I imagined it was. Because I had an inkling that really all she did was just read the script and that was it. Because considering she has writers and she has editors, then she's just reading the content that the writers give her and then sending it off to be edited. But I had assumed, at the very least, you would be reviewing every single video that goes up. You'd be reviewing the edits, you'd be reviewing the script, you'd be reviewing the thumbnails and the metadata, the tags, the description, everything. You'd want to review that. I can't imagine having a video going up on this channel that has my name attached to it that I have not reviewed and approved. Again though, I don't have any employees, but say that I did, I'm not gonna just let you edit something and upload it and I've never seen it. For all I know, you've done a Logan Paul in Japan on the video. I need to see what's happening. So the fact that they have been using a new channel outro for a while and she had no idea, so when her time came to review the video, which she only did every few months, she was confused about the new outro. It just says to me, and obviously to Sam as well, that she's not even reviewing the videos. So at this point, what is the difference between iilluminaughtii and just a content farm? At this point, it's not even Blair. It's not even Blair's channel. It's a channel made up of the employees who are making the videos. All she is the voice. And with AI nowadays, you could do that without her. She doesn't need to be there at this point because she's not allegedly involved.
Today we're exposing the shimmering facade of Glimmerglow. This brand claims to light up your life with their exclusive range of glow-in-the-dark cosmetics. But here's the catch. It's less about the sparkle and more about the shady business practices. With a dazzling array of overly priced highlighters and neon eyeshadows, Glimmerglow lures in unsuspecting beauty enthusiasts with the promise of becoming a glow goddess. Beneath the luminescent surface lies a network of complicated compensation plans and unrealistic sales targets. So, let's switch on the light and reveal the truth behind Glimmerglow's glowing promises.
She's like some distant head of the company who doesn't actually really know what's happening in the day-to-day operations of it. It just seems, and again, this is, opinion-based, based on what I'm hearing from Sam and what I've seen on her channel already. It just feels like she's irrelevant to the iilluminaughtii channel. It could be done without her. It's being written and edited by other people. Like I said, you can get an AI voice, a pretty good, decent AI voice, get rid of her entirely. You can hire an actor. You could get anybody else to read it, and it would be the exact same. Which, like I was saying earlier, then what's the point? One of the great things about this form of media is that you're getting the person who's creating the videos, you're getting the person involved, and maybe they have people who help them research, maybe they have people who help them write, maybe they have editors, but they're still involved in the channel, in the process, and in the content. This just feels soulless and pointless. It just feels like another business to her because she has multiple businesses all the time. It just feels like it's another way for her to make as much money as she can as quickly as possible, which, don't take it out of context, it's okay to want to make money from YouTube. YouTube pays my bills. I clearly want to make money from YouTube. But I don't do it as just another business venture that I'm gonna put as little effort into as possible. I don't do this as like a side hustle. This isn't passive income to me. This is my career. I'm involved in the videos. And even if I had editors and writers, researchers, whoever, I would still want to be the main person involved in the process. I would still want to be directing everything, having a say in the script, although I don't think I could read a script somebody else has written for me because it wouldn't feel like I was saying it. Like, I want to use my own words. I would still want to be involved because this is my channel. These are my videos. But what she's doing makes it seem like it's not hers. Like, it's an amalgamation of the employees and she's just there, taking all the credit. So really, what is the point? But I know as well you guys want to know what happened after everybody made their threads and people made their videos about her. Rather than being concerned for the well-being of the people who released videos about their experiences with her, she was celebrating that legal action could be taken against them. Again, she just seems to want to take legal action against people. It's like she immediately, like I already said, goes on the offense, is happy that she can attack people, rather than saying, I'm innocent and here's why, or rather than taking accountability for the things that she's done. She did not seem regretful of her actions at all. Any point that was brought up in a video that she felt she could take legal action against was highlighted. She tried to justify legal action being taken against them by implying they deserved it, and implied she was sticking up for our team. And I feel like that just sums up Blair and everything we know about her in a nutshell. People shared their negative experiences with her, and instead of doing any kind of self-reflection, instead of taking any accountability, or if she truly was innocent, instead of just proving her innocence and leaving it at that, she goes on the attack. And she's happy she can go on the attack. She's going and highlighting everything from every video that she could possibly use against them, celebrating that, and then justifying it to her team, once again trying to make it seem like she's the good guy in this situation. She's the one doing the right thing. She's defending her team. She's making an us versus them situation, which sounds a bit like a cult. And if you really think about it, it also sounds like some of the criticisms that people have against MLMs. iilluminaughtii is everything that she has disavowed, everything that she has criticized. And with the inappropriate comments made by employees that completely went unchecked while other employees she didn't like were punished for their comments, with the way that she lashes out and attacks people at any given opportunity, the way she boasts about money owed to her, sharing private details of her relationship with her employees, and uses any opportunity possible to antagonize and speak badly about anybody she feels has wronged her. To me, Blair just feels like a massive hypocrite. A hypocrite who puts herself on a pedestal above everybody else, condemning them for the same things that she's doing, and that she's doing worse. The tide is finally starting to turn on iilluminaughtii. Since this controversy first broke out, Blair seems to think that she can get away with whatever she wants. From her falsely accusing another creator of plagiarism, to her lying about her own plagiarism, and even throwing cease and desists at her former friends because she doesn't like what they're saying about her. It seems like Blair has thought that she can just win in any situation, but now that doesn't seem to be the case. And I'm very happy to say that with all of the things going on with the situation, we finally have some good news. It's very rare that I get to talk about good news on this channel, so whenever I do, it just feels really nice. So let's get into it. As I mentioned, Blair had been sending cease and desists to former members of Sad Milk, And these were the former members who were also at one point or another employees of hers. Now, if you don't remember what has happened up until now with the OzMedia situation, she had seemingly been mistreating him financially. And I use the word mistreating because YouTube often flags the other word I would like to use that begins with an A. This escalated when OzMedia was having to ask Blair to help him out financially because he couldn't cover some of his costs, including costs that iilluminaughtii was incurring onto him. She kept a ledger of debt, and this grew to a number of about $180,000, a number which OzMedia claims he can't understand how it got so high. But here's where we get to the tricky part. And that is that in this document that he signed saying that he would have to make back these installments that she knew he could not reasonably make, that she could foreclose on his home. After OzMedia started speaking out against Blair, she decided to put this in motion and was planning to foreclose before Christmas, which is coming up very soon. And this was the last update that we had about this. By the way, if you need a fuller picture of this whole situation, if you need a catch up, or about anything else to do with iilluminaughtii, link is in the description for that for you. But it was looking very dire for a while. We didn't know what was going to happen, and it's a very serious thing. He was going to end up without a home to live in. But then we got a tweet from OzMedia. This Friday, and hopefully only this Friday, I'm going to be doing a streaming push on my main channel to help secure and end the foreclosure proceedings on my home by obtaining what's known as a cure amount. This cure is separate from my legal fees. Don't worry if you have no idea what any of this stuff means. I got you. A cure is made prior to the foreclosure sale by only certain people or entities who have a legal right to cure the default on the mortgage or deed of trust. From what we know, the deed of trust was what was in place here. If a property owner believes he can bring the past due payments current, plus all fees and costs of the lender, lender's attorney, and public trustee, he must file with the public trustee's office a note of intent to cure at least 15 days prior to the scheduled sale date. The public trustee's office then requests a cure figure from the lender and provides that to the party filing the notice of intent to cure. Since the property owner no longer has a right to redeem the property after the foreclosure sale, the opportunity to keep the property and get out of foreclosure is through a cure. So essentially, in the case of a mortgage or deed of trust where the payments are not being made, if the person can raise the funds that they have owed, along with legal fees and other things like that, then they can pay that in order to stop the foreclosure, to stop the sale of their home. Now, from what I have gathered, OzMedia would need to raise $15,000 in order to pay this cure. So he did his live stream, and it's good news, guys. It's finally some good news. People completely came through with this. He was asking for a goal of $10,000 and he hit that in less than half an hour of what was planned to be a 24-hour live stream and possibly a second or even third live stream in order to get these funds. He thought it was going to take him more than 24 hours and potentially multiple streams, and people helped him to raise that money to keep his home in less than half an hour. And by the end of his stream, he had far exceeded his goal.
I love all of you for what you've managed to help me get through. This is a chapter on my life that I will actually be able to close.
My parents' credit card for $100. What was done to you is so inexcusable.
Thank you.
Wishing peace and good things to you and the others who had to deal with this.
Thank you all. I can close this chapter because of the help that you've all given me.
And it's just really, really nice to see the kindness and generosity of people online. I think a lot of the time, and with a lot of the stuff that goes on, you can, feel like everybody's kind of terrible sometimes. I don't know if maybe that's just me or if you guys feel that way too, but I think it's you guys as well. Like sometimes it just feels like everything is negative. Everybody's just looking out for themselves and that's it. But people disagreed with what Blair was doing to him and threatening to make him homeless, and for no other reason than pure kindness decided to donate to this. And I'm so unbelievably happy for him. I cannot in any way imagine how difficult a situation that is to go through and how stressful that is. She has been using her power over him and using her power over others in any way that she absolutely can, almost to a degree that she seems like an evil villain. But she is not completely undefeatable. She cannot just do whatever the hell she wants. And I'm just very happy to see that he is not going to be homeless just before Christmas. So I am so very proud of all of you, and I'm so very happy with anybody who donated, who's watching or who isn't watching. Just, you're wonderful people, all of you. And it has sort of restored my feeling that there is some good in the world. Maybe. Somewhere. Thank you, everyone. Words will never express how thankful I am. You all smashed a goal I set in place, which I thought would take weeks for me to hit. Instead, 30 minutes. I love you all. And that is not the only thing that's happening in regards to Illuminaughtii at the moment, although that was the best news. You've probably already seen Illuminauttii's views have been dropping drastically since this controversy first began. She went from getting over hundreds and thousands of views on videos to some videos even reaching over 1 million, all the way down to now where she's getting video views of 20,000-30,000. And this is quite obviously a direct result of the controversy, because people have seen the way she's responded to it, the things that people have said about her, and they've not agreed with who she is and how she runs her business. Which again, if you need reminders of all of this, links in the description. And she was getting a lot of negative comments on her videos. Most of the comments were calling her out for her behavior, until it was pointed out that she started deleting these comments. And now she's seeming to have taken it a step further by turning off comments entirely, at least on her last few videos. Now, people have suggested this is because she's getting an influx of negative comments after hbomberguy made a video about plagiarism on YouTube. Now, if you remember when the LegalEagle stuff was happening predominantly on Twitter, hbomberguy called out the hypocrisy of Blair accusing LegalEagle of plagiarism, considering that she had allegedly plagiarized her own content, and he showed a video example of this. Now, I won't show you the video example because apparently that's a problem. Get to that later. But now hbomberguy has made his own section of this video discussing her plagiarism, and he goes really in depth into the ways that she has not only plagiarized but tried to hide and excuse her plagiarism. He discusses this both in his one very, very long video about plagiarism in general, which is quite a good video, and on a second channel where he made a dedicated video about Illuminaughtii. Again, great videos, check him out if you'd like. They are, however, not without their issues, and I will be talking about that, but it's not a topic for this video, unfortunately. But the reason why this is relevant is because after he made that video that got a lot of views, nearly 6 million views, just on the first video, and then we have the second video as well, people started calling out Illuminauttii's plagiarism in her comments, which obviously has led a lot of people to assume that this is why she's turning off the comments. I am a bit curious about what she's planning to do at this point, because is she planning to keep comments turned off forever? Because from my understanding of YouTube, that would really hurt her engagement, and at the moment her views are already completely down, to a level where I think the algorithm itself will see her videos as irredeemable. It was actually discussed in the DMs that FPS Diesel leaked that she had thought to create a new channel and completely rebrand and remove herself from that, remove Blair from the channel. So at this point, maybe that's what she's gonna do, or maybe it's already in the works and she's just keeping up with this channel until she can get that one up and running and monetized. Because you can't automatically monetize videos from the get-go, and also it takes a while to build up views. But this leads me back into my comment from my previous video where I interviewed an employee of at what point is she irrelevant for the channel, because at this point it seems all she does is read a script and that's it. Allegedly, she does not research her content, she does not write her content, she does not edit her content, and a lot of the time she doesn't even review her content. So if she's removed, why is she there? At that point she's making the full transition into completely being a content mill, which further proves hbomberguy's point. I'm also wondering at this point if she is just planning to stay silent and keep silently taking legal action against people while not saying anything publicly, because her last attempt at making a video publicly discussing everything didn't really go in her favor. And my own personal opinion is that's because she's completely in the wrong, and no matter what she says, she cannot manipulate everybody into believing that she's the good guy when she's not. But at least things are starting to go in favor of the people that she is trying to hurt. And I am so glad that OzMedia was able to raise these funds and that he will be able to keep his home. But it seems like iilluminaughtii is not willing to give up just yet, and she's now progressed to full-on legal action. And once you see what she is saying in this legal document, you will understand why I personally think a lot of this is just completely baseless. Now, a lot of this is redacted because it contains personal information, but you can still see here that Blair, as well as her company, are suing 3 different individuals. And these are OzMedia, Wonderstruck, and Felix the Kit Kat. Now, OzMedia already touched a little bit on what has been happening up till now there. Wonderstruck was also a former employee of iilluminaughtii, who was also mistreated by iilluminaughtii, and there's a lot to go into there, and I have made videos on everything, so check it out, link in the description if you need to catch up or if you need a reminder. It's all there. I won't go too deeply into it now because I don't want to bore people who already know what I'm talking about. But to sum up, in the shortest way I possibly can, Blair was allegedly a terrible boss to Wonderstruck, as well as just being a terrible person, convinced him to lease a BMW through her, and then she repossessed that BMW in the middle of the night and it had all of his stuff in it. Obviously that situation is a lot more going into it than just that, but yeah, check out the videos in the description if you need a reminder. Felix the Kit Kat, however, is somebody who we haven't really talked about before, but they do play an important role in this story. Back when the Click made his video about iilluminaughtii, he alleged that she had paid people to dig up dirt on him. And to prove this, he showed screenshots of a conversation between Blair and one of her employees, where she was offering that employee money in order to find videos of the Click saying things that he shouldn't have been saying. In these screenshots, the name of the employee was redacted. However, we now know that that employee was Felix the Kit Kat. And how do we know that? Well, because that's why Blair is suing them. And to further prove this point, Felix the Kit Kat also posted the same screenshots that the Click had used in his video to Twitter, but this time the names weren't redacted. And honestly, the more that I look at this screenshot, the worse it feels to me. I mean, you can see how iilluminaughtii makes sure that Felix is low on money and desperately needs money before going ahead and making this offer. She needs to make sure that she has power over this person before she does it. And maybe you think I'm reading too much into it, but when you see the pattern of her behavior and how she acts, that's what she does with everybody. She has to make sure that she always has power in every situation, and this is just one example of that. But clearly anyway, Blair was not happy about the fact that this person sent these screenshots to the Click. And so one of the things that she's going after them for is breach of contract, presumably referring to something along the lines of not being able to give away business secrets, meaning not ever talking about the wrongdoings of Blair. Apparently. Plaintiff's goal is to protect its confidential proprietary information and ensure that all employees agree to maintain the confidentiality of the company of iilluminaughtie's information. And then the document goes on to detail all of the ways that iilluminaughtii feels like these contracts of employment have been breached. Firstly, it begins talking about Blair and OzMedia's relationship. However, a lot of this information is redacted. And that is because, according to Mad Catster, it goes into a lot of private information that isn't supposed to be shared online. It then goes on to say this. On July 25th, 2023, a defamatory video titled "The Fall of iilluminaughtii, YouTube's Biggest Bully" was posted about plaintiffs. This video was published by redacted, but it's Cruel World Happy Mind. In that video, defendants speak publicly about their intent to publish a defamatory video about Blair. And I am entirely perplexed by why this is included in this document, because that is Cruel World Happy Minds video. And although Cruel World Happy Mind did post a video talking about her negative experiences with Illuminaughtii, which by the way was really bad, Madison, also known as Cruel World Happy Mind, isn't one of the people being sued. So why is her video included in this document? The only thing that I could possibly think of, and this is pure speculation on my part, is that Illuminaughtii had sent her lawyer lists of everything that pissed her off, every video that was made about her, everything she felt like had something wrong done against her, every video of somebody speaking up about her. So Cruel World Happy Mind, The Click, OzMedia, One Topic at a Time, Wonderstruck, everybody, as well as potentially other people's videos too. And it was the lawyer's job to figure out which of these people can we take action against and how can we possibly do it. Which is potentially why they went with the employee route. My theory is that in drafting this document, her lawyer put the title of the wrong video, or the wrong person. I don't know. Like, that's the only thing I can think of, because in what other scenario would it make sense for Cruel World Happy Minds video to be included there when she's not being sued by Illuminaughtii? I don't know. It makes no sense. That, or just Illuminaughtii said, no, you gotta show this video because I didn't like this video. Wah. Then it goes on to talk about Wonderstruck. Prior to Wonderstruck's move to Colorado in around May of 2021, Illuminaughtii purchased a car that she would allow him to use as his own, under the assumption that he would repay those funds, which Blair and Wonderstruck agreed and understood to be a loan prior to her transferring the title to him. Illuminaughtii hired Wonderstruck, however, Wonderstruck violated multiple of the company's policies. Despite performing none of his job functions, Wonderstruck was paid throughout his time at Illuminaughtii. Let's remember here that Wonderstruck had said that he was not being given work to do during the term of his employment, and he went out of his way to try and find things to do. Later on, he did have something to do, but he had technical issues and had to try and solve the issue. But he was fired before the deadline for that video, for that work that he had to finish. And yes, he was paid, but he did not work there for very long. So this all seems completely redundant, in my own personal opinion. Despite agreeing to make payments on and keep the car, on or about July 29th, Wonderstruck and Blair agreed to meet with a police escort so that Wonderstruck could receive his belongings that were in the car. There is so much to unpack here, I can't even... this is just baffling to me. Obviously, I was not there. The only people who were there were Blair and Wonderstruck, so they're the only people who know. But given Blair's track record of lying about literally everything, I don't really trust her, and Wonderstruck had explained that there was damage to the windshield, because those things can happen when you drive, but it was going to be fixed. Just hadn't been fixed yet. And you also need to remember that Wonderstruck had come to an agreement to bring the car back, but then Illuminaughtii came in the middle of the night when he was asleep and took the car with all of his stuff in it. How in any way is that okay? And it's being fully, in my opinion, misrepresented here in this document. Plus, the police escort thing. Is that true? Because what we've heard from Wonderstruck is that he never got his stuff back, including the myriad of things that was in there, expensive stuff, work equipment, his play button, so many things were in that car. She took them and, according to him, never gave them back. So what happened with this police escort? Although, I have to say, in the document, it doesn't say that they met and she gave him his stuff back. It said they agreed to meet. So, you know, it doesn't say that they met up. In or about May of 2023, Wonderstruck created a 1 hour and 20-minute video with OzMedia, where both defendants make the following claims: that Blair stole Wonderstruck's car, that Blair committed wage theft, when in reality, Blair simply deducted taxes out of his earnings, and other claims. So to my understanding, that is not what was claimed. They just explained the situation of her coming in the night and taking the car. That was all. After the video was produced, Blair sent a cease and desist letter to the defendant. He reacted by starting a GoFundMe page seeking money to pay for legal fees. Okay, and? Like, what is the point of pointing this out? You have threatened him with legal action. He can't afford a lawyer. He's going to ask for help to pay a lawyer for the legal fees that you are about to incur onto him. Makes no sense. Then we move on to Felix the Kit Kat, who is a former employee of plaintiffs. Felix, in violation of the agreement, turned over private messages between Blair to a YouTuber, in quotation marks, which I love, to exploit in a video made to slander Blair. Regarding the messages, Felix edited selectively picked messages to create the appearance that Blair made statements that she did not. He thereby created a narrative that was damaging to plaintiffs. So she's claiming that he edited the screenshots, but she's also claiming that he selectively picked screenshots. So this confuses me, because is she saying, yes, I did say the things in those messages, but he edited them together to make me look bad? Or is she saying that these messages didn't exist and he made them up? Either way, I don't really believe her, but at the same time, it would be a very ballsy move to make a lie like that in a legal document. So I'm not sure. But here's part of the screenshots again. I mean, you can make up your own mind about what you think here, but I can't imagine that this is edited. So the document then goes on to say that all of the defendants have breached this part of the agreement. Employee agrees not to use confidential information and or proprietary data for the benefit of any other person, corporation, or entity other than the employer during the term of the employee's employment with employer or any time thereafter. So do not say anything about me or the company, ever. And then we get on to the second claim of defamation. Big word on YouTube, isn't it? So Illuminaughtii claims the defendants published or caused to be published false statements that Miss Blair committed various acts, including abuse to her employees, wage theft, vehicular theft, and other claims. I'm very interested by this section here, or caused to be published false statements. Because she's essentially saying here, not only do I believe that these people have defamed me with their statements, but also that their statements have caused other people to defame me. And now again, please bear in mind here that I am not a lawyer. I am just a girl with a YouTube channel. So, you know, don't take what I'm saying as any kind of legal advice or anything like that. And this is just pure opinion and speculation of my understanding. But from what I understand of defamation and the law, and I have looked into stuff like this before, obviously covering YouTube nonsense, I've looked at a lot of court documents, and I don't understand how you can say that other people making videos are the defendant's fault. Like, you can't say, oh, VangelinaSkov made a video about Illuminaughtii. That is clearly and entirely the responsibility of OzMedia. It doesn't work like that, and it doesn't make sense to me. So I just personally don't think that that bit holds any merit, but maybe I'm completely wrong. You can educate me in the comments if you want. These statements were defamatory because they tended to harm Miss Blair's reputation by lowering her in the estimation of at least a substantial and respectable minority of the community. There is so much to unpack in that one little sentence alone. Firstly, the use of substantial but still a minority of the community, because if you're trying to get a defamation claim go through, right, you have to prove that it's caused harm to you, financial and personal and all of that. So it would be in her favor to tell the truth here and say just a substantial portion of her audience don't want to watch her anymore because everybody thinks that she's full of lies and nonsense and is a horrible person. But her ego can't let her do that. So she has to say, okay, fine, substantial amount, but it's a minority of the community. A minority of it. Stupid. And then she says here, these statements were defamatory because they tended to harm Blair's reputation. They don't say these statements are defamatory because they're untrue. They say they're defamatory because they're trying to lower her reputation. Now, for something to be defamation, they need to be untrue, but she's not here stating that they're untrue, nor is she giving any evidence for these statements being untrue. I will say I was reading something recently about defamation in Japan. Again, I could be completely wrong, not a lawyer, and I also don't live in Japan. But what I was reading about is that in Japan, you can sue somebody for defamation even if the statements are true, because it's still like hurting somebody's character, potentially their business or whatever. However, in the States, where Blair is from and where all of these people that she's suing are living, the statements need to be untrue, because otherwise it's not defamation, it's just people telling the truth. So why isn't she saying here these statements are defamatory because they were untrue and tended to harm her? Why just tended to harm her? It's starting to feel like it doesn't have a leg to stand on here. The defendants were acting with actual malice when they made these statements, knowing that they were false, or while recklessly disregarding whether they were true or false when published. The last statement is a little bit weird to me because she says because they're false, or, you know, they might have been true, but they also might have been false. I just feel like that statement in itself made itself redundant. Third claim for relief. Defendants published statements about Blair. The defamatory nature of these publications was apparent on their face because they alleged commission of criminal offences, and they were allegations incompatible with Miss Blair's business, trade, profession, or office. Again, I have gone through some of the video statements that were made about Illuminaughtii, and I cannot find where they actually said she committed an offense or she did this thing that's a crime. The closest thing I can find is OzMedia alluding to the potential of white-collar crime, not stating it outright. Plaintiff praised that this court entered judgment in favour of plaintiffs on their claims plead herein, including an award of pre- and post-judgment interest, attorney's fees and costs, and any other relief that it deems reasonable and necessary. To me personally, this in its entirety feels like a load of bollocks, because it's just claiming that they're defaming her without going into too much detail, which it's a court document. Put in the detail. I've seen documents before where they've said, this exact quote is the defamation. This is the slander. This is the libel. There's no quotes. There's no timestamps. There's no directing of where these statements came from. Are they from Twitter? Are they from YouTube? Are they from somewhere else entirely? There's no actual information here of the defamation being made. Getting to the confidentiality agreement of her employees, I can't speak to that. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I have seen other people who are more knowledgeable in the law say that this might be completely baseless because the agreements lasted for a very long term and could be thrown out because they were unfair. But that is what I've seen other people say, and I cannot confirm nor deny that. So there's that. She's suing 3 people because, in my opinion, she's having a tantrum. And also, yeah, she is losing money. She is losing her reputation. But from my view, it's her own fault. She did this to herself by being terrible. It's not the fault of the people who told the world that you're terrible. It's your fault for being terrible. But like I said, there are multiple lawsuits, not one lawsuit, and we have another. Now in December, I was contacted by somebody with some information about Illuminaughtii. Now, when I got this information, this was during the time that I kind of disappeared for a little bit, so I did not cover it. But that was information that Blair is on the Colorado tax delinquent list, which means that she owes taxes, and has done for a while. Obviously, I have had to blur out her name and her address because it is personal information. Her last name is not public, but this is her on the list here, and you can see that she owes 2 different amounts from 2 different periods. So from 2020, she owes $2,919. And from 2021, she owes $11,269. So in total, she owes $14,188 in unpaid taxes. Now, this would not be on this list if it was paid. If she had paid this, it would be gone, even if the debt did exist at some point. So the fact that it's here means that it's still unpaid. Now, generally, I wouldn't discuss people's finances like this. I wouldn't say it's really relevant, but in this case, I do think it's relevant. And I will tell you why. She has been going out of her way to destroy people, and in her attempt to do so, she is going through multiple legal proceedings, including cease and desist, including trying to foreclose on somebody's home, and including taking legal action against them. Now, these kinds of things are not cheap. Legal stuff is extremely expensive, and I just wonder if her money would not be better spent paying her unpaid taxes rather than going after people who don't like that she treated them like crap. And also, I think the fact that she tried to foreclose on somebody's home kind of makes this fair game to discuss, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. The other reason that I'm bringing this up is that it baffles me. not just because she's spending so much money on legal fees when she could be paying it towards her unpaid taxes, but she makes a lot of money. Maybe not so much anymore, but she has made a lot of money. Along with YouTube, she has multiple businesses, and it has been said that at some point she was making 3 figures a month. She also has this thing with the BMWs. She's buying BMWs for other people. She's trying to buy houses and rent them out to people so she can have a company town. The girl has money. So why is she not paying her taxes? Because yes, $14,000 is a lot of money. It is absolutely a lot of money. But given what we understand about how much money she was making and how much money she was throwing around the place and flaunting, and all of the businesses she had, including YouTube, the candle company, her merch might even be like a separate thing, and the crypto farm, all of that, why did she not have $14,000 to pay for her taxes? Especially considering these are from as early as 2020. Why has she not paid these since 2020? But we do know from OzMedia that she is apparently really bad with money, bad with handling money, and I see it. But again, the only reason that this is relevant is because she should be using her money to pay her taxes rather than taking legal action against people that she doesn't agree with and doesn't like, in my own personal opinion. Which, by the way, everything I say in this video is my own personal opinion. Don't get that twisted. But as well as owing this money, she's now being sued for this. Once again, these screenshots come from Madcaster, and he is the person who originally found this information, so do go check out his video as well. This time I just screenshotted them from his video because I didn't want to bother him again to send me another document. I felt bad enough asking the first time. Plus he had all the stuff there in his video, so I've just screenshotted it for you. But you can see that she's being sued for her unpaid taxes. This is filed for the amount of $3,611.18 in unpaid taxes, and it was filed on December 5th, 2023, which, bear in mind, is before she was trying to foreclose on OzMedia's home. And again, don't get me wrong, $3,000 is a lot of money, but considering how much money she had, I don't know if she has that money anymore, but considering how much money she had, she not have found a way to pay these $3,000. Now here's where I found out something very interesting, which is that in the States, it's probably a thing here as well, I've just never heard of it, but at least in the States, you can buy debt, which is a bizarre concept to me. Capitalism is so weird, but their companies, their whole business is to buy debt, to buy and sell debt, and make a profit on people's debt. That's the most, like, I guess that's how banks make money too, but it's just weird. But her debt was bought by multiple people. Multiple different companies were buying this debt off of each other, which I don't know if that's the usual thing or if it's something unique to this case, but there was multiple different parties buying this debt, some of which all happened on the same day, until we get to the final sale, which is now who is suing her and trying to get these $3,000. And again, normally I wouldn't say this is something worth talking about, even if the person we're talking about is a horrible person, but it just goes to show, while she's taking all of this action against other people, she could just be using the legal fees to pay her debt. And I still don't understand why, since 2020 and 2021, when she was making a ton of money, like, the girl was making bank, multiple businesses, like millions of views, hundreds of thousands of views on videos that she's posting 3 to 4 times a week. She's got merch, she's got companies, she's got allegedly a crypto farm. I would be very surprised if she didn't have a substantial amount of money. Bear in mind as well that she was also getting BMWs and getting BMWs for other people. The money seems to be there. So why didn't she pay her taxes? And it makes me question what other shady things might have been going on behind the scenes. Unfortunately, this means that there will likely be other legal proceedings unless her case for defamation and whatever else against her employees gets thrown out because it is seen as baseless. But unless that happens, there will be more. But I do hope she doesn't continue to sue people. I hope she doesn't continue finding people to sue, because at this point, this whole thing just seems like a child having a tantrum. A very, very expensive tantrum. Now though, like I said, there has been a big update on this situation. What's happening currently is that OzMedia's lawyers have filed a motion to dismiss iilluminaughtie's case. An important piece of information for context here is that the document that we went over in the previous video was the amended documents. So Illuminauti's lawyers had sent over a first set of documents, and they then had to amend them because they were not good enough. And there were a lot of issues even with the amended documents, which we discussed previously. The main thing being that they didn't actually give any detailed descriptions. It stated that people had defamed her and her company without giving direct quotes or linking to the places where this defamation occurred. So the judge was just supposed to look at that and go, yep, seems legit, no facts here, no evidence, but okay. And that was the main issue with these documents, is that there was little to no real quotes, real evidence, or real ways to find what exactly she was talking about. And you have to remember, a judge is not sitting here watching YouTube videos about this situation. The judge needs to be pointed in the direction of the defamation or other issues which are occurring. So now, because there are so many issues with this document, and for various other reasons, OzMedia's lawyers are asking for this case to be entirely dismissed. Plaintiff's complaint fails to articulate the alleged defamatory statements made, precluding any finding that such statements are plausibly provably false or defamatory. The amended complaint further fails to identify any confidential or proprietary information that was misused by defendant Oz, and is therefore similarly defective. Plaintiff's entire amended complaint should be dismissed for failure to state a claim upon which relief may be granted. And a beautiful line, plaintiff's amended complaint alleges a hodgepodge of jumbled facts relating to a personal and business relationship with Oz. So like I already said, this is essentially saying there were no facts, there was no quotes, there was no evidence. It's just a mixture of vague claims. And what she already submitted was the amended complaint. So at this point, they believe it should be just thrown out. Also, this is where I should mention that I'm not a lawyer, in case any of you are under that assumption, even though I've said it in like a million videos. I'm not a lawyer, no legal background. This is just my understanding based on the information that I know and based on reading this document. So from my understanding, this is talking about the breach of contract that was alleged. Plaintiff's amended complaint alleges a hodgepodge of jumbled facts relating to a personal and business relationship. Many of the alleged facts in the amended complaint appear to be irrelevant to the defamation and breach of contract claims. So saying that everything that she's saying is not relevant in any way, she's just throwing out strange claims that have no legal bearing here. The claims that are asserted are sparse and are not pled with sufficient factual information. That line pretty much speaks for itself. Plaintiff's breach of contract claim is similarly defective, without any identification of confidential or proprietary information that was misused in any manner by defendant Oz. Then the document also goes on to say that the defendant and the plaintiff's counsel, so their lawyers, met to discuss these issues. Rather than supply facts, plaintiff's amended complaint continues to merely assert threadbare legal conclusions and attempts, but fails to plead per se and per quote defamation in the alternative. So again, even though they met up and discussed this in person, according to this document, Illuminauti's lawyers were still unable to actually provide facts and evidence. Which is bizarre to me. I don't know if this is the lawyer's fault or Illuminauti's fault or everybody's fault. But the thing is, if they have the evidence and the quotes of the actual defamation being done and the actual breach of contract being done, you'd think they could just go, okay, well, we have that information. Let's just tippy-tappy that what? Let's just type that out and submit the document, which they could have done when they made the amendment, but they didn't. So do they not have the evidence and the information, or are they just not putting it in the document for some reason? Makes no sense. But I would personally believe, in my own opinion, that they don't have the information because they're making claims that don't, in my eyes, seem to be true. This document then goes on to talk about some of the claims that Blair made about their romantic personal relationship, because if you remember, Blair and OzMedia did date for a while. The amended complaint alleges that parties were involved in a romantic relationship and lived together at various times in Oz's home. It alleges that the romantic relationship ended and that she moved out of Oz's home in December of 2021, claiming that she and Oz were still good friends. Blair moved back into Oz's home in August of 2022 while her new home was under construction. She alleges she began seeing a new person romantically over the Christmas and New Year's holidays, presumably in 2022. The amended complaint alleges that Oz contacted an employee of Blair's in January of 2023, telling the employee that Blair had cheated on him. This in no way seems relevant to anything that she's trying to claim. I don't understand how this is damaging her business. I don't understand how this is defamation, since it was a private conversation. It doesn't make any sense. The amended complaint also alleges that Oz published a series of tweets falsely claiming that Blair had mistreated him. And finally, the amended complaint alleges that Oz published and or appeared in videos that included false allegations of theft. Where did that happen? Point to the evidence, which is what they're about to say. None of the alleged statements by Blair are set forth verbatim in the amended complaint, nor attached to it as an exhibit. So like I said, no quotes, no evidence, no pointing to where these things were said. None of the alleged statements by Oz regarding Blair are plausibly defamatory. The amended complaint is so lacking in essential details, including exactly what and in what context Oz said anything, that it fails to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. Further, none of the vaguely described statements alleged in the amended complaint pertain to plaintiff's Period Entertainment LLC, and as such, it cannot state a claim for defamation. Sometimes I do like reading legal documents, by the way, because I used to hate it because they're so wordy and I wouldn't understand what I was reading and it would just hurt my brain. But once I kind of got to understand them a bit and I got used to reading them, which I seem to have to do a lot on this channel, as serious as the situation it is, sometimes these documents are just so catty. It's quite interesting to read. Like, the amended complaint is so lacking in essential details, including exactly what and in what context Oz said anything. I love it. Like, drag her. It's great. Similarly, plaintiff's contract claim suffers from the same lack of plausibility, where the amended complaint fails to articulate any particular confidential or proprietary information that was used by Mr. Oz, contrary to the alleged contract. Rather, the claims are merely bootstrapped to the plaintiff's defective defamation case, and must also be dismissed for failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. So this again, you'll have to watch the old video to get the full context, but there was talk of breach of contract, and they're saying this is not detailed enough. You're not even saying which part of the contract was breached, you're not saying how it was breached, it's just thrown in there with everything else, and everything else is already defective. Then they go on to say that iilluminaughtii and her lawyers have already had the chance to amend the complaint, and that they should not be allowed to submit another amendment because they have and continue to fail to plead plausible claims based on facts rather than threadbare legal conclusions. Defendant prays this court dismiss plaintiff's amended complaint for failure to set forth any cause of action for which relief may be granted. So that's the motion to dismiss. It's pretty much everything that we've been saying, but in legal speak and with the facts and the evidence, that there wasn't enough facts and evidence, I'm going to get so sick of saying that, for this to be in any way plausible, and that it should just be thrown out and they should not be allowed to amend the complaint again. To which iilluminaughtii and her lawyers responded. And it then goes on to say some of the things that we already just went over. On or about January 4th, 2023, defendant Oz contacted Blair's employee and told the employee that Blair had cheated on him, despite Blair and iilluminaughtii's relationship. Jesus Christ. Despite Blair and Oz's relationship ending in December of 2021. For reference, this is what they're alleging. We're yet to see any actual evidence of this. But okay, in or around the latter part of April of 2023, defendant published a series of Twitter, now X, posts falsely claiming that iilluminaughtii had mistreated him. Yes, we got this. They already said that. Show me show me. Which bit? Where did he say that? Where's the defamation? After Oz made these false Twitter accusations, iilluminaughtii began receiving death threats or threats from third parties through Twitter, Discord, YouTube, Twitter again. Twitter, Discord, YouTube, Twitter? Are you seeing this? Threats from third parties through Twitter, Discord, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and email. Are her lawyers not proofreading their own documents? Where did she find these? Oh my god. It's all starting to make sense now. Blair made her first call to the police in this regard on or around April 23rd, 2023. Now, I don't think it's fair for her to be getting death threats or any kind of threats made to her. That is taking it way too far, especially considering these threats are more than likely coming from people who are not actually involved in this situation. You know how it goes on the internet. You say one thing wrong, you get a ton of death threats. It's not very fun, but it's not okay. What I will point out, however, is this doesn't seem relevant. I guess the point that they're trying to make is that Oz made some claims about her on Twitter, and because of that, as a result of these things, she received these threats. But you can't really say that this is all because of Oz, because multiple people came out not making false claims to my understanding, but talking about their feelings and opinions and experiences, which is not defamation, and because the whole LegalEagle thing. So there was a lot going on, and you can't say it's because of Oz's tweets. Again, then, talking about a defamatory video titled The Fall of Miss Blair, YouTube's biggest bully, was posted about plaintiffs. This video was published by Madison, who this document isn't about. In that video, defendants speak publicly about their intent to publish another defamatory video. I'm just going to parrot what Mad Catster said here because what he said was the most straightforward way you can say it. You can't sue somebody for something that hasn't happened. Defamation has not occurred yet. So why put this in? On or about September 16, 2023, Oz released a video titled Let's Talk, an update on Illuminati drama. In this publication, Oz speaks to how he believes that the video will be used in a courtroom and includes false allegations of theft and abuse. Tell me the quotes of the false allegations. Also, you just said how he believes that the video will be used in a courtroom. That's his opinion. That's his opinion, babe. What do you... I feel like I could write a better legal document than this, and I'm dumb. So, like... The allegations referenced above and pleaded in the amended complaint falsely allege that plaintiff Blair committed a criminal offence and misconduct. These false allegations have severely impacted plaintiffs' reputations in the YouTube community. Plaintiffs were well-respected documentarians, a reputation which is waning, if not all but destroyed, due to defendant Oz's actions. I already said this, but there were so many things going on, so many people talking about their feelings towards their own experiences with Blair, as well as Blair's own actions. I mean, a lot of people unfollowed Blair because of the response video she made to all of this, because of the Illuminati exposed video she made. Because in that, she did things like publish personal information about people that shouldn't have been shared, stuff about people's mental health. Some people looked at that and went, not going to support this person. People looked at her behavior with LegalEagle and thought, not going to support that person. People heard about people's feelings towards things that they experienced with her and thought, not great. I don't know why she's blaming this all on Oz. I don't know if she's just decided this is the person who has destroyed her life for some strange reason, like he's some mastermind controlling this whole narrative. Doesn't make any sense. She'll be able to establish at trial that she has lost thousands of followers to her YouTube channels due to defendants' actions, which has caused losses of substantial revenues. Just put the number here. How many thousand? How hard is it? We can all look at how many thousand. You can just go on Social Blade and see how many thousand. But why are they just saying she has lost thousands of followers? How many thousands? It's not that hard. Do your job. Starting to annoy me, which has caused losses of substantial revenue. How much revenue? It even goes on to say that in some other case they were able to put through a defamation claim without proof of monetary damages. But if you're saying there are monetary damages, why can't you come up with a number? You should know how much money you're losing or be able to give an estimate. How much money were you earning before? How much money are you earning now? Cut that number, basic subtraction. There's your number, an estimate of this amount. We even saw that with the dissociated case as well, that there was able to be a number put there. It's absolutely just insane at this point. You're being told you're not providing facts and evidence. You're not providing numbers, quotes, anything substantial. And in response to this, Illuminati's lawyers continue to provide nothing substantial. I mean, how hard is it to throw in a number, to throw in a quote, to show that you have something? If this defamation is occurring, if this breach of contract, if everything that you're claiming is occurring, you should have the evidence right now to back that up and not just say, well, once it gets to court, then we'll tell you. It's going to be like a fun surprise. You can't like tease legal information. Now there was another document from Oz and his lawyers once again just saying that no, definitely should be dismissed because everything's really vague. It's not too important to read in detail because it's pretty much similar to the other stuff. But then we get to the court's decision on all of this. The court's decision on whether iilluminauttii's case should be dismissed or if she gets another chance. I have reviewed the motion, the response, and the reply, and I'm familiar with the case and applicable law. I also note that defendant Felix the Kit Kat has more recently filed his own motion to dismiss. It appears to the court that the statements alleged to have been made by the defendants that plaintiffs contend are defamatory have not been pled with sufficient specificity for the court to be able to review them and determine whether or not they are defamatory. Clearly, it is ordered within 14 days, plaintiff may file a second amended complaint. All alleged defamatory statements by all defendants shall be set out verbatim, and the media containing these statements, that is Twitter, X threads, videos, and the like, shall be disclosed to the defendants. If the complaint is not so amended, the court will rule on the pending motions to dismiss. If the complaint is amended as set forth herein, this will moot the pending motions to dismiss, and they may, if they wish, file motions to dismiss for the second amended complaint. So iilluminauttii is being given another chance. Her and her lawyers had 2 chances to give the evidence, to give the verbatim quotes and the media containing these quotes of all the defamation of everything that she alleges. They had 2 chances. They didn't do it. And now they're being given a 3rd chance. So what's going to happen is if they don't do it still, if it's still not enough evidence, the motion to dismiss is going to go forward and her whole case will be dismissed. So this could put a fire under their asses to get the evidence in order and actually put out the proper information with the quotes, with where the quotes came from, with where this happened and when this happened. Or they could mess it up again because they've already messed it up twice. So I really don't know. So iilluminauttii is a VTuber now. Not actually, I don't think.
I wanted to start today's episode by apologizing. Sorry for being very quiet.
This was just a clip from her Patreon, but it was posted online and it was interesting, so I thought you'd want to know. She hasn't actually used this on her channel yet as of me recording this, so it's yet to be seen. I doubt she'd make a whole VTuber avatar, which is very hard to do, and not use it on YouTube. But there's actually nothing to talk about here. It was just news. What we are going to talk about today, though, is the updates regarding her legal case. And now she has submitted that, so we're going to go through it. Although I will say she was given a 2-week deadline by the judge, but apparently she was late for this by a week. I don't know how this was still accepted. I don't know if there was some kind of explanation for this, or if she just submitted it late and the judge went, fine, I'll read it, whatever. Before I read you anything though, obviously just want to say, I think you all know by now what I'm about to say, Mad Catster, the absolutely lovely, wonderful person who originally found these documents and was kind enough to share them with me. So thank you to Mad Catster, both for finding the documents and for sharing them. The link for his channel is in the description, so absolutely do check him out. He makes fantastic videos, not just about the iilluminauttii situation, but in general, his videos are great. I would definitely recommend him, and he is the one who has been finding all of these legal documents, so he's doing God's work out there. So there are a couple of things that have now been added to her new amended complaint. Some of these are just new assertions that she's made in the factual allegations, saying about Sad Milk, giving more context into who everybody is and what channels they operate, things like that. Mostly just giving more background information than she had done previously. Then we get to the nitty-gritty of things, because if you'll remember from the previous video, again, if you're confused, watch the video, link is in the description. If you'll remember from the previous video, it was said that Blair was living with OzMedia for a while after they had broken up. But here we have something new that hasn't been mentioned before. Miss Blair had just undergone surgery and was actively taking narcotic painkillers. Therefore, her memory was limited during this time. Because Blair believes she and Mr. Oz to be on good terms, he cared for her for a limited time to help her recover from surgery. So I have questions. Right, so I believe codeine, as one example, is a narcotic painkiller, depending on the dosage. I have taken it time to time recently for my back pain, but I used to have an ongoing prescription for codeine for my migraines because they were really bad. And they did not affect my memory. That may be a personal thing. And I know people, family members that have taken much stronger painkillers than codeine and have also not had problems with memory. It does make you a little bit loopy, but doesn't make you blank out or anything like that. There is some information on this, however. UC San Francisco Institute for Neuroscientists, they say that some pain medication can cause confusion and some issues with memory, but this is specifically for older adults and people with cognitive issues. Besides that, though, I can't really seem to find many good resources that actually say that these kind of medications can cause memory loss or memory issues or gaps in memory or anything like that. That is not to say that that can't happen. I am not a pharmacist. I am not a doctor. I am not a scientist. So I don't know. But the only reason I'm questioning this is because I find it hard to trust Illuminaughtii, and I don't like to blindly trust her because of what we know about her already. But she could be telling the truth here to give her the benefit of the doubt. I am not in her shoes. I was not there, only she knows. But it is curious why this is added afterward. The only thing that seems to be relevant that I can actually find, by the way, and I'll mention this really briefly so don't go on about this for too long. I won't go on about every point this long, I swear to God, is a journal article from the Journal of Psychopharmacology, which was published in 2008, so it is a little bit outdated at this point. So they found that in working memory only, there was subtle impairments while using morphine. We don't know if she was on morphine. I'm not trying to speculate what she was on. Working memory, by the way, is just a form of memory that's storing information for a short amount of time to allow you to carry out tasks. It's essentially a day-to-day function that we need to be able to comprehend things. It's not long-term memory. And they found only a very small impairment in that. There were also some very marginal issues found with episodic memory, but it was not significant. So in any kind of scientific paper, they'll use data analysis to decide if something is significant or not, and if it's small enough amount, it's not. But again, this is from 2008, and these things, they go out of date really quickly. She may have had issues with memory. I won't drag on every point this much, I promise. Anyway, during this period, while she was on these pain meds, Defendant Oz told Blair that he had taken a forbearance on his home loan and that if she did not provide him with 6 months of mortgage payments, she was going to be evicted from the house because the bank was going to foreclose on his home. Blair apparently does not remember this episode, but her sister and friend were present who do. They stymied Defendant Oz's efforts to coerce Blair at this time. After Miss Blair had stopped taking these painkillers and regained her ability to retain memories, I'm really iffy on this. Really iffy on this, but let's move on. Oz stated that she had promised to provide this money, and feeling obligated based upon the fact that she had no recollection of this promise, did so. I truly feel the need to point out here that at this time Blair was living in his home rent-free, making far much more money than he does. If he did tell her she could stay there for free, then he did. But I'm also wondering why this is being brought up now, because she was supposed to just expand on the things that she had said before. Now she's adding things, and it's more just testimonies without any actual evidence to back it up. So there's no, I guess this would come up in court, but there's no evidence of her giving him money for this or anything like that. So we've yet to see any of that. During this time, Oz stopped caring for Blair, and she was almost hospitalized because of this lack of care, which was previously administered. He's not a professional, and Mad Catster pointed this out as well. He's not a professional. He was not hired to care for her. He had no obligation to care for her. He did so previously, but I assume that was out of the goodness of his heart. But again, this is Blair once again saying everything wrong that happens to me is Oz's fault. He didn't care for me, so I nearly had to go to the hospital. That's not okay. On or about the end of August 2022, Blair confronted Oz, who eventually agreed to a payment plan to repay her the mortgage payments he wrongfully coerced from her over a period of approximately 2 years. I'm very curious about this. I'm wondering if this is her way of talking about the payment plan that Oz alleges he went into with Blair actually with Illuminaughtii as a company because he had been borrowing money from her, which she added to a ledger of debt, allegedly. Now, I would like to know if this is how she's spinning it legally so that it doesn't look bad, or if this is a completely separate issue, which we haven't heard anything about this before, so I'm unsure. It goes on then to talk about Illuminaughtii being in a new relationship, and then it alleges that OzMedia went onto Illuminauttii's computer without permission and read her personal messages. In doing so, he learned that Ms. Blair was romantically involved with someone else. I would really love to know the proof for that. I would love to know if he admitted to doing that, or if she's just assuming this is what happened and he found out another way. Because I believe it's likely that somebody told him what was going on, but I mean, it does happen that people read messages, and just because I am on OzMedia's side doesn't mean that he didn't do this. What I will say though, just to point this out now instead of waiting till we get to it, is that it later says that they don't know how OzMedia got Illuminauttii's password. So it's sort of saying that he like hacked into her computer, which no shade to OzMedia, but I don't think he has hacking skills. So it just seems a little bit convoluted. Again, it could be true, it could have happened somehow, but I'm just taking all of this with a grain of salt. A hefty handful of salt, actually, just to be sure. Sorry, I'm actually wrong here. I had read this document previously, but he did apparently, according to this document, admit to accessing her computer. But we don't have any evidence of this. It's just a claim being made here. So I would love to see what OzMedia has to say about this. Then it goes on again to talk about OzMedia reaching out to another employee of Illuminaughtii to say that Blair had cheated on him. Once again, I'm gonna say this just so doesn't sound relevant for what this legal document is. Like, this is not defamation to privately message somebody and say, hey, this is going on in my relationship. I don't understand. At least I don't think it's defamation. Again, not a lawyer, but it doesn't make sense. Blair is under the information and belief that it was around this time that all defendants began plotting to effectively ruin Miss Blair's business reputation and life. This sounds a wee bit extreme. I'm not saying there's no situation where a group of people can get together and plot the downfall of somebody, but everybody had their own separate negative experiences with Blair, and nobody said anything until she did the whole thing with LegalEagle, until people started questioning her integrity. It's not like they all plotted and somehow made her accuse LegalEagle of plagiarism. It's bizarre. And then goes on to talk about, once again, the Twitter threads, the threats that she was getting from third parties on social media. And then a new one. After this incident, Defendant Oz contacted another former Pyramid employee, whose name is redacted, and attempted to harass her into disclosing private information about Blair so that Defendant Oz could exploit it publicly. This is a very big claim. I would love if there was more information. This is so vague. What was the information? Did he successfully get it? Did he exploit it publicly according to you? Where did he contact this employee? When did this happen exactly? It's just very vague, as a lot of things have been so far. Then goes on to talk about the videos that were made about her again, and we finally have some quotes. Not a lot, but we have some quotes. One of these is, which wouldn't be surprising considering Blair's alleged white-collar crimes, I intend to expose with evidence within my video. He did say alleged, so I feel like this is kind of safe. Also, he didn't say what kind of white-collar crimes. He didn't say Blair did this, so it seems a bit flimsy. It seems more like intent to say something, but he hasn't said it yet, which was an issue in the last video as well. Like, you can't sue somebody for something they haven't said. Oz clarified that the white-collar crime he was falsely accusing plaintiffs of was embezzlement, which I don't believe that that is the case. I think that was a slightly separate topic. He never said she's committing white-collar crimes, it was embezzlement. He said alleged white-collar crimes, and then in a separate thing had said that Illuminaughtii said she may end up getting in trouble for embezzlement because she had been lending him money through company funds. But not that she committed embezzlement, that she said that she was worried she was going to get in trouble for embezzlement. It's not quite the same. Then we get again to the whole car situation, which just seems to get more and more insane every time we discuss it. But this time we have added information of her unpacking the vehicle allegedly to get Wonderstruck's belongings out of it, and saying that she found documentation of his intent to permanently relocate to Texas, despite his assertions that he would be moving to Colorado and working with Pyramid and Miss Blair. What does this have to do with anything? What? Is he not allowed to move to Texas? Are people not free? I mean, if you hire somebody as an employee, you don't have the right to tell them, yes, you now must work for me forever and only live where I say you can live. It does not work that way. Also, we don't have any information on what the documentation is here. What kind of documentation? Is it like a scrap piece of paper with "I'm gonna move to Texas" written on it? Like, you need to be more specific. This is what the judge said to you, Blair, is be more specific. Be more specific, please. Once again goes on to talk about everybody planning to obtain revenge on Blair, which I feel like I doubt, to be honest. Maybe they got together to discuss their negative experiences, to share stories. I really don't personally believe that they all plotted to ruin her. Of course that does happen, but I just don't believe in this situation that that's what's happening. And I have no evidence to suggest that. There's nothing that has suggested that so far besides Blair saying it, and I don't particularly trust Blair's word. That's just it. We've finally now gotten some more information on the NDA that was signed. So the parties agree that disclosure of Pyramid information, including but not limited to company history, operations, affiliates, sensitive PII, to include but not limited to an individual's employment or ownership status in any organization, unless it directly interferes with Pyramid's operations, associated addresses and phone numbers, and any information regarding an individual's involvement in Pyramid events or operations could cause irreparable harm to both Pyramid and or its affiliates. That was a very long sentence. Again, this may be a completely normal thing. It just seems really all-encompassing to me, but I guess this is probably a normal NDA to sign. I will say it's been pointed out by Mad Catster, not in the last video but in previous videos, that the NDA was specified for a very long period of time and that could cause issues. But it's saying that Felix the Kit Kat, who, if you'll remember, shared screenshots with the Click showing that Blair had asked Felix if he could dig up dirt on the Click and she would pay him for it. So she's saying that this falls under the NDA, it's a breach of the agreement. However, Felix the Kit Kat did not officially work for Blair at this time. At the time that he was asked to get the screenshots, she was just paying him for that, but he wasn't an employee. He hadn't signed the NDA yet. NDAs don't work retroactively. This is ridiculous, in my opinion. And more quotes, guys, we're getting more quotes. We're really being blessed today with the quotes. This was her last chance, so you can understand. So this is another claim for relief. In the same Let's Talk video, defendant also stated, Blair had bad credit, so all of the purchases, loans, everything was being placed in my name. I mean, if that's untrue, then that could be grounds for defamation, but we'll have to see the proof of that being untrue. This would lead me to asking Blair, my partner, for financial help for things such as my home, which she was living in. These amounts of assistance would be added to a ledger of debt. This really does make me believe that this is what she's talking about when she says the mortgage repayment debt that she gave him but shouldn't have given him. Absolutely bizarre. I even offered to work in her crypto farm for free to pay back the debt. These statements were defamatory because they were misrepresentations of the facts, which caused Blair and Pyramid to be hated, ridiculed, shunned, and harmed plaintiff's business and trade and caused reputational damages. These statements had the tendency to imply that Miss Blair engaged in financial coercion, causing some form of indentured servitude. Again, if they're not true, then maybe, but there seems to be no proof so far that it isn't true, although at least this is not vague anymore. At least it's being clear about what she's talking about. The comments on the webpage hosting the video are rife with viewer statements of hatred and threats made towards Blair and Pyramid. I don't think that this has to do with Oz or Wonder or anything because they didn't say them, but maybe the point being made here is that this is proof that it caused people to dislike her, which there are a lot of things that caused people to dislike her, many of which are her own actions. So there you go. For example, defendant Oz was an owner of the crypto farm he referenced in the video. Plus Blair was paying almost $300,000 of defendant's blank expenses because he lacked the funds after he leased a brand new, some kind of car presumably, worth about, number is redacted. Again, I would just love to hear the other side's take on this, because so far everything that Blair has said has been, in my opinion, false or twisted. So if she is telling the truth, okay, I don't think him being the owner of the crypto farm makes things defamatory. Like, you still have to get paid a wage for a business that you own. Like, that's how it works. So I'm a bit confused by this. But in this, actually, it goes on to finally state an actual number for the damages, instead of just saying she lost some money and hoping that the judge is going to guess how much her business makes. In the period of September 16th, 2022 to October 1st, 2022, so half a month, Blair made $47,665.31. I said Blair made, I should actually establish that the company made this much. I'm assuming this is before any expenses and paying of employees. But that is huge revenue to be making in half a month on a YouTube channel. Insane. And then that dropped to $2,312.86 during the same period a year later. So she's claiming that this drop is to do with the videos being made about her. It then goes on to talk again about the salary issues with Wonderstruck, saying that he accused her of wage theft, which he didn't actually do. And Madcaster pointed this out as well. What he was doing was questioning where the rest of his wages went. And this was an argument that Madcaster made, and I'm sorry for just like repeating things he said, but he made a really good point, and I wouldn't have thought of that, which is that as his employer, it would have been Illuminaughtii, the company's responsibility to explain his wages to him and give him a proper wage slip, like a pay slip, so he understands where his money is going and what deductions are being made. So if he didn't understand where the rest of the money is going, that's actually on the company. Maybe not on a legal scale, but it is supposed to be their responsibility. Then goes on to talk once again about the car, saying that Wonderstruck took the car from Colorado to Texas even before the first rental payment was due on July 15th, 2021. So is he trapped? Like, if you're paying for the car, is he not allowed to leave? Like, is this part of your agreement? Yes, I help you with car, but you cannot leave Colorado. You must be by my side like a pet dog. Like, this doesn't, you can't force people to stay in a country or in a state, right? It doesn't work like that. Because of this, she's claiming that Wonderstruck breached the agreement and that Blair was legally permitted to repossess it. This makes no sense. And what part of the agreement would it have been? He can never take the car out of the state. Wasn't the point that it was supposed to be residing in Colorado? But he was visiting Texas. Ridiculous. Nevertheless, in the My Response video, Wonderstruck claimed that Blair had no legal basis to repossess the car and did it merely as a massive FU. I'm glad we at least got a quote this time. These statements were also false, and Wonderstruck knew them to be false. These statements were defamatory because they caused damages. The comments in the video are rife with viewers' hatred and threats and blah blah. We read the exact same thing in the other one, that's why I'm saying it like this. In the period of May 11th, 2022 to June 1st, 2022, so a bit longer than half a month, she made $27,636.50. Again, I said her. The company made that much. And that dropped to $10,061.29 during the same period a year later. But what I'm wondering is, because if you had nearly 50k in half a month. This month you have nearly 30k in half a month. And now you're saying it dropped to 10,000 and that's Wonderstruck's fault somehow. But you've just shown that your income was fluctuating anyway. And if anybody knows YouTube, it is not stable. It fluctuates like ridiculously. Some months, danger zone. Other months, better. Can pay your bills, great. Or you make 50 grand in half a month. Different situation. So it does fluctuate. So I feel like trying to prove that that is completely because of Wonderstruck is ridiculous. Again, she's saying there's two different places where her income dropped and it's because of these two specific people, but only in these specific situations, you're showing yourself that there's multiple things happening here. And a lot of it has to do with you and your actions, in my opinion. By the way, everything I say in this video is my opinion. Thanks. Moving swiftly on, we then talk about Felix the Kit Kat. And we get actual screenshots. We got a screenshot in an Illuminati legal document. I'm shocked. So he posted, "My former employee Illuminati is retaliating against me for things I've said and done after my employment ended. She falsely claimed to have served me papers and is trying to force a default judgment. Any help would be greatly appreciated." And it is again saying that these are defamatory, that they're not true, and that she did in fact serve him with papers. We don't know if that's true or not. We have no idea. Defendant's statement called special damages as evidenced by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95% after defendant's tweet was published, from 74,646 between November 23rd to December 23rd of 2022, and then to 2,751 and 72 cents during the same period a year later. But you've just mentioned multiple other instances which you are claiming are single-handedly the cause for you losing revenue. You can't say every single one of these instances is the single-handed cause of you losing revenue. You're saying that this is specifically because of the tweet, but there was multiple other things happening at the same time. You've just said that. We actually get several more screenshots when we're talking about the Felix the Kit Kat situation, talking about the screenshots that were shared with the click. Defendant then asserts that Blair, though she publicly disapproves of the or slur, uses it in private. This statement carries defamatory meaning because it implies that Blair is a hypocrite and a bigot. Okay. Says that there's no proof and that the clicks video also single-handedly somehow caused a drop in her revenue from $37,981 in May to June of 2022 down to $19,274.85, which is similar to a number you said previously, although that was for 3 weeks. Just under 3 weeks of the month. So that is the majority of the legal document. There were a couple of other things in there, but these are the main points that I wanted to discuss today. So essentially what's going to happen after this is more than likely that OzMedia and his team, and potentially Felix the Kit Kat and his team, and potentially Wonderstruck and his team will potentially, I've said potentially too many times, I'm so sorry, file a claim to dismiss. Again, based on some of this being still a bit vague, although this time I will say we do have screenshots, we do have quotes. Is Illuminaughtii still lying about her former friends? Well, because of some new information that's come out, a lot of people would say, yeah, she is. Throwaway 1235985 posted to Reddit some leaked documents from the Illuminaughtii lawsuit. One of the documents that was leaked in this Reddit post is OzMedia and his team's motion to dismiss Illuminauttii's second amended complaint, which we are going to go over. However, there were two very, very new documents that nobody knew about that we're going to go over as well. Two of these documents, though, nobody had any idea about until now. And what are these, you may be asking? Well, these are Illuminauttii's attempts to get a civil protection order against OzMedia and Wonderstruck. No, you did not hear me wrong. And believe me when I say that these documents are absolutely wild. For the purpose of linearity, I suppose, let's go over OzMedia and his team's motion to dismiss Illuminauttii's second amended complaint, since that is the last thing that we discussed. Now remember, Illuminaughtii was told that she had 14 days to submit a second amended complaint because of the fact that she had not given enough detail in her complaint. She was alleging things like defamation, but she wasn't giving direct quotes or saying where this defamation occurred and how it could be found. So the judge said, you need to put these things out verbatim in your amended complaint. And she put a couple of things, but not actually that much. Despite this court's allowing plaintiffs to file a second amended complaint, the claims against defendant Oz still fail to articulate the verbatim alleged defamatory statements made, precluding any finding that such statements are plausibly, provably false or defamatory. While directed by the court in its order in January 15, 2024, all alleged defamatory statements by all defendants shall be set out verbatim, and the media containing these statements, that is Twitter/X threads, videos and the like, shall be disclosed to the defendants. Plaintiff's second amended complaint continues to lack sufficient allegations of fact to set forth any cause of action for defamation or breach of contract against defendant Oz, and should be dismissed. Pretty much just saying that this should be dismissed because the judge said she had to say these things verbatim, she had to put the Twitter threads, the videos, everything, but she didn't do that. This is her third attempt. I had to think about that for a minute. I couldn't count to 3. This was her third attempt. She still didn't get it right, and now they're saying this is ridiculous, dismiss this. Things must absolutely be provably false if she can't name them here. Then they go on to talk about the additional things that iilluminaughtii added onto her complaint. Because if you'll remember, she started talking about how OzMedia accessed her computer without her permission, and that was a crime. However, this was something that had not been mentioned in her first or second complaint. So this is her third attempt, and she's now suddenly decided to just throw that in there. This claim, which was not included in the original or first amended complaint, goes well beyond the leave to amend granted by the court in January 15, 2024, and therefore should be stricken from the second amended complaint in its entirety. So she didn't include it before, she's just thrown it in now, and therefore should be thrown out. With regard to the defamation claim asserted against Oz, plaintiff's second amended complaint is further subject to a special motion to dismiss pursuant to Colorado's anti-SLAPP statute. Plaintiffs are public figures, and the statements made by Oz in written or oral statements or writings made in a place open to the public or public forum in connection with an issue of public interest and or any other conduct or communication in furtherance of the constitutional right of free speech in connection with a public issue or an issue of public interest. And they say because of this it should be dismissed, and accordingly Oz is entitled to his attorney fees and costs pursuant to section blah blah blah. Plaintiff's breach of confidentiality agreement contracts claims similarly fail to be plausible. So going over the SLAPP thing first, because I know that was just like a lot of words. According to Baker Law Group, according to Colorado law, a SLAPP suit, is short for a strategic lawsuit against public participation, is a civil claim filed against an individual or organization arising out of that party's speech or communication about an issue of public concern. SLAPP suits center around the First Amendment right to free speech and freedom to petition the government. Such lawsuits are usually filed to silence criticism of matters of public concern. So in simple terms, what this means is that because iilluminaughtii is a public figure, speaking out about her bad actions is a matter of public concern. And it's possible that by attempting to sue OzMedia and others for defamation, iilluminaughtii is essentially trying to silence her critics, but they have a right to speak about something which is, again, of public concern. This document then goes on to specify a lot of the legal backing and reason of why this needs to be dismissed, but that's not for us. We're not lawyers. We don't need to read all that stuff. But of course you can read it for yourself if you want to, or if you are a lawyer, actually. There might be people watching who are lawyers. I'm sorry that I dismissed your career there. You're valid. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to read this. It's not actually relevant for what we're talking about today. It also then goes into more detail about the anti-SLAPP statute, which is essentially what we just said a second ago. This is potentially an attempt to silence OzMedia and others involved, and therefore her case should be thrown out. Plaintiff's second amended complaint fails to meet the court's requirements in its January 15, 2024 order, the regular pleading requirements of CRCP, with respect to the claims asserted, and the heightened pleading standards required for defamation claims involving a public figure on matters of public concern as required by the Colorado and United States Constitutions and Colorado's anti-SLAPP statute. Accordingly, the second amended complaint should be dismissed with prejudice. Now, if you're wondering what this means, according to the Cornell Law School, dismissal with prejudice means that the plaintiff cannot refile the same claim again in court. And this can be because it's seen to be a baseless claim. So if the judge were to go through with this dismissal with prejudice, iilluminaughtii will not be able to file the same claim again and just start from the beginning. It would be over, essentially. So according to some legal something or other, to be defamatory per se, the statement must contain defamatory words specifically directed at the person claiming injury, which words must, on their face and without aid of intrinsic proof, be unmistakably recognized as injurious. So to be defamation, it has to be defamation. Are we following? In paragraph 46 and again at paragraphs 76 to 78, plaintiffs selectively quote snippets of statement made by defendant Oz, i.e. embezzlement, and, which wouldn't be surprising considering Blair's white-collar crimes I intend to expose with evidence in my own video, but again fail to include the full verbatim statements or the context. Nevertheless, plaintiffs admit in paragraph 79 that the statements were, at most, made with negligent disregard for its truth because defendant Oz couldn't remember if this exact word was ever used, referring to the word embezzlement, which was something that we talked about. She said that this was clearly a defamatory statement, that he mentioned alleged white-collar crime and in a separate thing mentioned embezzlement, and they just put the two together and decided, yes, this is defamation, but clearly this is not enough, and Oz's lawyers are saying exactly that. It then goes on to say that the burden of proof is on iilluminaughtii since she's the one making the claim. And yes, if you're accusing somebody of something, the burden of proof falls onto you, not onto the other person. In paragraph 41 of the second amended complaint, plaintiffs selectively quote the words "the aggressor" and "has a habit of starting fights" from a series of Twitter X posts, but fail to include the full and complete verbatim statements, as we know by now is what the judge actually asked for. Nor do plaintiffs provide any context. In order to establish that the statement was defamatory, it is necessary for plaintiffs to explain by innuendo the defendant's meaning of the words employed. Here there are not only no defamatory words alleged in context, but also no innuendo to explain the meaning. These snippets of statements attributed to defendant Oz, aggressor, and has a habit of starting fights, are simply too attenuated and without context to constitute defamation. Blair, I just want to say, like the judge said, verbatim statements. How have you not done that? How have your lawyers not done that? What is going on? How would... I know I went into this in the last video and I ranted for a bit, but how are you so bad at your job? No offense to these lawyers. Maybe it's not their fault. Maybe it's iilluminaughtie's fault. Maybe they're giving them nothing to go off. So, I don't know. Plaintiffs attempt to demonstrate special damages based on statements by defendant Oz by pointing to a drop in revenue, alleging that defendant Oz's statements caused special damages as evidenced by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95%. That is huge percentage. After the September 16th Let's Talk video was published, from $47,665.31 in the period of September 16th to October 1st to $2,312.86 in the same period. In fact, plaintiff's drop in revenue as a product of viewership dropped well before defendant Oz made the September 2023 statements in his Let's Talk video, as evidenced by online viewership data for plaintiff's iilluminaughtii persona. See the online statistics available at Social Blade. Let's look at Social Blade. I absolutely adore this. They said iilluminaughtii, her views were dropping way before I said anything. Look at Social Blade. Look at the stats. I have the receipts. What you gonna do about it? This is... I really like Oz's lawyers. They're very funny to me. They're very sassy. I really like it. I can't believe that Social Blade is being used here. That's just wonderful. It's like a YouTube video, but way more professional and with actual information, but in the form of a document. Then goes on to talk about iilluminauttii's claims that OzMedia had breached his contract. Similarly, this claim suffers from the same lack of plausibility, where the amended complaint fails to give any particular confidential or proprietary information that was used by Oz, contrary to alleged contract. Rather, the claims are merely bootstrapped to the plaintiff's defective defamation claims and must also be dismissed for failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. So again, there's just nothing of substance there. And that is the end of the amended complaint, and it was a wild ride. I appreciate the sass. Very nice. We'll see where this goes. I don't know how long it will actually take for the judge to make a decision, but this was submitted on the 8th of March, so hopefully soon, and I say hopefully for the sake of OzMedia and the other people involved. Now let's move on and look at the civil protection orders. The real wild ride of this whole thing. I was not expecting this, nobody knew about this, and apparently neither did OzMedia or Wonderstruck, or at least OzMedia anyway. According to Legal Information Network of Colorado, a protection order is essentially just a restraining order, if you weren't sure. People who are afraid for their safety can ask the court for a civil protection order. So we can see that Blair issued this request for a CPO on the 14th of June 2023, so all the way last summer. This, by the way, is the protection order that she's trying to get against OzMedia. Like I said, there are two separate ones here. And she's claiming that she's a victim of domestic abuse, stalking, and physical assault, threat, or other situation, which are absolutely massive things to be claiming. The most recent incident that causes me to ask for a civil protection order occurred on or about May 2nd, 2023, when Oz did the following to me. Petitioner and Oz were previously involved in a romantic relationship and in presenting a group YouTube vlog, Sad Milk, with other collaborators. Blair and Oz are popular social media personalities and influencers individually, as well as with Oz having over 500,000 subscribers to his personal YouTube channel, and over 36,000 followers on his Twitter account. On or about April 23rd, 2023, Blair and Oz had a falling out. Oz and 3 other collaborators involved in Sad Milk channel made posts to their individual social media accounts making accusations of cruelty, racism, and verbal abuse. Since April 23rd, 2023, Oz and his cohorts have continued to post to their channels and encourage their followers to attack Blair in comment section across her social media platforms and threaten her with bodily harm. Oz, on May 2nd, 2023, posted a comment to another collaborator's video blog on May 2nd under the guise of coming clean about the narrative of cruelty and misbehavior he attributes to petitioner. This comment generated over 10,000 likes. So she's saying here that he encouraged his fans to go out and threaten her. Not once did he do that. Absolutely never. That did not happen. Petitioner began receiving death threats after Oz and other collaborators' posts on May 17th. Petitioner received a threat from an unknown source stating that on the 19th of May, the Americans put their dates backwards and I had to pause to read that. At 12 a.m, there will be a call placed on your home address issuing a hostage situation. There will be heavily armed and equipped police officers that will be discharged to your home address and won't hesitate on shooting or flashbanging you. Petitioner alerted the Colorado Springs, I assume that's supposed to say police department, but it doesn't, after receiving this message. So this might actually be what she was referring to in her second amended complaint when she mentioned calling the police. In early June, Blair served Oz with a cease and desist letter due to his rhetoric online, which has resulted in death threats made towards Blair, along with financial harm towards Blair. Oz, after receiving the cease and desist, posted on June 6th that he was going to continue his rhetoric. Petitioner received an email on June 6th after Oz's post, titled, "Go yourself, you fat-ass fake." This email contained further terrible content. Since June 6th, petitioner's full name, birth date, phone number, home address, email accounts, and social media accounts, passwords, and schools that petitioner attended have been posted online by an unknown third party. Now, I will be honest here, this is not good. people shouldn't be emailing people and saying things like that. However, you can't say that that's Oz's fault because he's not the one emailing you this. This is random people. And again, he never, ever told people to harass Blair. Also, I don't think her personal information was widespread. I actually haven't seen it anywhere. I have seen people post her name online because it was posted in my comments, but I've blocked her full name from my comments so that people can't do that. And OzMedia was encouraging of this, was encouraging of people to not post her personal information. On June 13th, Oz tweeted, in part, "The Illuminaughtii sent a physical cease and desist to my dad's address as well. You're forcing my hand here, something I initially didn't want to do." After Oz's tweet, Petitioner received numerous hateful comments on her social media pages, along with comments for people to go after her sponsors that help financially support her. Some of her sponsors stopped working with her due to those posts. It actually says due to those comments, but it's meant to say due to those comments. I have to put my glasses on. I'm really struggling to read this, so I keep getting closer and closer to the microphone. So if I'm really loud at certain points, that's why, but I'll try and fix it in post. Oh my god, I can see. Thank God. The most serious incident that causes me to ask for a civil protection order occurred on or about April 23rd, when Oz did the following to me. As discussed since April 23rd, Oz and his associates have made an orchestrated effort to attack and encourage others to attack Blair across their considerably popular social media platforms. These efforts include carefully timed posts to his Twitter accounts exposing Blair for cruelty, racism, manipulation of him, financial abuse of, and verbally attacking her former collaborators. Since April 23rd, 2023, Blair has lost over 120,000 subscribers from her YouTube channel, causing a 67% drop in her revenue. Blair's videos are now swamped by comments quoting Oz's claims and threatening violence or swatting against Blair. We've been over this so many times. There are so many reasons why people unsubscribed. And I even had a comment recently when I was talking about this, somebody saying, well, I personally unsubscribed because of her sharing personal information about Wonderstruck in her own video, not because of the things they claimed. And it's also a very big claim to say that they had this orchestrated collaborative effort where they timed everything. This all began because of her accusing somebody of plagiarism who didn't plagiarize her. Having PTSD symptoms right now. If you know, you know. But yeah, it all started because of her. So how is she going to sit there and say that this is all his fault? It's all to do with him. Collaborative effort. In December 2022, Petitioner and Oz signed a notarized repayment schedule to repay financial money that Oz owed, total approximately $178,000, which we have talked about in depth before. Oz continually used Petitioner as a source of money while in a romantic relationship with her, causing financial strain on the relationship and eventually the end of the relationship. This includes waiting until Petitioner was a few days post-surgery to ask for $22,000 to pay a bill for his house. Now, if this is pertaining to the whole mortgage repayment thing that we discussed in the last video, then this is looking really sus. Because if she's talking about the exact same two things here, her own two statements do not line up with each other. Here she's saying that he was asking her for money, using her money, but in her other statement, she claimed explicitly that he had lied to her, that she needed to pay him mortgage repayments on his home. I think, I'm not a lawyer, so I could be wrong, but I personally believe that she has shot herself in the foot here. On or around January 4th, 2023, Blair and Oz had a falling out. Oz admitted to one of Blair's employees to getting into Blair's computer and finding information that she was seeing someone new. This keeps coming up again and again. Blair, I'm gonna be so honest, I really am. I don't care about your relationship drama. I really don't. Maybe I should pretend to care, but I'm never somebody who pretends to care about something. I do not care about your relationship drama. Your relationship drama is not reason enough to need a restraining order. It's also not reason enough to sue somebody for breach of contract. You're blowing something entirely out of proportion, even if it's exactly how she said, right? Which I have reason to believe that she is not being completely truthful here, and my reason to believe is my own opinion, by the way, because I don't trust her. Even if it's exactly how she says, this is not reason enough to ask for a restraining order. Him going into her computer is not reason enough to ask for a restraining order, and it's not enough to sue him. So even if she's telling the full honest truth here, I don't care in this context. In this context, it does not feel relevant to me. If he did break into her computer, probably a bad thing to do. Absolutely. But again, I don't trust her word, because we can see how much she contradicts herself. On or around April 23rd, Oz and the rest of the collaborators involved in Sad Milk made posts to their individual social media accounts, deriding Blair and making accusations of cruelty and racism. I don't remember the racism claims. Am I insane? I don't think there was ever any racism claims. I'm gonna go back. Hold on. This is gonna take me like a good 20 minutes, so bear with me. You'll see me in 2 seconds. Yeah, so I've looked and I don't see any claims about racism. Maybe I'm missing an old claim. If somebody can find this, let me know. But I've gone through all of the Twitter stuff because I have all the screenshots all here all the time. And I don't see anything about racism, so I'm not sure. And then again says that they all encouraged their fans to attack Blair, which is not true. They didn't do that. They never said go and attack Blair. That didn't happen. This is just lying, in my opinion. Petitioner in June sent a cease and desist letter. Instead of ceasing his behaviour, Oz tweeted 3 separate times on June 6th and 13th about said letter. Oz on June 13th wrote in part, "You're forcing my hand here, something I initially didn't want to do." Those tweets were viewed by over 1.2 million individuals and had received over 46,000 likes by individuals. On June 6th, after Oz's post, Petitioner received an email to go kill herself. After tweets in June 2023, after said tweets, the following comments were posted to Blair's YouTube channel. Now she's actually trying to scare parents of her victims. It's amazing how when you think she can't go any lower, she somehow does. Remember people, Blair groomed a guy into being her indentured servant and made him homeless when he had enough and was emotionally and financially abusive to her partner, tried to ruin her old friends' careers with accusations, and did her absolute best to use her position and platform to cause real-world harm on every single one of her victims. I stand with the victims, you're guilty, blah 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 blah. I think it would have made more sense for her own case to actually give quotes of comments that were trying to cause harm to her, because right now this is just about her reputation. This isn't actually something that is threatening her safety, which would be the point of a restraining order. At least I think so. And then it's written there in pen at the bottom, Oz would physically assault Blair's dog. Wow. Okay, so this one OzMedia actually spoke about. So I'm only just now finding out about this, and I'm probably making a massive mistake by tweeting this. Apparently, behind the scenes, in a failed attempt at a restraining order back in June of last year, Blair is flat out lying and claiming I used to hit Casper. This isn't a court-filed document. Thankfully, to my understanding, because I'm only now just finding out about this due to someone outside of both legal parties leaking these documents, this is outside of the main lawsuit, so I can quickly squash this publicly, unlike the other claims she's made against me in the legal system, which I'm forced to wait on. Just food for thought, if I, God forbid, hurt Casper, why would Blair be in tears at the end of her original video stating how much she would miss our friendship, and specifically how much of a best friend I was to Casper?
This final section and this final person will be the hardest for me to address, so I plan on keeping this brief. Oz, you were right. I am afraid of looking stupid and weak online, and yet I am those things right now. You've been with me through a lot of really intense and personal situations in my life. You were there throughout the entire process of my mom's cancer diagnosis, her various treatments, and hospitalizations. And I know there were many times when I had to run out the door suddenly because there was a crash cart in her room and they didn't know if she was going to make it. And you said you'd stay at the house and watch Casper so I could go to my mom. You were there for Casper's various hospitalizations when he would get sick throughout the years, and you helped me through a very difficult surgery recovery I just want to say thank you for always being my support through all of my ups and downs. I know that a lot of these personal situations in my life left me very thin and sometimes irritable, and I want to say thank you for supporting me through it and talking me through some really hard times. Your support and your friendship meant more to me than I think you'll probably ever know. I'm gonna miss all the fun things we used to do, eating way too much cheese at the melting pot. I'll miss you teaching me how to play Command and Conquer and playing it, and how you've always obviously been Casper's BFF, and you know how Casper is not afraid of Oswaldo. We're both gonna miss you a lot. The truth is, like we've privately discussed before, I always hoped that we'd be able to reconnect again in the future and mend our friendship. I meant that when I said it to you, and I believed you when you said it back. Even after everything that's happened, you were the one person that I always thought we could just get it and pick back up where we left. And unfortunately, I think that ship has sailed. Oz, I miss the friend you were to me, but I think this makes it clear that we finally need to cut all ties.
So not only is Oz denying this claim, we also don't have to take his word for it, because Blair says it herself here. She says very clearly that he took good care of Casper, that he was a best friend to Casper, and also, interestingly, that he took good care of her when she was recovering from surgery. Also, if this was a fact, why is this entirely missing from her current lawsuit? Either Blair is lying about my mistreatment towards Casper, or Blair is, for some reason, both in her lawsuit and her video, hiding information and only using it when convenient for her, like a failed restraining order. I've had to publicly bite my tongue on so many of the claims she's made in the legal system, but I can only take so much. This is interesting as well because, like I've said, she makes a lot of claims in her claims, and a lot of it just seems like a lie. And unfortunately, Oz and other people that she's making these claims about can't actually say anything. They can't refute it unless it goes to court. So we just have to, unless it gets thrown out. So we just have to try and see through things. We have to figure out for ourselves. Like, I personally don't believe the computer thing, but I could be wrong. And then we get to the part of what she's actually asking for in this restraining order, and this is where it gets very interesting. So she requests that Oz be ordered to refrain from contacting, harassing, injuring, stalking, touching, essaying, yada yada, multiple things, Blair. Although I feel like this is a weird thing to say. I know, like, this is the form, but the fact that you have to specify, like, refrain from essaying somebody, surely that is the law anyway. Be ordered to have no contact with Blair or other protected persons. Be excluded from my home address. Also, before I continue, I just want to say she claimed stalking and abuse, but she doesn't actually state where this has happened. She just fully talks about her own reputation here and of her online persona, so food for thought. Be ordered not to possess and or purchase a firearm, ammunition, or other weapon, and to relinquish any firearm, ammunition within the time ordered by the court. Which this just reminds me actually that Blair has a license to own a firearm, so there's that. Be ordered to refrain from interfering with me or other persons at our place of employment or place of education, and from engaging in conduct that impairs my or other protected person's employment, educational relationships, or environment. And the other section. Blair requests that the court order Oz to delete all posts he has made to social media since April 23rd, pertaining to Sad Milk, Blair, or her social media platforms. Refrain from posting about Blair or her social media content on any of his social media accounts or on social media accounts of others. Refrain from posting in the comment section of any of Blair's social media accounts. Refrain from interacting in any way with Blair's social media posts. Refrain from encouraging any third party to post in the comment section of Blair's social media accounts, or reposting any of petitioner's original content for any purpose. Refrain from making any video or media posts about Blair. And this is why I personally believe that she filed this restraining order. this protection order. It was not because her life was threatened. It was not because her safety was threatened. Again, this is all my opinion. But it was because she wanted those posts deleted and she wanted these people silenced. She did not want them to be able to speak about her publicly. They did not want them to be able to post about her, to talk about her, to tell people the bad things that she had done. She did not want any videos made about her. And I think that is the entire reason that she made these orders or these requests. But there's also a second request that Blair put on the same day, June 14th, 2023, and this time it's about Wonderstruck. And she claims stalking, physical assault, threats, or other situation. The most recent incident that causes me to ask for a CPO occurred on or about May 11th, 2023, when Wonderstruck did the following to me. Blair and Wonderstruck were previously roommates and worked together to present a group YouTube vlog, Sad Milk, with other collaborators. Blair and Wonderstruck are popular social media personalities and influencers individually, as well as with Wonderstruck having over 100,000 subscribers to his personal YouTube and over 9,000 followers to his Twitter. On around April 23rd, Blair and Wonderstruck had a falling out. Wonderstruck and 3 of the collaborators involved in the Sad Milk channel made coordinated posts to their individual social media accounts deriding Blair and making accusations of cruelty, financial abuse, and racism. Since about April 21st, Wonderstruck and his cohorts have continued to post to their channels and encouraged their followers to attack Blair in comment sections across their social media platforms and threaten her with bodily harm. They have not encouraged this. They have not encouraged this. They never encouraged this. This is such a lie, in my opinion. The most recent incident involves Wonderstruck posting an hour and 20-minute long video to his YouTube channel rehashing his accusations against Blair, including that she trapped him in her home, invaded his privacy, lives like a monster, etc. That video generated over 21,000 likes and received over 250,000 views, more than double his subscriber count, and stirred up those viewers to attack Blair over social media and/or unfollow her social media channels, which generates substantial revenue for her. Blair received a threat from an unknown source stating, and we already went over this again, this is the whole hostage thing, but I don't know how she's attributing this to both Oz and to Wonderstruck. So it's pretty much the same thing. He's making posts about me and I don't like them. The most recent incident was, as discussed, since April 23rd, Wonderstruck and his associates have made an orchestrated effort to attack and encourage others to attack Blair across their considerably popular social media platforms. These efforts included carefully timed posts to his Twitter accounts exposing Blair for cruelty, racism, manipulation of him, financial abuse, theft, destruction of property, and verbally attacking her former collaborators. Wonderstruck posted 16 tweets in a row on that date, accusing petitioner of stalking, trapping him in her home for 30 days. Trapping him in her home for 30 days. No. No. What? No. He did not. What are you talking about? I'm starting to lose my mind here. Okay. Posting pictures of her messy room to embarrass her, causing him to have to get a full-time job, causing him to live in poverty, throwing away his YouTube play button, and more. Didn't you throw away his YouTube play button? Did that not happen? Did that not happen, Blair? You want to tell me how that didn't happen? Each of these tweets were viewed by more than 15,000 people. Since April 23rd, 2023, petitioner has lost over 120,000 subscribers from her YouTube channel, causing a 67% drop in her revenue. And they're now swamped with comments quoting Wonderstruck's claims and threatening violence or swatting against Blair. The thing is here, she's claiming that like, oh, he made these posts about me, but you're not proving that they're not true in any way. Like, surely if they're true, they should be allowed to say it. And again, they did not tell people to harass you. That did not happen. Since April 23rd, Wonderstruck has repeatedly approached petitioner's friend, former employees, that is so badly worded, to get personal information about her and her activities to add fuel to their social media campaign against her. Petitioner has received numerous death threats because of Wonderstruck's post. Blair is in regular contact with the Colorado Springs Police Department because of these threats. It's really annoying me, the constant saying of, this was an orchestrated attack, but you can't prove that this was an orchestrated attack unless somebody looks into all their messages. You're just saying that you've decided this is what it is. You don't have any proof for that. Blair served Wonderstruck with a cease and desist letter on May 27th. Wonderstruck tweeted that he would not be silenced and also created a GoFundMe page to help him pay his legal fees. After his public posts, Blair received more hateful comments from individuals associated with and supportive of Wonderstruck, along with comments for people to go after her sponsors that help financially support her. Some of her sponsors stopped working with her due to those comments. Due, D-U-E. D-U-E. Due does not mean that. Due to... This is annoying me like an unnecessary amount. This one word. I'm gonna calm down. I'm so sorry. And then goes on to say again that her full name, birth date, phone number, yada yada has been leaked. And then she requests the same things that she requested of OzMedia, but also adds, be ordered to stay at least 100 yards from the following places, her home. And the same thing again. Blair requests that the court order Wonderstruck to delete all posts he has made to social media since April 23rd pertaining to Sad Milk, Blair, or her other social media platforms. Refrain from posting about Blair to her social media content or any of his social media accounts, or on the social media accounts from others. Refrain from posting in the comments section of any of Blair's social media accounts. Refrain from interacting in any way with Blair's social media posts. Refrain from encouraging any third party to post in the comments section of Blair's social media accounts, or posting any of Blair's original content for any purpose. And refrain from making any videos or media posts about Blair. Again, I already said it, but I'm going to say it again so we're all on the same page here. I personally fully believe that the only reason that she asked for these restraining orders was so that they would be silenced, so that they could not make videos talking about her bad behavior. And clearly these failed. Well, at least the OzMedia one failed, but we have reason to believe that the Wonderstruck one failed as well, because he posted to Twitter and simply said, "There is a lot I want to say." Which leads me to believe that this was his first time hearing about this. And to be honest, I'm glad these didn't go through because in my own personal opinion, they seem completely baseless. They seem filled with lies, and it's more her going, they're damaging my reputation, so stop them from speaking about me, which is not how restraining orders work. And from my understanding, restraining orders are actually quite hard to get. So there you go. iilluminaughtii is still fighting her case, and it honestly isn't looking very good. I mean, if we're being real, it never looked good, but it's looking worse than ever, especially considering her new court documents that have just appeared. This time, iilluminaughtii and her legal team have responded to Felix the Kit Kat's motion to dismiss. Most of iilluminauttii's complaints against Felix the Kit Kat hinge on this conversation right here, which is between Felix and Blair. If you're caught up with the story, you will have seen it before, but Blair asks, are you short on rent? Do you need money? How desperate are you to get money? And then follows this up by saying, I will give you $200 to dig up dirt on the Click, a former member of Sad Milk and a former friend of Blair's. We were originally shown a redacted version of this on the Click's channel, and in that Felix the Kit Kat's username was removed to keep their anonymity. But this was being used to show the point that iilluminaughtii was trying to dig up dirt on former friends behind the scenes in order to make them look bad. And that she was even willing to pay people to dig this up for her. That is how serious her vendetta against them was. Now, as you'll know, iilluminaughtii is trying to sue OzMedia, Wonderstruck, and Felix the Kit Kat. And we've gone over multiple different motions to dismiss and responses and different things. You can catch up with all of that with the link in the description, along with all of the rest of the iilluminaughtii situation, which will include a more in-depth recap on everything that we've just discussed now. But iilluminaughtii was trying to sue Felix the Kit Kat for showing this conversation, which she is claiming is breaking contract, breaking NDA, giving out business secrets. Felix's team filed a motion to dismiss this. Felix the Kit Kat, through his attorney, respectfully requesting the court dismiss plaintiffs, aka iilluminaughtii/Blair's, claim for breach of contract brought against him by Pyramid Entertainment LLC and Blair. And they're requesting this because because of failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. The allegations against Felix the Kit Kat in plaintiff's second amended complaint fail to even allege any instances where Felix disclosed confidential or proprietary information in breach of the non-disclosure and employment agreements referenced by Blair in the second amended complaint. Essentially just saying that there is no exact example of what he has done to break these non-disclosure and employment agreements as she is claiming in her case. The second amended complaint alleges one instance to support plaintiff's breach of contract claims against Felix, which relates to the screenshots of a conversation between Felix and iilluminaughtii. And they say that this has absolutely nothing to do with the proprietary information that is being referenced in the employee agreement, which they're claiming that he broke. So if it's not referenced there, how could he have broken anything? The First Amended Complaint and the Second Amended Complaint all fail to identify any confidential or proprietary information that was misused by Felix the Kit Kat, and because of this, it should be dismissed. In support of this motion, Felix the Kit Kat respectfully submits the following. They start off by saying that iilluminaughtii's allegations don't actually show any kind of breach of contract. It goes into detail of all of the things that were in the first and second amended complaint that iilluminaughtii filed, saying that a lot of it wasn't actually referencing anything that Felix the Kit Kat actually disclosed. It then goes on to say the alleged disclosure of Felix the Kit Kat of admittedly private messages where iilluminaughtii used the word, I'm going to redact this, but it's the or word, does not constitute disclosure of proprietary information, nor company history, operations, affiliates, a bunch of other words that were in the contract, which I'm not going to read now. Basically, just what this means is that none of what he's shown breaches anything that was detailed in their agreement. And then it talks about how a lot of the claims that iilluminaughtii makes in her claim are completely conclusory. So she's just saying, yeah, this is probably what's happening or what's going to happen. For example, that all defendants began creating a plan to effectively ruin Blair's business, reputation, and life is clearly conclusory. Paragraph 68 makes the conclusory assertion that defendants are in breach of these agreements by using confidential or proprietary information. Paragraph 70 merely asserts the existence of breaches and asserts that they have caused Blair to incur damages. And it just ends with, plaintiffs have already amended their complaint and should not be granted further leave to amend. And now iilluminaughtii has responded to this. So we're going to go through it. It is just as, in my opinion, nonsensical as usual, but we will read it. And just a reminder that I'm not a lawyer, I have no legal background. Everything that I say about this is based on my opinion and my understanding of what I'm reading. And just to say as well, the person who originally found these documents was Mad Catster. He wasn't the one who originally found the last ones, I don't believe those ended up on Reddit. But these ones are from Mad Catster, so check out his channel as well, he makes really good content. And also do send him some love because he had a difficult situation with his cat recently and it's very sad. So I'm sure he would appreciate some nice comments and things like that. So do go check out his channel, he found these. Pyramid Entertainment and Blair and the council respond to defendant's motion to dismiss claims for breach of contract against him in the second amended complaint. The motion asks the court to conclude that defendant's disclosure of a private work conversation did not violate his confidentiality agreement or his non-disclosure agreement with his employer. This is talking about the motion to dismiss in case that was unclear. He does not dispute that he was subject to these two agreements. He was. He does not dispute that he disclosed a private work conversation. He did. He does not dispute that his disclosure caused Blair damage. It did. Instead, he disputes whether his disclosure of these conversations breached those agreements. And then it goes on to talk about the second amended complaint, which we covered as well if you need a reminder of what that's about, but that was filed by iilluminaughtii/Blair and her legal team. And it says that in that there's sufficient factual matter to allege that Felix did breach those agreements by disclosing a private work conversation. And then we move on to iilluminaughtii and her team's argument for why their case should go through and not be dismissed. Claim 1, breach of the confidentiality agreement, goes on to say that the confidentiality agreement prohibited Felix from using confidential information, blah blah blah, lots of businessy legal speak, basically giving out businesses secret information. And that was during the term of Felix's employment with Pyramid Pyramid LLC, or any time thereafter. The confidentiality agreement, which is referenced in the second amended complaint attached to this, defines confidential information and proprietary data to mean information and data not generally known outside the company concerning employer or its businesses and the employer's business, and technical information including but not limited to patent applications, information relating to inventions, discoveries, products, plans, calculations, concepts, design sheets, design data systems, design blueprints, computer programs, algorithms, software, firmware, hardware, manuals, drawings, photographs, devices, samples, models, processes, specifications, instructions, research, test procedures and results, equipment, identity and description of computerized records, customer lists, supplier identity, marketing and sales plans, financial information, business plans, cost pricing information, and other concepts or ideas involving or reasonably related to the business or prospective business of employer, or information received by the employer as to which there is a bona fide obligation, contractual or otherwise, or the employer's part not to disclose the same. Oh my god. Just to interject here, you guys don't see how much I have to cut out of my videos because I stumble over basic sentences. I mean, I was saying one sentence a second ago that I had to film 10 times, but this, apparently, this I can read in one go. What is that about? Something that Mad Catster pointed out is that this is very based on techie stuff and science stuff, and that it was probably just a boilerplate confidentiality agreement that was found online somewhere. It's not specific enough to her actual business, which is clear because it says things like blueprints, computer programs, algorithms. I mean, I don't claim to know the ins and outs of her business. Maybe she got some kind of algorithms going on somewhere. I don't think so. Test procedures and results, equipment, like it's just stuff that doesn't necessarily seem relevant for a YouTube channel, and something that doesn't necessarily seem relevant to a conversation that was had on Discord and then shared with somebody else. So the point of this is that Felix the Kit Kat shared this conversation and it's breaching the confidentiality agreement, but the confidentiality agreement doesn't necessarily say anything about, well, anything that really covers this, at least from what I can see. Maybe just the broad first bit, information not generally known outside the company, or the last very vague bit, all other concepts or ideas involving or related to the business, but this doesn't feel like an idea related to the business. And also to me, it seems like this conversation was very personal. It didn't feel like a work conversation. It was never brought up in relation to Illuminaughtii the business. This was a conversation between Blair and Felix. Blair asking, hey, do you need money by any chance? Felix saying, yeah, actually bit stuck. Her going, well, great, because I need you to dig up some dirt. Has nothing to do with Pyramid LLC, just, a different thing. So in my view, as somebody who does not study the law, this does not seem related. As alleged in the second amended complaint and revealed by the unredacted screenshot above, which they obviously showed the screenshot of the conversation, the relevant redacted portions obscure the username Felix the Kit Kat, the username of defendant. Felix the Kit Kat's disclosure of the screenshots therefore shows Pyramid's owner, Blair, directing defendant, Felix, an employee of Pyramid, to perform a sensitive task using Pyramid's data, to ferret out instances of the use of a slur, and promising additional compensation for the task's completion. As he conceded in the motion, this conversation was private. A couple of things to point out here. First of all, it says, performing a sensitive task using Pyramid's data. What here is Pyramid's data? Now, Mad Catster thought this might be referring to the fact that Felix was asked to go through old sad milk videos to find the click saying a slur, and he was questioning whether there was some business relationship, a legal relationship between Sad Milk and Illuminaughtii. But Illuminaughtii actually made the Sad Milk contract public by sharing it on a Google Drive. She did this on her Illuminaughtii Exposed video. She has obviously redacted all the personal information, but in it there is no reference to Pyramid LLC, to Pyramid anything. The only reference to Illuminaughtii is to Illuminaughtii being her username, to being Blair the entertainer, and her channel name, Illuminaughtii. There may be some other parts of this contract that just weren't made public for one reason or another, but it doesn't look like, at least from this, that there was any relationship between her company and Sad Milk. The other thing to point out here is that it says, I'm promising additional compensation for the task's completion. What I would like to know, if the $200 was sent to Felix through company funds, added to a pay slip of some kind, as a bonus, as overtime, whatever you want to call it. I don't have an employer, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I just don't have any employees, so I don't know. Or if it was sent by Blair, as Blair, to Felix. Because there is no mention of this being a work thing. There's no mention of this being a job or an employment situation. It's just, hey, I'll give you $200 if you do this for me. That is a little bit strange, because if it's not an employment situation, then everything that they've just said here in this paragraph seems a little bit irrelevant. And it's also alleged that Felix wasn't even working there at the time, that he was not working for iilluminaughtii at the time that she asked him to do this, to dig up dirt on the clique. So if he wasn't employed, then again, everything said in this paragraph is completely irrelevant, and also he can't have broken any kind of confidentiality, because the confidentiality agreement would only be relevant to his time as an employee. It does say that he can't share information about the business during his time there or thereafter, so meaning after he quits or he's fired or he leaves, whatever happens, he can't share business information. But if this was something that happened before he was an employee, to my understanding, that does not fall within the NDA. This is a completely different situation. It's not an employee-employer situation. It's just a situation. It's worth repeating, the conversation was private. This means the information and data were not generally known outside the company concerning the employer or its businesses. This is directly taken from the conversation agreement. Confidentiality agreement. I'm sorry guys, I'm really tired today. So this is just trying to tie it back to show how he broke the confidentiality agreement. But if the conversation was private, as they're saying, and not a work conversation, how does it break a work confidentiality agreement? Riddle me that. It then goes on to talk about the Uniform Trade Secrets Act. It's not entirely relevant to read that now. Then we move on to the next claim. Claim 2, breach of non-disclosure agreement. The NDA prohibited defendant Felix from disclosing company history, operations, affiliate-sensitive PII to include but not limited to an individual's employment or ownership status in any organization unless it directly interferes with pyramid's operations, associated addresses and phone numbers, and any information regarding an individual's involvement in pyramid events or operations, because disclosing information could cause irreparable harm to both pyramid and or its affiliates. Seriously, what is that about? I can't say a single other sentence, but these... I have a missed opportunity to have a career as somebody who reads those warnings at the end of pills on American ads, which completely irrelevant, but I saw American ads for the first time because I watched the Grammys whenever that was, and all of your ads are about pharmaceuticals or they have celebrities in them. All of them. It was very strange. It was fun to watch, though. Felix's disclosure of these screenshots breached the confidentiality agreement and also breached the NDA. A boss giving an employee a compensable task on a sensitive subject is classic company operations, and information regarding an individual's involvement in pyramid operations. The second amended complaint therefore sufficiently alleged a disclosure by Felix that violates the NDA. Again, the issue here is whether this actually falls under company information. If this was just a conversation between Blair and Felix the Kit Kat, not between employee and employer, and also if he wasn't actually employed at this time, or if he wasn't paid through the company that was employing him allegedly at the time, then this doesn't stand. The NDA doesn't matter anymore because this would have happened before that, or it would have happened in a non-company setting. The NDA wouldn't account for anything that doesn't have to do with the company or happens before it's signed. There's just a lot of different variables here, and it's all looking just a little bit weird. Plaintiffs respectfully request this court to enter its order denying the defendant Felix motion to dismiss claims for breach of contracts to... See, I can't read that sentence. Claims for... That says clams! Right? That says clams. That absolutely says clams. Oh, I can't breathe. I haven't laughed this long in a very long time. I can't continue with the sentence. I can't pull it together. I need to pull it together. I'm being a professional right now. I'm at work right now. Ooh. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna read it. I'm sorry. I know this is so annoying, but I can't help it. Okay. And I ran out of water as well. This is terrible. Right. Conclusion. Wherefore, plaintiffs respectfully request this court to enter its order denying the defendant Felix motion to dismiss claims. for breach of contract again. This is not that funny, I'm so sorry. For breach of contract against him in the second amended complaint, and for any other relief this court deems just and proper. I'm sorry, I'm so aware that it's not that funny, but it's just seeing that I can't type shit. I get stuff wrong all the time, right? But just to see clams. And it's the conclusion as well. Could you not have proofread the conclusion? I've gone red. Oh my god. Holy hell. Right, I'm sorry. Yeah. So it looks like iilluminaughtii has quit YouTube. With all the drama that she's been involved with first LegalEagle, and then also her former friends, former members of Sad Milk, hbomberguy, Cruel World, Happy Mind, and a million other things, she may have finally left YouTube. And I will say, at least from my point of view, I was never trying to run her off YouTube, and I don't think anybody else was either, but we can still talk about things without trying to drive somebody away. So this is not talking about a successful cancelling or something like that. This is talking about most people didn't want to watch her anymore because they didn't agree with her behavior. Her own behavior, things that she did and said herself, as much as she will try to claim that this is all a conspiracy, which we're going to talk more about in a minute. As of now, her last video was almost 2 months ago, nearly 3 months at this point. And although it is possible for YouTubers to take breaks, and it is possible that she's taking a break, YouTubers do take breaks all the time. Sometimes I disappear. Not usually for 2 months, but it has happened. What you need to remember is that iilluminaughtii is a business. It's not just a single creator. She has multiple employees, and 2 months is a really long time to go without any extra income. Now, I'm not saying she's not making any money, because she currently has 386 patrons. Now, her lowest tier is $5. So even if everybody is subscribed to the lowest tier on her Patreon, then she's making $1,930 a month on Patreon before taxes and before Patreon takes their fees. But it's probably more than that because her top tier is $14.50. Now, that's a decent amount of money to be making on Patreon, but the bulk of her money probably would have come from the YouTube AdSense, from sponsorships, things like that. And she's not getting any views because she's not uploading anything. And with that amount of Patreon money alone, and maybe some residual views on older videos, maybe some other streams of revenue that she has going, that is not enough to be able to pay your multiple employees. You will have to be paying them out of pocket. And that's bearing in mind that before all this happened, it was said that she was getting rid of some of her employees because she couldn't afford to pay them anymore, because she wasn't making as much money. People weren't really watching anymore. Her views had dipped substantially. She was at a point where she was getting hundreds and thousands, sometimes over 1 million views on videos, down to getting 10,000, 15,000, 30,000, 50,000, which is, you know, they're good views. They're not little views. That's, you know, around what I get, but it's not enough to pay employees. It's sometimes not even enough for me to pay myself. So I don't know how she was doing it. So it may just be the case that she's decided this channel is not viable anymore. I can't pay these people. I'm just going to end it. It's also possible that she has another channel somewhere else. If you remember from her Patreon DM links, which were from Discord, that was leaked by FPS Diesel. Shout out to FPS Diesel. In those, she was talking about creating a new project, which would be a new channel, Prism of the Past, which would remove her from the equation a bit, but it would still be hers. She'd still be making the money. Now, since it was announced that Prism of the Past was going to be hers and people found out, it's likely that she dropped that because she didn't want to be involved with it. She didn't want her bad reputation to taint her potential to make money. So it's possible she started an entirely new project with somebody else voicing it, and she's just overseeing the whole thing. I use overseeing lightly because she has writers and she has editors, and it's even been pointed out that she often potentially didn't even know anything about the topic. You will find out information on that in my interview with one of her ex-employees. But that made it look like she really just kind of showed up and read a script, which makes sense because she used to always pronounce things wrong. In fairness, I pronounce things wrong too. Sometimes words are difficult, even though I will have done all the research myself because I don't have anybody else working on this channel. It's just me. So I will have researched stuff, but I will pronounce things wrong because I'm dumb. And sometimes I won't notice that I pronounce them wrong until I'm editing and it's too late to fix it. And it's painful. There was one video actually in particular, and I remember this, and I know how to pronounce Sakura. I know how to pronounce Sakura. So I don't know why in this video I kept saying Sakura. I've never said it in my life, but I just kept saying it and I didn't notice till I was editing it. So I like to give people the benefit of the doubt with stuff like that, but it happens so often with her. People really think it just points to her not knowing what the hell she's talking about. She just read the script and that was it.
Kirby is only a symptom. Corporate greed may exist everywhere, yes, but these unchecked tippy tops of MLM pyramids are especially dangerous. The Herald announced that in 2015, W1 was officially closing their doors. One didn't even have stockholder meetings, only one single board meeting during Kirby's tenure. And he had a ton of secret deals behind closed doors. Sure, there are plenty of articles about Kirby and the strange products, but I don't see it said enough that Woon failed themselves.
So if she has a new channel, how involved with it she is really, you know, it's to be said. She's probably just like a figurehead that's hiring people, just sort of the boss, but everybody else is doing the thing. And I think it's quite likely that she did start a new channel. I mean, it's not like she's gonna leave YouTube and suddenly decide, you know what, I'm gonna go get a real job. I mean, maybe she did. She had also been talking about in the Discord leaks getting some teaching experience. She was going to be teaching business ethics, which is very funny. If you know, she's not the most ethical business person from my perspective, but maybe she did go get a real job. I think it's more likely that she has left this channel for good and she has just started a new one. She just cut her losses because the growth is not growing on this channel. The algorithm does not like this channel anymore. And if you look up Illuminaughtii, her channel doesn't come up first. Videos about her come up first. So that's not good for your branding. It is also possible she'll come back to this channel. We don't know. We just have to wait and see. But what we do know at the moment is that, well, she's alive. There's nothing wrong with her. She's fine. She didn't disappear because she's like in danger or something. And we know this because of the legal proceedings going on at the moment. And actually, before I talk about that in more detail, I completely forgot to say this. I was supposed to say this at the start of the video. But there is a little surprise for you guys after the last Illuminaughtii update, and if you'll see that, you'll know exactly what this is referring to. But after that video, I immediately went and I put out the Small Clams Court merch. It still makes me laugh. I swear to God. So if you'd like to get that there you go. You may go get that. And I'll probably release the like a downloadable just picture version for the patrons and the members. So if you want to get that, you can join either of those. But you can also get the Small Clams Court merch. So check that out. I don't think I'll keep it up forever. It's going to be pretty limited. I'll probably just leave it up for this week and then I'll get rid of it again. But it was just funny. So check it out while it's up. Enjoy. So the legal stuff so far, just a quick recap in case you've forgotten or you're unsure what's going on, is that iilluminaughtii has brought a legal case against OzMedia, Felix the Kit Kat, and Wonderstruck Guy. There's been some back and forth with iilluminaughtii making her complaints, accusing them of things like breach of contract and defamation, and then those people then coming back and asking the judge to dismiss the claims based on them being based on nothing, essentially. The problem with iilluminauttii's legal case, besides some typos, check out the Small Clams Court merch, besides that was that she was making all these claims about things like defamation or about breach of contract, but she was not giving concrete examples of what was defamatory. What did these people say about her that was defamatory, and where did they say it, and when did they say it? There was not enough clear examples of things. There was not enough evidence. Even though this is just the claim, it hasn't gone to court yet, most of the evidence will be brought up in court, but there still does need to be something. You can't just say this happened and the judge goes, okay, let's bring it to court, let's use resources. No, you have to actually make proper claims and give some kind of citation or evidence. So the judge gave her another chance. Now, she'd made 2 complaints. So the first complaint, then she amended her complaint, and then the judge said, this is not working, there is not enough in this, you have 2 weeks to fix this, to amend your complaint by adding exact citations and where this happened, when it happened, what they said. She was late, but she did do the amended complaint. She submitted it. She added some evidence. It doesn't seem satisfactory to me as somebody without a legal background, but what do I know? But she also added things that hadn't been brought up before, like she brought up this whole thing about privacy protection, that OzMedia had accessed her computer without her permission, and that had never been mentioned before, so she just brought this up. OzMedia then asked the court one more time to dismiss this, saying that there still isn't evidence and there are these extra things being brought up that weren't brought up before, and again there's no evidence for it. And now iilluminaughtii's team has responded to that. Now I'm just going to go over this very briefly because some of you may be aware of this already, some of you may not be, but shout out to Matt Catster for finding these, but we'll just go through it quickly. This case exists because Blair began dating someone new and her ex-boyfriend Oz did not like it. Rather than respect her choices, defendant began a social media revenge campaign against her by publishing false and harmful statements about her and her once lucrative business. I loved the once lucrative business line. Given the intensity of Oz's lashing out, one might imagine that Blair had flaunted her new relationship or done something, anything, that would have prompted a reasonable person to act the way that Oz did. But she did no such thing. She is just an innocent baby victim. Indeed, her new relationship was not public. Oz learned of the relationship only when he accessed Blair's personal computer without her permission and snooped through her private messages. To be sure, not all relationships end well. Even the best endings can cause strife if a former romantic partner moves on and begins another relationship. It goes without saying, however, that defendant's discomfort at Blair's new relationship did not authorize him to publish false and harmful personal attacks against Blair. Jesus, Mary and Holy Saint Joseph, right? So what she and her team are saying here is that he is defaming her, that OzMedia is defaming Blair because she got a new boyfriend and he didn't like it and he just jealous. And because he's jealous, he somehow rallied all these other people who spoke badly about her to harass her and defame her. How does that make any sense? Firstly, a lot of this stuff comes from her herself. Like, she published private things about Wonderstruck. Nobody asked her to do that. She just did that. That was bad. This only all happened because she falsely accused LegalEagle of plagiarism. She did that herself. And why, in the name of God, would anybody else in this situation care that Blair got in a new relationship if OzMedia is the ex? Why would anybody care? Like, no offense to Oz, you know, friends are supposed to care about you and all of that, but why would they care to the extent of, like, making a whole conspiracy to defame her, to go out of their way to spread lies about her. Like, why would they care? If my friend, who I love and care for, came to me and said, oh, this person that I broke up with a while ago, they're in a new relationship, let's ruin them, I'd be like, are you okay? You should check yourself in somewhere. People don't do that. And even if OzMedia somehow is this evil mastermind and he's convinced one person, right? One person to side with him in this campaign against Illuminati of lies and deceit and defamation. How did he convince all of them? How did he convince Wonderstruck Guy, The Click, one topic at a time? And not only that, also Felix the Kit Kat, who, if you remember, published the DMs. Jesus, I couldn't think of the word DMs for a second. Can you guys tell that I'm a bit tired? Published the DMs of a conversation between him and Blair, where it looks like Blair is trying to hire him, is offering to give him $200 if he'll dig up dirt on the Click. That didn't have anything to do with OzMedia. That didn't involve OzMedia. That went through the Click. So also we now have like OzMedia has somehow convinced Felix the Kit Kat to be involved in this. Okay. And we also have Cruel World of Happy Mind, who was not in this friend group, who was not involved with Sad Milk, who also had a negative experience with Blair. Did OzMedia convince Cruel World Happy Mind to be part of this conspiracy? We also have Tommy C, who had a bad experience with Illuminati. Again, not in this friend group. Did OzMedia convince Tommy C to say bad things about Illuminati years ago? Doesn't make any sense at all. Like, you're planning this big conspiracy here. It cannot possibly be that deep. Again, if there is proof, right, if there's concrete proof that this is a big conspiracy and they're all lying, then I will take it back, right? But there's no proof. We've not seen any proof. So as of now, it's just people have had bad experiences with Blair. They've separately had bad experiences. They've come out and said it. And to me, it just looks like Blair doesn't like that, so she's come up with the story. It's, oh, I got a new boyfriend, and he doesn't like that. So there's a conspiracy against me, because I am that special. I am the main character. The rest of the document then goes on to say why it shouldn't be thrown out, why her case should remain, saying that she did give quotes as was asked by her from the court. These are quotes and links and timestamps for defamatory statements. Also saying that Oz and his team cited that one of the reasons this should be thrown out is because she brought up a new claim, which is the computer thing, but that wasn't in her original complaint. And because the court had only asked her to fix her original complaint by adding quotes and timestamps and links, that she shouldn't have added this. But Blair is saying, no, absolutely can add this. And also, why didn't OzMedia refute the claim? Well, they're not refuting the claim because they're saying this doesn't have any basis to be in it. So why would he need to refute the claim if he's saying this claim shouldn't even be? It then goes on to say that it also shouldn't be thrown out because it brings up the breach of contract claim, and it goes on to state some of the ways that they believe that OzMedia breached contract. This is because he said things like, anything Blair needed to say went through me first, essentially act as a spokesperson. I always acted as her talking piece, from yelling at one topic to berating Click and other things I did in service of Illuminati. And they argue that this is a breach of contract because in the contract it said that they can't give out information and data not generally known outside the company concerning Illuminati or its business, including but not limited to all other concepts or ideas involving or reasonably related to the business. That's a very broad statement. I can't tell you whether this encompasses that or not. Mad Catster seems to think that it doesn't. I have no legal background, so I'm not sure. But to me, it seems like what he said about his role was quite vague. Like, it didn't say anything to do with internal structures of the business or anything like that. It was just like, you know, I was kind of doing a lot of the talking in the company. That doesn't feel in any way damaging to me. Moving on then, in OzMedia's request to remove this whole case, he had tried to claim that this is a slap suit, which is essentially just a suit where somebody is trying to silence someone. So you throw a bunch of legal stuff in someone's way, hoping that they can't afford it, and then that's the end of that, they be quiet. And unsurprisingly, all they really say here in iilluminaughtii's new claim is that this is not a slap suit, so this doesn't stand because it's not a slap suit. Their reasoning for citing this is to do with other cases where there have been slap suits and it has to do with other things. But just because that's the way that it turned out in those cases doesn't mean that it makes sense here. Because if she was just throwing these things at them to make them be quiet, and you have to remember, she originally tried to get a restraining order, which meant that they wouldn't be able to talk about her online. She tried to get that against OzMedia and Wonderstruck. And if she had succeeded in that, they would have had to shut up. Now that restraining order didn't go through, and then the claims started. We have this beautiful bit where she goes back into her fan fiction. Here, Blair alleges and presented evidence that OzMedia hauled Blair into a public controversy about a private dispute to elicit sympathy from others and punish Blair for her choice to date someone else. OzMedia has failed to present evidence that proves that iilluminaughtii are public figures within the scope of defendant's false accusation that Blair engaged in embezzlement. Multiple things to say here. Firstly, it's saying OzMedia has failed to present evidence that iilluminaughtii is a public figure, yet iilluminaughtii has failed to present evidence that this is all happening because OzMedia is annoyed that she's dating someone else. Which has been brought up multiple times now. You'd think there'd be some kind of evidence for that, but no. But also, it's very important to state here that OzMedia did not accuse iilluminaughtii of embezzlement. What he said was that she had told him that because she had loaned him money, that she could get in trouble legally. And he couldn't remember the word she used, but it was along the lines of embezzlement. Now, he did not say Blair committed embezzlement. He said that she told him that she could get in trouble. That's what he said. Completely different thing to accusing her of embezzlement. Conclusion. Wherefore, plaintiffs respectfully request this court to enter its order denying the defendant's motion to dismiss plaintiff's second amended complaint with certificate of conferral and for any other relief this court deems just and proper. The words claims and clams are both not here, so we can't have a good laugh. But we can laugh about the fanfiction, so good job on your story. Was lovely. Look, again, I'm not here to say that it's not true. It could be true, but I've not seen any evidence that makes me believe that it's true. So is iilluminaughtii going to return to her channel? I don't know. And is she going to return through legal documents? I also don't know, because the judge might throw it out. If I was the judge, I would throw it out, but I'm not a judge. So there you go. There are a ton of updates with the iilluminaughtii case at the moment. Not only has OzMedia made a video response to Blair and the legal proceedings that have been going on, but there have also been some major updates on the legal front in terms of the actual case that's going on and some of the decisions that are being made by the judge. And this may include some huge wins for Blair. But at the same time, this might actually all be ending much sooner than we thought. So there is a lot to unpack here, and I'm not normally one who says a lot to unpack because that feels cliche, but in this situation, it felt right. And I swear to God, if anybody makes a compilation of me saying it's a lot to unpack, then just, no, go away. Don't do that. I really don't think I've said it though. I don't know. But I want to first go over OzMedia's response. Now, he made a video ages ago talking about Blair and all of the things that she had done. And another video was promised, but this was delayed. Mostly because obviously OzMedia still needs to produce regular videos and make an income, but also presumably because of a lot of the legal stuff going on, because you can't just keep talking on the internet when there's an actual case in front of you. But now Oz has made a new video talking about the legal case, and this is the first time he's actually talking about this properly in a video. And there may even be another video as well after this one. In this, he has a lot to say about how this case has affected him, but he also goes through the entire timeline of events that have led up to all of this. And it's really important that he goes through the timeline because a lot of what he says is disputing some of the claims that iilluminaughtii herself is trying to make about all of this, especially in regards to the legal stuff. Like, for example, Oz talks about iilluminaughtii saying in the legal files that she lost specific amounts of revenue due to their actions. So saying that she lost this much money when Oz did this, or lost this much money when Felix did this, and that's their fault. But he goes over the fact that you can start to see that she loses subscribers and income at the same time that she tries to accuse LegalEagle of plagiarism.
Allegation 112. Defendant Felix's statement caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95% after defendant's tweet/X was published, from $74,646 in the period of November 23, 2022, December 23, 2022, to $2,751.72 during that same period a year later. Blair is listing a drop of revenue from a specific date period and ignoring the fact that her revenue had begun to decline far before then. The official date, April 20th, 2023, is when we can see the first damage being done to her subscriber count. This is also the day she levied accusations against LegalEagle. And then, of course, following her upload of the iilluminaughtii exposed video, the viewership damage is fairly evident, especially in the following weeks where she saw a rapid decline.
And that she started to lose these things after she uploaded her own video, the iilluminaughtii exposed video, where she talked about all of this and tried to throw her former friends under the bus and aired out public information about people. So the dates that she is saying don't actually line up properly, because anytime there's a drop, it's because of her own actions. And along with this timeline stuff, he also points out very importantly that there was a few days in between iilluminaughtii accusing LegalEagle of plagiarism and then everybody making their own Twitter threads about her and the things that she had done to them allegedly. But the reason that they ended up making these threads is because the iilluminaughtii thing with LegalEagle blew up. If you don't remember, it was like 5,000 years ago at this point, but it blew up. Everybody was talking about it. Nobody was on Blair's side. So naturally, people were finding her former friends, her former colleagues, because OzMedia, The Click, Wonderstruck, One Topic at a Time, they had all been in the Sad Milk channel together. They had all worked together and collaborated together. So viewers were going and asking these former collaborators, do you know about the iilluminaughtii stuff? Do you have an opinion on this? Why don't you speak out about this? And sometimes also demanding that they speak out.
Because Blair did not publicly provide a reason or explanation towards her actions, and with the emergence of hbomberguy, Click, and Wonderstruck's threads, it left Twitter frenzied for answers. Those who were familiar with my connections to Blair, as it was public knowledge we were roommates, would begin to DM me or brigade my livestream chats with questions on the situation. Questions such as if I still supported Blair and if I could provide a reason or explanation for her actions. It was because of users constantly asking me to answer on behalf of Blair, as well as my past colleagues, finally speaking out, that I broke my silence and posted my thread.
So of course then, these people went and made their own statements, but as we know, Blair is trying to frame this as everybody is conspiring against her. They all got together and somehow planned this. But all of this started because of her own actions. And I think maybe this is a good part of the reason that OzMedia went over this entire timeline. And if you want to watch the entire timeline in his words and his going over it, then you absolutely should. Obviously, his video is in the description and you should check it out for just more than that as well, obviously for his own thoughts and his experience with this whole legal process, which he has said has been very difficult for him, understandably. Not only is it extremely expensive, it's also stressful. It's a lot to go through, and he even said something along the lines of, every time that I see an email notification, it just brings a sense of dread, and that's just a horrible thing to have to go through. They also had some more difficult things happen in their personal life. So this is to do with Oz and his partner, and that is something that I won't really get into much here, but there was a mention of a miscarriage, so that is absolutely awful, and it's unfathomable the amount of stress that this must be putting on them when they're already going through their own personal stress in their own private lives. So because of how much stress this is putting on them, and because of how difficult and drawn out and expensive legal proceedings are, in this video, OzMedia gives a public call to iilluminaughtii to settle this whole case, not just for himself, but for everybody involved. And I'm going to read you the terms that Oz is proposing in their own words, just to make sure that I'm clear with all of it. So it's that plaintiffs must dismiss all claims against all parties with prejudice once amicable terms are set forth. The with prejudice bit, if you don't remember, in legal terms means that you dismiss the case and you cannot then bring up a new case for the same thing. Plaintiff and myself will agree on a third party who we both independently trust to host a fair conversation. Their responsibility will be to ensure that each person is not spoken over and is given a chance to clear their mind. I don't know who this third party would be, but it would be very interesting to see if this actually did happen. I feel like if there is any kind of settlement, this might be the piece that iilluminaughtii fights against, because it's very hard to twist the narrative when the other person is sitting right in front of you. Plaintiffs may also take this time to take accountability for their actions instead if they wish. Legal fees of either party will not be sought out, and this will be taken for the loss that it is. I can provide no personal guarantee in either circumstance that Blair would be able to repair her public image or reputation. However, I am giving you the opportunity that your lawsuit will most certainly not. And it was said that this would need to be accepted by June 7th. Now, obviously, June 7th has passed, and there has been no word of a settlement yet. However, OzMedia did say that Blair's team are open to negotiating it, so more than likely the lawyers are talking back and forth amongst themselves, and some kind of decision will be made soon regarding whether there will be a settlement or whether all of this is going to go forward. But there are reasons for and against why you might think that iilluminaughtii may or may not. Whoa, I could not have said that more complicated if I tried. What the hell was that sentence? That was just like word after word of nonsense. Let me make that a bit clearer, if I can. What I'm trying to say is that there has been a lot of updates with the legal proceedings, and because of these updates, it may push iilluminaughtii one way or the other. Because she may think that this is a great deal and listen to OzMedia, who's saying that your public reputation will not be repaired after this. You have done considerable damage, and continuing with this legal case will probably make you look worse. So she might agree with that and then decide, okay, fine, I'm just going to settle. This stuff is all expensive anyway, and as we know, her channel is not active at all. But at the same time, there have been some wins for her, and that may boost her to feel like she should keep going and keep fighting, because she may win the legal cases. But before I talk about them, I want to point out one last thing that OzMedia said in this video, which is to do with iilluminaughtii and her thoughts on the clique's use of the or slur. Now, if you don't remember, the whole thing with Felix the Kit Kat and the clique and iilluminaughtii is that all allegedly, of course, iilluminaughtii had asked Felix the Kit Kat to find footage of the clique saying the or slur and had offered to pay Felix $200 to do this. It was a whole big thing. There's also more to do with this with alt accounts and potential smear campaigns and everything like this. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I really recommend that you check out some of the videos in the playlist in the description. But she had tried to say that it was such a terrible thing that he had said the or slur, and that she would never ever say it. It is not a word that has ever been in her vocabulary. Now, she had used a service, according to OzMedia, to delete old tweets that had used unsavory language that may get her cancelled. But apparently this service does not delete images. And so there is an image of her clear as day saying the or slur. Now, whether you have a strong opinion on this word or not, it doesn't matter here, to be honest. What matters is the hypocrisy of it all, because she is just straight up lied and said, I would never say a word like this, and I think the clique should be cancelled for this. Obviously, she didn't actually say, I think the clique should be cancelled, but the smear campaigns, alleged smear campaigns and everything else, you know, there's all of that, and there she is saying it. So really here what matters is the hypocrisy. So, you know, kind of hilarious, to be honest. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. In this video as well, Oz had a lot of things to say about Felix, but we're going to talk about more of that in a second, because I actually first want to go over the new update in regards to Felix's case. So Felix and his team had filed a motion to dismiss against iilluminaughtie's case, and now the judge has responded to this motion to dismiss. Viewing the amended complaint in the light most favourable to the plaintiff, the court accepts that the portion of the YouTube video referenced in paragraph 63 to 64 of the complaint is the same as the one displayed via screenshots in paragraphs 116 to 20. It shows Blair instructing her employee Felix to help me find Click, a former employee and now competing YouTuber, saying the "or" slur in Sad Milk's raw audio, and offering to pay him $200 to find it. Sad Milk is a YouTube channel created and managed by plaintiff Pyramid. Again, viewing the amended complaint in the light most favourable to the plaintiff, these allegations arguably state plausible claims for breach of both NDA and the agreement. They arguably state a plausible claim for the breach of NDA in that they plausibly allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party Pyramid information about company operations. And a plausible claim for breach of the agreement, they allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party confidential information for the benefit of a third party. For the reasons set forth above, I find that Claim 1 and Claim 2 in plaintiff's second amended complaint each state a plausible claim for breach of contract against Felix. So this is obviously very disappointing. It means that Felix's motion to dismiss the case has been denied, and it is more than likely going to go to court unless something else happens in the interim. But there's a lot of things that we need to talk about here. Firstly, we have the bit where it says it shows Blair instructing her employee to find the Click, a competing YouTuber, saying the "or" slur. The huge glaring problem with this is that at the time that these messages were occurring between Blair and Felix, so when she was asking him to do this, he was not her employee. He did not become an employee till 7 months later. He did not sign an agreement or an NDA until 7 months later, and these things do not work retroactively. This work had nothing to do with Pyramid because it was not internal Pyramid operations. This was Blair asking Felix to find some dirt on the Click and then paying him $200. Felix not even being an employee at the time. And something that OzMedia points out in his video is that iilluminaughtii paid Felix for this through a PayPal transaction. And he says, as we have said before in a previous video talking about this, that if this was a business transaction, there should be proper documentation for this to be a business expense, for this to have been paid through the company to Felix for contracted work. But it's possible that this doesn't exist because we haven't seen it yet. But if this goes to court, this is something that might be asked for. So again, if it goes to court, we might have to go through iilluminaughtii's financial stuff. She might have to have that thrown out for the world to see. And I assume that's something she doesn't want, considering what we know about some of her dealings already, including that whole tax debacle that happened, if you remember that. So it's absolutely ridiculous to suggest that what Felix did was a breach of contract because he wasn't in contract. He wasn't under the NDA because he was not an employee yet and hadn't signed anything yet. But in fairness to the judge, he is the judge and I am not. So, you know, he went through a lot more schooling than I did, but it is required for the judge to give more leeway to the plaintiff. So to the person filing the claim, this is iilluminaughtii in this case. That's how this works. And he didn't have this information in front of him, I guess, to say that Felix is not an employee or was not an employee at this time. So he made that decision. I don't know if there's something that can be done from Felix's end of, doing a motion to dismiss the motion to dismiss the dismissal of the motion to dismiss. Try saying that fast, which is obviously not what this is officially called. But if they can do something like that and say, look, I wasn't even an employee, this is not plausible. I don't know. But if nothing is done and Illuminaughtii doesn't take this whole settlement thing, then this will go to court. As you will know as well, OzMedia also filed a motion to dismiss, and the judge has also responded to that. This one is a lot longer. It goes into a few different things. So firstly, it goes on about the anti-slap motion, which was OzMedia's team arguing that this is a slap case, so just a legal case to shut him up. And Colorado, the state where this is all happening, has an anti-slap statute. So this shouldn't be allowed.
August 29th, 2023, Blair would submit a new set of temporary restraining orders, which were denied, as well as her lawsuit against Felix, Wonder, and myself for defamation and breach of contract. It is of my opinion that Blair timed these events so I could only fight one, the foreclosure or the lawsuit, not both. I do believe that if I did not speak out against her in April, she would not have put my home through foreclosure proceedings. With these actions, timed alongside the lawsuit, it does make me firmly believe, in my opinion, it's retaliatory in nature. The restraining orders in question were to, once more, prevent publication of any information on Blair. In this restraining order, Blair directly cites the video I was originally producing as a documentary on her actions as grounds to allow this pseudo-gag order to proceed. Quoting this TRO, here, however, plaintiffs' request for relief will cause defendants no harm, because they simply must refrain from publishing what is essentially an online op-ed piece, which they have admitted will lambaste plaintiffs. Should the court deem plaintiffs' claims to be unnecessary, defendants can simply publish their video.
It also then goes into the breach of contract claims. The first claim for relief for breach of contract alleges that Oz entered into an agreement with Pyramid that required that he not use confidential information or proprietary data for the benefit of any other person, corporation, or entity other than the employer during the term of the employee's employment with the employer or any time thereafter, and that he breached this agreement by using confidential or proprietary information to defame or otherwise harm Blair. Oz contends that the breach of contract claim against him should be dismissed because it fails to set out with particularity his statements or other conduct that allegedly breached the agreement. So basically that Blair's claims are not clear enough. She's making these claims but not saying what things exactly are breaching the contract and how. Paragraph 46 alleges that in September of 2023, Oz released a YouTube video titled Let's Talk, an update on the Illuminaughtii drama, which contained accusations in which Oz falsely accused plaintiffs of embezzlement. But nothing in either paragraph sets out the specifics as to how Oz purportedly used confidential or proprietary information to defame or otherwise harm Blair. So this is then agreeing with what Oz's lawyer said, which is that Blair's claims do not properly lay out how he actually breached contract. No such specific factual allegations support this claim, and accordingly, it is dismissed. So this is a good win for Oz. Something is actually being dismissed, thank God. But then we get on to the defamation portion. Oz contends that the remaining claims against him, the third and fourth causes of action, should be dismissed because of the anti-slap statute. The statements identified in Claim 3 made in a YouTube video by Oz after the case was filed, and Claim 4 is to do with Oz allegedly accusing Blair of having placed him in a dependent, arguably coercive financial relationship with her. And unfortunately, the judge says that the anti-slap statute does not apply because Oz cannot satisfy the threshold part of the analysis. So basically saying that Oz's claims about Illuminaughtii are not an issue of public interest, which is part of the criteria for an anti-slap statute. So because it doesn't meet the threshold for the anti-slap statute, he goes on to talk about a different standard, the WARN standard. This apparently is the traditional elements of a defamation claim are a defamatory statement concerning another published to a third party with fault amounting to at least negligence on the part of the publisher, either accountability of the statement irrespective of special damages or the existence of special damages to the plaintiffs caused by publication. So it's just a big way of looking at whether a statement is defamatory or not based on a certain amount of criteria. Now, I won't go through the entire bit of the judge talking about the reasons why certain things do or do not meet these criteria because it's long and it's a bunch of legal stuff. But it says here, accordingly, I find that Claim 3 satisfies the WARN standard, but Claim 4 does not. Finally then, it goes on to talk about the 9th claim for relief. So if you remember, iilluminaughtii had to make a second amended complaint. So the complaint that she made was so lacking and so terrible that the judge said, you need to do a better job of this and explain verbatim the statements that you're saying are defamation, are breach of contract. You need to do better. And she resubmitted this. She did her new claim. However, she added something to it. Oz objects to plaintiff's 9th claim for relief for computer fraud. So this was the new thing that she added, on the ground that the amendment to include this claim was not approved by the court. And then the judge says, I will approve the inclusion of the 9th claim for relief in the 2nd amended complaint, but it will be my expectation that the complaint is now in its final form. So she is getting to include this thing even though she didn't include it originally for some reason. For the reasons set forth above, Oz's motion to dismiss is granted in part. Dismissal of the 1st and 4th claim for relief against defendant Oz is granted. Dismissal for the 3rd and 9th claim for relief is denied. So half of it has been dismissed, which is a good thing. It means that he won't have to fight all of it, but unfortunately, some of it still is going forward. And again, the same thing I said with Felix, if nothing happens in the interim, and if Blair doesn't accept some kind of settlement, and they can't agree to some kind of settlement, then this will end up in court. And my worry is that because of the small win that iilluminaughtii has had with being granted some of this to go forward, and as well Felix's motion to dismiss being denied, that she might think that she has a huge chance and will just continue with this and will ruin everybody financially, essentially, and it'll just be a long, stressful process for everybody involved. OzMedia has said that he's okay with going forward with this if that's what has to happen. He's not worried about it because he believes he's in the right, and that's great, but it will still be stressful. You know, no matter what happens, it's going to be stressful and expensive and time consuming for everybody, because if it goes to court, this will go on for years. But we will be waiting for the update on this whole thing in case there is some kind of settlement agreement. Honestly, for everybody involved, it seems like the best way forward. I mean, what is anybody going to achieve from this? If iilluminaughtii were to win this case, which I personally don't believe would happen, just given what we can even see without all the background information, but if she were to win, all she would get out of this is a win. Besides that, she will have completely destroyed any chance of rebuilding her reputation and any chance of keeping her brand. So this just doesn't seem like a win for anybody, to be honest. Now, I promised you guys that I would give an update once we have one, and as of now, we do. An agreement was not made by the June 7th deadline, but this was not the end of things, because apparently iilluminaughtii or iilluminauttii's team had reached out saying that they needed more time, that there would be some kind of conversation happening. Now, according to Oz, when this conversation did happen, she proposed some new terms. We unfortunately do not know at the moment what those terms are. We might actually find out, but more on that later. But what we do know from Oz is that he claims that these were ridiculous, that she just proposed absolutely ridiculous terms that he was not going to agree to. And I would absolutely love to know what these were. I assume probably some kind of gag order based on the way things have been before, with the restraining order that she tried to take out, where she just wanted people to be silenced, that they wouldn't be able to talk about her and stuff like that. So I would assume that would be something that would be put in these terms that she would want, that if she agrees to this and she pulls out her claim, that he would never be able to talk about her again, and neither would anybody involved in this lawsuit. That is also along with OzMedia, Wonderstruck, and Felix the Kit Kat. Again, that is just an assumption on my part. That might be true, that might not be true. I'm just guessing. And I'm sure there were some other things as well, but as to what they were, I'm at a loss. So presumably there was some additional conversation that went on after this, and OzMedia extended the deadline. On the day of the deadline, he went live on YouTube. He was streaming, and he was planning to be streaming at the final hour of the deadline, after which time, if she had not responded, there would be no settlement agreement. Everything would go forward as planned. They would continue to be legal whatevers. I forgot the word, I'm so sorry, my brain just like crashed there for a second. It would continue going to court, and this would just continue on for years and cost everybody lots of money. So I was tuned in for a bit of that. It was at a weird time for me, but I was still watching, and unfortunately, she did not respond. There was no agreement made, which means that there is no settlement. This is going to go forward. It is more than likely going to go to court unless there is some additional cases made by Felix the Kit Kat or Wonderstruck asking the judge to dismiss this again, or to reconsider the judge's decision to not dismiss this, which again we spoke about before, because all of these people had been asking the judge to dismiss this case because there wasn't enough evidence, but the judge has to give the benefit of the doubt to the person making the claim. So this is Blair in this case, and he did not do that. So from my understanding, and again, I'm not a lawyer or a legal professional and I have no legal background, but from my understanding and my research, even though the judge didn't throw this out, people can ask him to reconsider his decision. But to be honest, in my opinion, I don't think that he's going to reconsider, because he's already not gone through with the dismissal requests. So why would he suddenly change his mind unless there is something very shocking? Which could be the fact that part of Felix the Kit Kat's whole thing is that she's saying he breached contract by sharing DMs, but these DMs occurred before he was even employed by her and was not a work situation. So if he can show some kind of proof that he wasn't working for her at the time, that might be something that warrants it being dismissed. I don't know. That is just what I understand. So hopefully something like that happens, but we just don't know. Now remember I said that OzMedia had said in his Dear Illuminati video that if she agreed to a settlement, that would be it video-wise, but if not, he would make another video. He tweeted out and said, as a general update, part 2 is still happening. However, because the legal system is an unruly beast with no remorse and requires a lot of careful planning and filings, part 2 is now being split into further parts, meaning the saga will now come in 3s. No current ETA on part 2 other than sometime this month, same goes for part 3. I've also updated the GoFundMe with current legal invoices from both myself and Felix. So yes, this also means that the GoFundMe is still up and running. I have that linked in the description if you want to donate, but this is going towards Oz and Felix's legal fees for this because, as we said, it is more than likely going to go to court and go on for years and cost a lot of money. And as he stated, he did also share these invoices so that people who donated know that their money is going where they think it's going. As for iilluminaughtii herself, however, there is still no update on her specifically. Her channel is still dead. There's a lot of conversation and theorizing about whether she's on a different channel now, with people seeing channels that they think might be her, but all of it is kind of unsubstantiated at the moment, so I won't go into it because that might just drive a lot of negative traffic towards channels who might have nothing to do with her. So I don't want to do that, so we're not going to speculate, but there are people talking about this and trying to figure out where she's gone, because she can't not be working, right? Like that seems like a difficult and bad thing to do. You would have no income and you have all this legal stuff coming up, so you definitely need some income. So she must be doing something. Maybe she's teaching that business ethics class. I don't know. The Illuminati lawsuit has been going on for months, and at this point I estimate that it's cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in total between all the people involved in this lawsuit, and still, despite all of this, it is only just getting started. Yep, we're not done. We're not even close to being done with this absolute mess.
The lawsuit, of course, is not over. Far from it, in fact. I mean, hell, we're not even out of the starting gate and won't begin discovery for another 4 or even 6 months, perhaps honestly longer. And this is with a year of back and forth legal battle.
And as of right now, we have a video from OzMedia giving an update into the legal proceedings, what's going on. Is it ending? Is it starting? Where are they with all of this? There is also several new legal documents which are available to read. I got my hand on these about a month ago, but was holding off. We were holding off until OzMedia actually made his video so he could talk about this first. So there are several documents. I'm going to be focusing more on one of them. The first of these documents is just OzMedia and his legal team responding to the claims that Blair has made against him in her claim against him. Now, we have gone over this, but it was stuff like defamation, breach of contract, that he said things he shouldn't have said, that he accused her of extortion, which didn't happen in my opinion. This is quite a long document, and it's all just stuff saying he denies this, he denies this, he admits this, he denies this. These things are part of an anti-slap, saying some of the allegations are made against people who aren't even being served legally. Basically, there's just a lot of different denials and admittances here, so you can read through the full thing if you want to yourself. So we don't need to read through all of this now, just because we'd be here for 5 hours, and it's a lot of stuff that we already can kind of gather for ourselves, or we've seen in Oz's previous video or in previous legal documents. Things, for example, like the extortion claim, like I said, which was that Illuminati in her claim had said that OzMedia had committed defamation against her by saying that she committed extortion. However, OzMedia never directly said that. So it's a lot of stuff like that, but what comes after this document is something quite interesting, which I do want to look at, which is OzMedia's counterclaim against Blair, against Illuminati, and against several other parties too. Before we move on, I just want to remind you guys, in case you've forgotten me, this girl right here, not a lawyer, no legal background, took 1 year of criminology, don't think that counts for anything, to be perfectly honest with you. So no, none of this is legal advice, this is just me reading this stuff and interpreting it as best I can with the knowledge that I have. Everything is based on opinion and speculation. Everything I say in this video, opinion and speculation, you got it? So, we have the counterclaim from OzMedia about Illuminati. Now, a counterclaim, if you're not sure, is basically if one person sues another person and then that person who's being sued turns around and says, actually, no, you owe me something. You're wrong. So that's essentially what's happening here. Illuminati sued OzMedia along with some other people, and now OzMedia is turning around and saying, actually, I'm gonna sue you, but for stuff related to this whole case. So it's not like an entirely separate thing. But he's not just making a counterclaim against Illuminati, he's making a counterclaim against other people as well who he believes are also in the wrong, who are involved with all of this. So we have this counterclaim against Blair and Pyramid Holdings, which is Illuminati. They are two separate entities legally. We have the individual and the company. We also have an unnamed John Doe, a company called 9 Point Holdings Inc., and the county public trustee. So among other things, what this counterclaim is seeking is to quiet title the real property situated at blah blah blah, Colorado. This is, if you remember, when OzMedia was potentially going to have his home foreclosed before Christmas last year. This is what property they're talking about. To my understanding, anyway, this is what they're talking about, is that home that was involved with this whole thing. This was only going to be foreclosed because Illuminati Blair had the power to foreclose his home because he was making payments to her. So this is just a whole big mess, to be perfectly honest with you. And that is just really unfortunate that this whole thing is going on. For a bit more information on this 9 Point Holdings, it says 9 Point Holdings claims a deed of trust against the real property identified above. 9 Point Holdings Inc. was formed on August 27th, 2020. 9 Point Holdings Inc. was formed on August 27, 2020, and upon information and belief has been and continues to be owned and controlled by Blair at all times relevant thereafter. So what this is saying in less wordy terms is that Blair or Illuminaughtii either owns or has a significant amount of control over this 9 Point Holdings company. And this is the company that is involved with the deed of trust on OzMedia's home. The reason that it could have been foreclosed last year if he didn't raise the money through a fundraiser. This document then goes on to make some very damning allegations against Illuminaughtii. For example, saying that Oz believes that Blair coerced him into signing the deed of trust against his home, and that he was also pressured by Blair into signing various documents purporting to evidence of debts by him to her. This is something that we've talked about before and OzMedia has talked about before. This was when Illuminaughtii allegedly got him to sign something because he had been borrowing money from her. She had claimed, according to him, that she had taken the money to give to him from company funds and she could be in trouble legally for that. So this was just going to stop her getting in trouble. But then he had a huge amount of debt that he had to pay back, which was an extortionate amount monthly to pay it back that he couldn't afford. And she knew that he couldn't afford it because she was the one who was paying him. So it was all a bit sus. It then goes on to talk about the restraining orders that Blair tried to file against OzMedia. We discussed this in a previous video, but a big thing in her request for a restraining order was that OzMedia was not going to be allowed to discuss her publicly at all on YouTube, on anything. So what it seemed like was that she was trying to get a gag order against him. And this is what's being claimed in this document as well, that this was an attempt to silence Oz and others from talking about her on the internet. But of course, this didn't go through. All of this was only after Blair became embroiled in controversy of her own doing related to accusations of plagiarism she had made against a YouTuber, LegalEagle, that blew up in her face. It's fantastic wording to have in a legal document. Just makes me giggle. I don't know why. Now here's where they go into detail again about the whole embezzlement legal thing with him signing the legal agreement about the debt. At the time Oz signed the instruments of debt, he understood that unless he signed various debt instruments to 9 Point Holdings and Blair personally, Blair could get in trouble legally for misuse of company assets, or, to his understanding, liable for embezzlement. Blair explained that she needed this documentation because she would be in trouble legally if her companies couldn't account for where these funds were spent and for what business purposes. This then goes on to say that even though he signed this debt and deed of trust on his house, he was never given any clear itemization of what these debts actually were, so there was no clarity on why the amount that he owed was the amount that he owed. It wasn't detailed in any form. It just simply said, this is how much you owe me, this is how much you're going to pay back. In OzMedia's video, he said that he didn't know that the documents gave Blair and 9 Point Holdings the power to foreclose on his home. So not only was there not enough detailing in these documents, but he was not given a proper understanding of what these documents would actually entail if he signed them. He didn't know how much trouble this could actually cause him down the line, according to him. It then goes on to say that Oz believes that a lot of the debt that was written into this document was from Blair's own personal expenses, so not money that he had spent at all, or money that they had spent together during their short romantic relationship, which were expenses that he had believed that they were supposed to share. It then says that Blair used company funds for things that weren't company expenses, but added these to the ledger of debt to claim that it was a loan she had given to Oz, and that this was now a legitimate business expense, when in fact it may not have been that at all. So extremely damning accusations to make. And even worse still is that it says in January of 2021, through this 9-Point Holdings company, Blair gave Oz $40,000 of payment, which she had billed as computer construction and service-related work that he had performed. So this was supposed to be an actual payment to him. However, this $40,000, which was meant to be payment to him for work that he had done, was included in the ledger of debt. So she had added this as money that he owed her, even though it was supposed to be payment. And on top of that, Oz is claiming that he was pressured into agreeing to this and signing it. And Oz believes that Blair would later inflate the $40,000 payment to $49,999 with no reason for doing this. She just did it. Other amounts on this ledger of debt are also things that OzMedia had nothing to do with. These were not part of money he borrowed from her at all. So part of the debt seems to be the rental expense of a warehouse where Blair conducted the business for her candle company, production of Illuminaughtii videos, and crypto farm that was at one point a joint venture. Rather than splitting the warehouse rental expenses between the two of them, it appears that Blair changed the total amount of rent for the warehouse space to Oz in the ledger of debt. Other amounts in the unwritten ledger of debt appear to include the $5,000 bonus to Oz in August of 2022 from Pyramid Entertainment, and other funds withdrawn by Blair from 9-Point Holdings accounts that were used by Blair and Oz together to get a mortgage on Oz's home, while Blair was living there. This document then goes into a little bit of detail about the relationship, which we don't really need to read, but it does culminate in this: the detriment of his own financial well-being, all as a consequence of Blair's urging, manipulation, coercion, deceit, and overbearing narcissism, which only foreshadowed her toxic personal and professional identity that would only later become evident. It then says that Blair wanted them to move in together, but because she apparently had poor credit, she asked Oz to put the mortgage in his name. Because of the constant pressure that she put on him to relocate to Colorado and buy a house they could live in together, Oz contracted the construction of a new home. And this is a really interesting part here. Upon information and belief, Blair would use funds from her LLC and corporation to ensnare Oz into a spiral of dependence for which she could later insist on Oz coerced signatures upon instruments of debt. These coerced signatures were, in part, designed to control and manipulate Oz, forcing him to bow to Blair's will, but also to paper over the misappropriation of assets of her LLC and/or corporation by Blair for personal use, which would later be understood by Oz to be cover for Blair's possible embezzlement of funds from her established business entities. So short version of this is that he believes that she coerced him into signing these ledger of debt to repay her. Then he was now under her control, and on top of that, she may have been misusing company funds for whatever she liked, and then using Oz as a cover for that, trying to cover her own alleged illegal business practices by blaming it all on Oz. It says that the building process start, they put a $75,000 deposit for the building. There was a $50,000 design fee and $25,000 deposit for holding the land. And all of this allegedly came directly from Blair's businesses rather than from any kind of personal accounts, and there was no proper accounting for this. But it then says that Blair would decide to just cancel the building without any input from Oz, forfeiting all the fees that they had paid, so the $75,000, the $50,000, the $25,000. But she would then say that Oz was responsible for 50% of the costs, or $37,500, in addition to the $40,000 she had paid him for computer work. When Blair moved out of Oz's home, she took all the documents about the building project with her. During Oz's time working for Illuminaughtii, he was earning approximately $2,800 per month, despite having financial obligations greatly exceeding that amount, including his mortgage obligations and other purchases which Blair coerced him into, including vehicles and home renovation loans. Can we all pretend that my voice didn't break there and that I didn't sound like Marge Simpson? Thank you very much. I'm not sick anymore, but I've still got like a residual going on. So Sorry about that. It then goes into a lot of detail about how working for her impacted his own channel, how it impacted his life, more details on them moving together and her alleged control over him. And here is an extremely damning part again, which may allude to potential and alleged illegal activity on the part of Illuminaughtii. Oz's pay from Illuminaughtii was frequently delayed by days or weeks, while Blair, upon information and belief, used company assets for her personal use, including purchases of expensive jewelry, luxury handbags, and a new BMW Z4. So she couldn't pay him on time, but she could buy a ton of expensive and luxury items for herself. Wonderful business practices. This document then details how he was given the deed of trust and the ledger of debt to sign, along with some other documents, and more details about that. And then the document finishes with Oz's prayer for relief, which is just what he wants to get out of this, and also his demand for trial by jury. So he wants this, if it does go to court, to have a jury involved. So that is the end of that document. I think it's extremely damning on the part of Illuminaughtii. It's not looking good for her, and I can't imagine once this gets to the discovery phase, which is when they give all of the evidence to the court and everything is looked through, if everything stands up, if they have evidence to back up everything that they're saying here, I can't imagine any judge is going to look at that and be like, yeah, sounds like Illuminaughtii is in the right here. There are other documents as well that I have here, but we don't need to go through these. So this is just Oz's motion to join the 9 Point Holdings Company, County Public Trustee, and John Doe to his counterclaim. So that it would be against not just Illuminaughtii as Pyramid Entertainment and Blair, but also her 9 Point Holdings Company, which is allegedly hers, and this John Doe. And we also have a document which says that the court accepted this on September 28th. But that is not all the news, because we also have a video update from OzMedia, like I said, and this is a very short video, and I would recommend that you watch it yourself, just for his full words and everything like that. But basically, the gist of what he's saying here is he described why there has been a delay in him making a part 2 of his Dear Illuminaughtii video. This was a video where he detailed a lot of the difficult things that he had to go through because of Blair. Now, there is some potentially good and potentially bad news in his video as well.
Because we were already over a year into the lawsuit, both parties have mutually agreed to reattempt mediation. However, this time, it will be conducted by a third party, which has been scheduled for December 3rd. There'll probably be no major updates until several days after mediation. And if mediation does fail, I will proceed with part 2 as planned, as the judge has accepted my counterclaims. My hope would be this lawsuit can come to a close.
So this is good. It means that this could be sorted out sooner rather than later. It won't have to go all the way to court to take several more years and cost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands more dollars, because this is taking up time and money for everybody involved.
So far, by the time that mediation does occur, this lawsuit will have cost over $80,000, and we haven't even entered discovery yet. So this very well could cost several more years of my life and hundreds of thousands of dollars down the line. And this is only speaking of me, and not Felix, who I have promised and continued to maintain support and funding of their legal battle against Blair as well.
However, although this is good news, what this does mean is that if it does go to court, this is going to take a long time, and there's no guarantee that they will be able to solve this without it going to court. And Oz said in his video as well that this has already cost him over $80,000 in legal fees, which is an astounding amount, and that's not even considering the amount of stress that this would cause a person and how much time out of your day and just your mental energy to do your job and go to work. So it's a lot, and the ideal situation would be that they could solve this outside of court, but there's no guarantee that that's how that's going to work. And from what we've seen from Blair, it's that she wants everything her way. It's her way or nothing. She will double down. So I'm really terrified that she is just gonna double down on this. Obviously, OzMedia is not gonna agree to everything that she says and everything that she wants, because she probably will want him to be quiet forever and, I don't know, buy her a BMW. That's a joke, by the way. Don't sue me for saying that. But she might want that kind of thing. And if he's like, well, no, you actually did a bad, so I'm not gonna do everything you want. She might be like, well, screw you then. We go to court. We continue this. Should just be bad for everybody, to be honest. And I don't understand why she's still going through with all of this. It's like she can't just stop. Like, she can't just stop. Like, just end it. This is costing you money. You're not looking good in the court of the law or in the court of public opinion. You have destroyed any chance you have of getting your YouTube channel back and being successful. Although I assume she probably has another YouTube channel with some AI voices or paid actors or something. We finally have a conclusion to the Illuminaughtii lawsuit. It's what I'd say is actually a fairly good one, but it's not one that everyone's particularly happy about. We'll get into the reasons why, but we have a massive update from OzMedia that I want to go through with you first, and we're going to have a little bit of a chat about it and see what it means for Illuminaughtii and her channel going forward, as well as for Oz and everybody else involved with this whole mess. So as I'm recording this, 6 days ago, OzMedia uploaded a video called The Final Lawsuit Update. It's not particularly long, so we're going to watch it together, and I'm going to give my thoughts as we go, and then I have a lot to say afterwards, because there's also some things that some people have been saying that I want to discuss. And I will say, I know that I'm late to this, however, it was New Year and Macedonian Christmas and other excuses for basically I wasn't online. The odd tweet from me here and there, but I was not online. I only just found out about Honey as well, okay, and I am shook. Everybody else knew except for me. So here we are. I am catching up on the internet, okay?
Blair and I have agreed to settle this matter confidentially through mediation. The lawsuit has been dismissed against all parties without any admission of fault by any party.
So are we getting this? He goes through this really fast. This is why I'm like pausing on all the main points, because he does say it so fast that it can go over your head. Like, I had to watch this like 6 times before the information would stick in my brain. Is that because I'm an idiot? Maybe. But like, presumably some of you are idiots too. That was mean. Sorry, you're all very intelligent. I apologize. But yeah, between OzMedia and Illuminaughtii, no more lawsuit. It's done. It's dismissed. It's over with. They managed to settle through mediation, and this is a really good thing. We're going to talk about that more in a second, but I'm obviously going to have to let him finish speaking at some point.
As a part of the non-disclosure agreement, it should be known that Blair will not be sharing her side of the story behind this dispute, nor will I. No one should contact either of us further about this case or ask us to comment on it, or each other. As I have stated previously, anyone following me should never make threatening remarks to anyone involved in this case in a public or private forum.
And that, believe it or not, is it. That's the whole video. You see why I had to watch this like 6 times, because it's just like information, it's done. So what's happening? Lawsuit is dismissed. They have settled this privately, and now there is an NDA in place, presumably on both OzMedia and Illuminaughtii. So they can't say anything about this, which is why there's not more information given on how they settled, what was the settlement, what went in whose favor, probably nothing in anybody's favor, because neither of them admitted wrongdoing. So Oz will never be able to speak about this. Illuminaughtii will never be able to speak about this. Well, obviously NDAs have to have, you know, an end of term, but we don't know when that is, and we're never going to know when that is. Now, I have been trying to figure out if this means that this has been dismissed for all parties involved, or if it's just been dismissed between Oz and Illuminaughtii, and the stuff with Wonderstruck and Felix the Kit Kat is still going forward. Now, this was all one case, but there was separate parts pertaining to all of the defendants. So OzMedia, Wonderstruck, Felix the Kit Kat. So my assumption, being somebody who has no legal background, right, not a lawyer, never studied the law, as established earlier, idiot, is that this could potentially be all parties involved. However, I have not been able to ask OzMedia or anybody involved this, because they can't speak about it. I'm not going to go and message them and be like, hey, can you give me information? Can you break your NDA so I can get this one fact right in a YouTube video? Thanks. Like, I've obviously not reached out about any of this to any of them because there's an NDA. Like, I'm not stupid. Wait, I'm contradicting myself now. I'm an idiot, but I'm not stupid. It makes sense, okay? Hold on, I have to get my cat. She's like screaming. I swear to God, she's not being tortured out there. She just doesn't like when I am in any room that she's not in. And she also doesn't like when I enter the kitchen. Anytime I enter the kitchen, even if it's just to get a glass of water, she's like my little shadow running after me and screaming. So I'm going to get her now. Stradivarius was not the one who was screaming. It was JavaScript. Everybody say hello. And also, you know that JavaScript wants you to subscribe to me. Otherwise, she gets very sad. She cry with her little baby tears. So accept this emotional manipulation and subscribe. Thank you. So as I was trying to say, I think this could be for all parties, but there is still a chance that more information will come out about the stuff to do with Wonderstruck, Felix the Kit Kat, because in the case that there was no settlement on their sides, they might still speak out. But we don't know that yet. Basically, a lot of it is we just don't know. But ultimately, this is a good thing, like I said, because it means that it's over. It's over for them. Like, as I said, it was going to cost thousands, like tens of thousands, a lot of moolah.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
And it was already costing them all a lot of money. Plus, it was stressful. OzMedia had talked about the emotional toll it had taken on them and their partner. And Oz had also said how difficult it was. It was taking up all of his time. And being involved in a lawsuit would take up all of your time and mental energy. And that is no way to live, really. And it was going to go on for years and cost even more if this continued. So the fact that it has ended is a good thing. And some people are taking this to mean that it's not, you know, it's not a win. It's in some way in their minds like Illuminati won. But that is not the case. Like, she is the one who brought this up. She is the one who started this whole thing. And she did not win. So the fact that she did not win, in my eyes, is a win. It's just a good thing that this is over and she cannot continue to basically bully this person. And she can't speak about it, which is probably good because she might make up a load of lies. Who knows? So basically, her lawyers took a look at the counterclaim and told Blair she basically has no out. And the fact she was even attempting to offer her one despite all the evidence against her made you a literal saint. So it was take your offer or face the music. I'd call that a W. Do people say take a W or is it a win? Like, how are the kids saying it these days? I'm getting really old. Like, I don't know anymore. Let's be real, she was scared of criminal investigation, but I'm really happy for you, Oz, that you can finally start to put this behind you. Good luck, and I hope everything goes much smoother for you in the future. Now, this obviously is alleged. It is not proven that Illuminaughtii conducted any illegal business of any kind, that she committed any crimes. However, if she did, and it was possible that this going to court would mean that proof of those crimes be brought up. For example, if Blair was to be committing embezzlement or other white-collar crimes, if it went to court, that was going to be investigated, and it's possible that that's something that she wouldn't want looked into, that she would want a lid kept on that. So the option was either to accept a settlement or to accept that her dirty laundry was going to be aired out in court and it could actually be a much more serious issue for her. I have seen some speculation that there is still going to be a criminal investigation into Blair and or Illuminaughtii as a company, but that is purely speculative, and to be honest, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't see why that would happen. I don't know who would be pursuing that, unless the whole thing with her shady taxes comes back again, because if you remember, there was a whole thing about her owing a lot in tax, and then that got sold to a debt collector, and then the debt collector was trying to get the money from her. All alleged, I guess, because I can't prove that besides having the documents to show that. I don't know what's I don't know what's alleged anymore, but check out that video if you need a reminder on that. So that could be one thing that comes back to haunt her, and if that happens and it comes out, I'll let you know. But there is one more thing that I wanted to discuss about this, and this is some of the reactions that I've seen to this whole thing. So this was a post by GamerGabby8 on Reddit, on the Illuminaughtii subreddit, and it said, Oz being a pushover? I had a discussion within a Discord server of a small commentary YouTuber, not gonna say who, about the final lawsuit update, and some people seemed rather disappointed in Oz, believing that he's been a pushover this entire time and basically breaking his promise of exposing Blair of his damning allegations, but he just wanted the drama to be over. I can understand not liking the outcome, but on the other hand, it seems Oz just wanted to not deal with his abuser anymore. What do you guys think? Before I say anything, firstly, obviously no hate of any kind to the person who said this. It was all a question, it seemed very polite, and they're not even saying that this is their opinion, they're just saying there was a discussion about it and they want to know other people's thoughts. So obviously, genuinely no hate to this person for asking a question, but it does bring up some people's thoughts that could be very easily summed up by this. And the thought is that Oz is being a pushover. He just wanted to get this all done with, but he had promised to air out Blair's dirty laundry. And to that I say, I know we talk about that stuff here, but you're not necessarily owed information like that. This is something that happened to real people, and we talk about this stuff when the information is public or relevant or becomes public, stuff like that. We don't demand people speak up about things that they don't want to speak up about. And of course Oz wanted it to be done. Of course Oz wanted it to be done because it's difficult and expensive and was going to take up most of his life. You would want that to be done too. I would want that to be done too. And the fact of the matter is there's now an NDA in place. He cannot talk about this. He cannot air out Blair's dirty laundry. And I know there's people who just really want to hear it. And obviously, if the information came out, I'd be interested to hear it too. But it's not our place to be demanding information. The fact of the matter is, this is a good thing. Even though we won't ever hear anything about it again, most likely, that's a good thing. I never want to have to utter the name Illuminaughtii again, as much as people like to say, oh, but you made so many videos about it, like you obviously just love the drama. I don't love the drama. I want to talk to you guys about it, but I'm happy for the people involved that it's over. There are a couple of comments in this that kind of talk about the same idea. He's been fighting for his livelihood in his house for this past year and some change. There's a difference between him being allowed to be manipulated and not doing anything about it, and him being coerced and abused. He's not taking further action because he doesn't want to. It's not worth it to him, and he doesn't have the resources to do so. Blair took advantage of him and got him into legal situation he is now in. The man finally has Blair off his back. He can finally move on and start his own life again. Honestly, I'm happy that this ended the way it did. As much as I wanted to know more details, I respect that the NDA is probably for the best for both parties, and I think that Oz deserves to be able to move on with his life. And that pretty much sums it up. People can move on, and I am very glad to hear that. Now, obviously, if there ever is another update, or we hear something else, or something crops up about Illuminaughtii that I have to talk about, I'm gonna talk about it, and I hope I will see you there. But for the time being, it's over and these people can move on and can breathe and can live their lives, and I can't see how that can be anything but a good thing. And for the people who are saying that this is Illuminaughtii getting off scot-free, she's not getting off scot-free. She ruined her own reputation, her views tanked, she's not uploading anymore, and even if she does start to upload again, she is never going to see the same views that she once had on that channel because of her own actions and the way she betrayed the trust of her viewers. This is not without consequence. The consequences were major, and she did it to herself.